Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Who can stop Crazy Lee? The miners were like roosters with red eyes, raising their necks and surrounding them. The hammers of Real Madrid were not to be outdone. The players of both sides pushed and shoved into a group. The main coach of the miners, Piatovichenko, rushed into the court with loud curses. The fourth official couldn't stop him behind him. In the center of the vortex, Methuselah was like a stray dog with broken legs. He rolled over and over on the lawn, howling and screaming, and got a lot of green grass debris stuck to his body. Raul stood next to him with a sneer on his face, watching Methuselah's performance like a clown. Although the tackle just now was a deliberate revenge by the Lord of the Rings, the pride of being the King of White for more than 10 years made him disdain to commit a foul that was malicious and hurtful. Methuselah's current performance was obviously exaggerated. The Brazilian certainly knew that Raul had a yellow card. If he could give him another yellow card, then the game would have room for Shakhtar Donetsk to turn around. This is football. The referee Peter Walton blew the whistle and walked forward, signaling the players on both sides to disperse immediately, otherwise he would take out a card. However, Shakhtar Donetsk's midfielder Vukovic didn't believe it. He walked up and grabbed the referee's arm and pointed at Methuselah, who was rolling on the ground in pain, to ask for an explanation. Vukovic was the defensive midfielder who was replaced by the old coach Mircea Lucescu at the beginning of the second half. In the previous game, in order to limit Beckham's pass, he had already carried a yellow gem war god card. In order to cooperate with his partner Methuselah's performance, Vukovic was a little too eager, and he even reached out to grab the referee, which was a big taboo. So, how could he let go of a deal that came to his door? No matter how soft Pete Walton was, he was still the referee, right? Hey, you're trying to do this to me. Pulling and tugging? Let's not talk about other things first. Let's look at the cards. Walton took out his signature yellow sapphire war card from his pocket, flashed it to Vukovic, and then raised the ruby war card, indicating that Vukovic could go off the court to rest. There was an uproar. What happened? Red card. Vukovic. Shakhtar Donetsk's number 16 player Vukovic, who came on as a substitute in the second half, was sent off after 2 yellow cards. The game turned into a farce. Shakhtar Donetsk's players adopted a lethal tactic that led to bad consequences. Raul's foul was obviously retaliatory, or the first player to get a card was Shakhtar's player, number 16 Vukovic, who interfered with the referee Peter Walton's enforcement. At this time, it is unreasonable for players to have physical contact with the referee. Real Madrid fans applauded, while Shakhtar Donetsk's players, the workers' supporters, cursed and threw everything they could throw around the court. The anti-explosion police even had to hold up shields to shield the staff and players on the bench. At this moment, the referee's majesty was fully demonstrated. The players who gathered together dispersed as required under Peter Walton's high-pressure policy, but the expressions on their faces showed that the hatred between the two sides had not been resolved. Of course, the matter was not over at this point, because the main culprit Raul had not been punished. Peter Walton called Raul aside, and the two whispered a few words. After that, the black judge raised the yellow gem god of war card again. Raul got another yellow card because he took off his clothes to celebrate after scoring in the first half. Raul already had a yellow card. Red card. Raul was also sent off. The two sides are back to the same starting line in terms of numbers, 10 versus 10, and there are 33 minutes left in the game. Raul saw Pete Walton take out a yellow card again and knew that the game was over for him early. The King of the Rings was not surprised by such a penalty. He thought there would be such a possibility before the foul, but Raul did not regret it. His teammates they were treated unfairly, and as the captain, I have the responsibility to seek justice for them. Raul walked off the court with his head held high, and Real Madrid coach Madili applauded on the sidelines, as if welcoming a hero returning from a triumphant victory. Everything has changed since the Chinese coach took over Real Madrid. If it were the previous rule, the Spanish prince known for his elegant playing style would not have committed such a retaliatory foul. The neutral French commentator kept on talking about his unique insights. Maddie Lee gave Raul a hug. Was he encouraging his players to continue to commit fouls? After Raul was sent off, the game did not continue. As things developed, people found that the protagonist of the game was neither Matusalem, who finally stopped pretending to be dead and climbed up from the field, nor Vukovic, the miner who was sent off after playing for less than 15 minutes after coming on as a substitute in the second half, nor Raul, the Real Madrid flag who broke the law to protect his teammates, nor Lee, the madman who stood on the sidelines and applauded his disciples, but a middle-aged bald uncle who should have disappeared from his own field, referee Peter Walton, because after sending Roland Vukovic off the field, the English referee did not blow the whistle to start the game as expected, but followed the camera lens all the way to the coaching seat of Shakhtar Donetsk and showed the red card to the assistant coach of Shakhtar Donetsk, Piatavichenko again. What a murderous aura. In less than 3 minutes, 3 red cards. The limelight of Uncle Peter Walton, who was killing all around, was unparalleled. Before the commentators could question the reason for the third red card, the broadcast camera and the big screen in the center of the stadium replayed the scene at the same time. The Ukrainian Piatavichenko rushed in from the coaching bench with great momentum. On the court, extremely lethal national curses continued to fly out of their mouths until the fourth official trotted away and asked this man to leave the court. Seeing Piatavichenko's ugly performance, everyone cursed in their hearts at the same time. Damn it. After Black Judge Peter Walton has finished his addiction to dealing cards, the game continues. Before all left the field, he unexpectedly handed the captain's armband to Beckham. The thoughtful cameraman gave a close-up of Beckham, Casillas and Lee Tongfan respectively. As usual, the captain's armband should be given to Lias. After Vukovic was sent off, only Matusalem was left in the minors' midfielder position, and Little Ma was also carrying a Topaz God of War card. Plus the referee Walton just now the uncle's crazy performance shocked the Ukrainian minors, so Real Madrid's offensive in the middle gradually began to become more threatening. Ilano, who had already moved to the attacking midfielder position, had to retreat more to the defensive midfielder position. Help with defense. Lee Tongfan immediately made personnel adjustments at this time. The temperless fat alien who was guarded by Zyglinski in the game was replaced by the king of the small penalty area. Leo Lee wants to use Ruud van Nistelrooy's physical condition to open a breakthrough from the minors' penalty area so that the crosses of Riaz and Robinho can be fully utilized. This move is indeed a wonderful move. Ruud van Nistelrooy went to the minors' penalty area to fight, let alone other things. Just by showing his name as the king of the small penalty area, the opponent's players had to weigh his 3 ounces first. Whether the meat is enough for others, as expected, the one who comes to guard Nistelrooy is still the 19-year-old captain of the minors, Zygrinski. However, Zygrinski can guard against Ronaldo. Apart from the slightly inconsistent playing style, the fat man's state today is really disappointing, but Ruud van Nistelrooy is different. He has not been able to get many opportunities in recent games. The starting lineup was also taken by Raul, who had returned from injury, so the Dutch forward was holding back a lot of energy. So 3 minutes later, Shakhtar Donetsk conceded the ball again. The goal was scored by Van Nistelrooy, and the assist was provided by Shakhtar Donetsk's nightmare in this game, David Beckham. Beckham, who had wandered to the wing at some point, received Robinho's pass after he broke through Ilano and directly passed the ball diagonally at a 45-degree angle. In order to prevent the captains of Shakhtar Donetsk from taking advantage of their height advantage, he passed the ball diagonally. When the ball was cleared, Beckham used a half-high pass. The football was half a meter high from the ground, drawing a banana-like arc in the air, and flew into the minors' penalty area. The football is fast and powerful. Shakhtar Donetsk's defenders did not dare to make a clearance in a hurry, because if they did not do it properly, it would lead to an own goal. Zyglinski also hesitated a little moment. It was because of this less than a second that Van Nistelrooy seized the opportunity. An unconventional knee shot. The flight path of the football changed instantly. Goalkeeper Piatov only had time to open his arms and wave, and the football had already jumped into the net from his armpit! 0:3! In the 59th minute of the game, Real Madrid scored again. Crazy Lee's on the spot command achieved miraculous results. The first touch of the ball by the king of the small penalty area who had just replaced him kicked the struggling Miners into the abyss, but this time, the Ukrainian fans in the stands did not even boo. They had thrown everything they could into the stadium, and their voices had already lost their voice while shouting. However, the team they supported faced a powerful opponent. Real Madrid is like a lost boat on a rough sea in a storm. After a short struggle, it was swallowed up without even a piece of wood left. The game is still going on, but the suspense has long been lost. The only thing people care about is how many holes Real Madrid will poke in the Miners' scarred bodies. In the 63rd minute, Tongfan replaced Modric, who had a mediocre performance in the factory, with Cassano. In the 67th minute, Beckham's accurate long pass once again showed its ferociousness. This time, it was the Italian bad boy who benefited. Cassano stopped the ball on the chest on the left side of the Miners' penalty area and shot directly without waiting for the ball to hit the ground. Goalkeeper Piatov had no time to react due to this sneak attack. The football floated over his head and fell straight into the far corner of the goal. Beckham again. The pass from the core of Real Madrid's midfield passed through the entire defense of Shakhtar Donetsk. Zygrinski was defending Ruud van Nistelrooy, and the fullback Dinkarat was out of position, giving Cassano enough time to stop the ball. Shooting, incredible, the goal actually went in. Cassano represented Real Madrid in the Champions League for the first time this season. This was his first shot after playing. Beautiful goal. Real Madrid deserves this victory. Goal. This is Tongfan's second substitution in the game. 2 substitutions and 2 goals. His incredible on-the-spot command ability. It was he who transformed England's number 7 into a defensive midfielder. This controversial decision has finally come to fruition. Beckham's dream performance is proving to McLaren that he is definitely worthy of the 3 Lions jersey. Pay tribute to Madmanley and pay tribute to Beckham. In the 77th minute, Robinho took advantage of the mistake of Leonardo, the defender of the Miners. He dribbled past 3 players in the front court like a juggler and made a low shot to change the score to 0:5! In the 80th minute, Leonardo, the defender of the Miners, who had not yet recovered from the mistake, made another mistake and headed Beckham's free kick directly into his own goal! 0:6! The fans of Shakhtar Donetsk in the stands have begun to applaud and cheer for Ken. When the team they support has become a duck, that cannot be helped. Why don't they want to send their blessings to the team that really deserves applause and cheers? Ilano and Ziglinski performed their best. They did their best to create a lot of trouble for Tongfan and his team in the game, but their teammates made mistakes and abnormal performances, as if they had discussed it, and ruined this feast they had been looking forward to for a long time. The game was stopped for 6 minutes, but the Miners had already lost the courage to attack. Until the referee Peter Walton blew the whistle to end the game, the score on the field never changed. Beckham scored 1 goal and made 4 assists, plus an own goal, an absolute key man, and was elected the best player of the game. In the face of the powerful strength of Real Madrid, the defending champion of the Ukrainian league was defeated. Even the 3 controversial red cards in the second half did not stir up much splash after the game. The score of 0:6 said it all. All 8 league games were won. All the Champions League group matches were won. Even Chelsea and Barcelona were knocked to the ground by Crazy Lee like cutting melons and vegetables. People want to know, when will the first defeat of the Chinese coach's coaching career come? Or in other words, will Crazy Lee really lose? I overcompensated. Today's score is almost 8,000. Xiaodao feels that his level has dropped a lot in the past 2 days. He doesn't know why. Maybe he is too confused. Please give me some suggestions. As long as it is not abusive, I will add it to the list of replies. I really want to write this book well. Thank you all. Chapter 102 Rafael Sobis and -039 S Challenge. When Real Madrid returned to Spain from Ukraine, Tongfan and the players found that the mainstream European football media was struggling with 2 things. One was when David Beckham, who had once again delivered a fantastic report card, would return to the England national team, and the other was which Angel's sister would stop the Crazy Lee's winning streak. In the Ukrainian night game, Beckham's phenomenal performance of 1 goal and 4 assists was like a loud slap in the face, slapping McLaren's old face into a pig's head. It is said that the next morning, England's fanatical fans held high banners demanding Beckham to return to the national team and surrounded the office of the English Football Association. They were determined not to go home for dinner until they achieved their goal. Finally, several hungry senior officials of the Football Association had to disguise themselves as passers-by who came to the English Football Association to make soy sauce and fled from the back door in disgrace. The fans are messing with the FAR, so the FAR will naturally mess with McLaren. According to The Sun, under the dual pressure of the public and the official, McLaren, who led the team with infinitely embarrassing results, decided to recall the former captain in the next national team game. Although there has been no official response to Beckham's return to the national team, Lee Tongfan believes that there will be no major changes. Such an excellent player cannot play for the country. The FAR is not the brain-dead Chinese Football Association, which only does stupid things that make the relatives sad and the enemies happy. As for the second thing, who will stop the winning streak of Labour and Capital, old Lee smiled and said nothing. Now Real Madrid has replaced Barcelona and gradually become the public enemy of all European clubs because of its invincible state. This wave of discussion initiated by Flaws, the sinister editor-in-chief of World Sports, will definitely make others feel pressured. But for old Lee, is it a problem? Ferguson, Wenger, Benitez, Mancini, Joe and Ramos, Sisfold, no matter if it is possible in terms of the schedule, all world-class coaches have been randomly included in the list of candidates who may defeat Lee Tongfan by the media. All of Europe is waiting for a savior to come down from the sky to break the strong monopoly of the madman Lee. If this Chinese man remains undefeated, it will be happiness for Real Madrid fans, but it will be a disaster for fans of other clubs. Neither the media nor the parties involved have noticed that, unknowingly, Real Madrid in the new season has established an invincible image in the eyes of outsiders. Wherever Lee Tongfan points his spearhead, the opponent will be afraid before the battle. This is momentum, the momentum of defeating the enemy without fighting. On October 22nd, Real Madrid will face the newly promoted Recreativo at home. It is worth mentioning that in the previous day's La Liga, Barcelona tied with Deportivo 0-0 at home. If Real Madrid wins this game, it will further widen the league points gap with Barcelona and add more weight to the battle for the league championship. The Catalan media cried and cried. Flaws said bitterly that Barcelona's home draw gave Crazy Lee a chance. Faced with such a situation, Real Madrid will go all out to take down the underdog Recreativo, and the facts have proved that Crazy Lee is a bastard who doesn't play by the rules. Even Real Madrid's official mouthpiece is Marca, and have not figured out Lee Tongbum's temper. In the game that day, Lee Tongbum sent out a full substitute lineup. Miguel Torres, De La Red, Fernando Price, Maharadou Diarra and others finally got their first start. Roberto Carlos, who had recovered from his injury, replaced Marcelo, and Italian bad boy Cassano got his wish. At 2100 hours on the evening of October 22nd, amid the cheers of more than 70,000 fans, Real Madrid relied on Juan Mata and Cassano's assists in the first and second half, Robinho's double goal, and defeated Recreativo, who had tried their best to avoid relegation, 2-0, achieving 9 consecutive league victories. After the game, 5 Real Madrid players, including Robinho, Roberto Carlos, Higuain, Cassano, Gago and Finestrufan, were selected for the best team of the week. This is the 6th consecutive time that Real Madrid players have occupied more than half of the best team of the week point at the same time. Barcelona, which has always been known for its harmonious dressing room atmosphere, has been reported to have internal strife for the 3rd time this season. Felipe, a 29-year-old Brazilian winger who just transferred from Flamengo club in Brazil at the beginning of the season, publicly criticized head coach Rijkaard, believing that the Barcelona dressing room had long been out of the control of the Dutchman, and was dissatisfied with his delay in playing in the game. Internal and external troubles, wind and rain. How can the Catalan Giants feel? On October 25. In addition to the domestic league and the European Champions League, Real Madrid's third front of this season slowly opened up, challenging the Spanish second division team Ponferradina away. Lee Tongfan continued to use the substitute lineup, relying on Captain Raw's double goal and Mohamed Diarra and Robinho's goals, and swept Ponferradina 4-0. On October 28, Real Madrid travelled to the Estadio degli American Ingliscia to challenge the Yellow Submarine Villarreal. This La Liga focus battle, which was called the Battle of the King's Mountain by the Spanish media in early October, lost its original meaning because the submarine itself did not live up to expectations. You should know that at the beginning of October, Villarreal was ranked second in the La Liga standings, but in the following rounds of games, the team led by Chilean Pellegrini fell to 6th place in the standings after 4 consecutive defeats. That surprised everyone. The only suspense of the game is whether this La Liga powerhouse can rebound from the bottom and defeat the visiting Real Madrid in a pitiful manner, preventing Madmanly from winning 10 consecutive league games. The Turkish shooter Nihat in the Yellow Submarine team is considered by the media to be the first candidate to bring a surprise to the Galaxy battleship. In this game, Lee Tongfan did not continue to choose the substitute lineup. The main hammers who had been resting on the bench all played. In the end, Real Madrid defeated the Submarine 1-0 and achieved 10 consecutive victories in the season, while the Submarine suffered a devastating 5 consecutive losses. The only goal of the whole game occurred in the 16th minute of the game. The bald man Cannavaro received Beckham's corner kick and scored. The captain of the Italian national team finally got his wish and scored his first goal since joining Real Madrid. Of course, for Real Madrid, the game was not smooth sailing. In the 10th minute, the team's flag-ranking Raul sprained his thigh without confrontation and could not continue the game. He was replaced by Van Nistelrooy. In the next 80 minutes, the Galaxy battleships bombarded the Submarine goal without scoring any more goals. Real Madrid's top scorer Ronaldo recovered, but still missed the goal. The sole possessed goalkeeper of the Yellow Submarine, Barbosa, was elected the best player of the match, while the Turkish striker Nihat, who was highly expected by the Catalan media before the game, was indistinguishable from the crowd. Under the joint strangulation of Joel Luca and Cannavaro, he did not cause any waves. On October 31st, Real Madrid played against Shakhtar Donetsk at home in the Champions League group match. After 90 minutes, the score on the scoreboard was 6-2. Real Madrid slaughtered the Shakhtar Donetsk again at home. Donetsk scored a long shot from Elano at the beginning of the second half. Zigelinski received Elano's free kick in the stoppage time and used his height advantage to beat Cannavaro to score a header. With 12 points in 4 wins in the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid swept away the image of weakness in the Champions League in the past with a terrifying state and advanced hand in hand with Chelsea, the Premier League giant, with 3 wins and 1 loss in 4 games. This achievement made countless Real Madrid fans excited and spread the news, and the club presidents Calderon and Mijatovic also prepared to hold a small celebration party again to celebrate Lee Tongfan and the superstars. The La Liga ended in October, and Real Madrid still stood at the top of the standings like a lone warrior, leading Barcelona by 7 points, which played 1 less game. German Schuster, who had a deep grudge against Lee Tongfan, led Getafe to continue to play the role of a dark horse, with 6 wins, 1 draw and 3 losses in 10 games and 19 points, surpassing La Liga giants such as Atletico Madrid, Real Betis and Valencia, and ranked 3rd in the scorer list. Ronaldo still leads the way in terms of total number of goals thanks to his crazy performance in September, but the best player of October was won by Real Betis Brazilian shooter Rafael Sobis. The 21-year-old Brazilian scored 7 goals in 4 games, including a hat-trick and 2 double goals. The barrel of the gun was so hot that the 3 best goals officially announced by the Spanish Football Association in October were all made by terrible Rafael. In an interview with the media, the proud Brazilian boy bluntly pointed out that the reason why Real Madrid was able to defeat Real Betis in the previous Bucero was because he had just come to the La Liga and was not yet adapted to the rhythm of European football. But the next time they meet, He and his teammates will beat Real Madrid into a hopeless situation and let the crazy Lee, who has no respect for others, taste what failure is like. Beckham and Robinho were respectively elected the second and third best players of the month for their outstanding performance in the Champions League. Lee Tongfan and his Real Madrid are still making great strides. In the November schedule, they will face 3 strong opponents: Sevilla, Atletico Madrid and Chelsea. All eyes will be on Mourinho's revenge battle at home on November 22nd and the Madrid derby on November 25th! 43-year-old madman Mourinho and 47-year-old Atletico Madrid coach Aguirre, the fury of the revenge battle of the Magic Bird and the passion of the Madrid regional derby. Who can stop the legendary road of 22-year-old Lee Tongfan? Thank you for the ideas given in the book review area. Xiaodao has been inspired a lot. Recent articles do lack passion and contradictions. Let Xiaodao slowly give everyone passion. Also, there are quite a few books on the shelves in the new month, and there are also enthusiastic book fans who leave messages asking about the shelf matters of this book. It will be strongly promoted next Monday, and it will probably be on the shelves after the strong promotion. I hope that friends who like football Modifier can leave monthly ticket for Xiaodao or something. Thank you. Chapter 103 Salute to the Triple Crown. Early morning. Boom. The office door was kicked open without mercy. Lee Tongfan, who was sitting on a big leather swivel chair writing and drawing, was frightened to death. What kind of hammer is itching to kick the laborers again? When I looked up, I saw a guy with a history of kicking the door. Team Dr. Gonzalez Li Fengfeng rushed into the office angrily and stood in the room shaking, as if a wire had been inserted into his whole body. Same. His big rosacea nose was red with excitement. Miracle. Lee, from today on, I will not take your surname. I will take the surname Yi. My name will be Gonzalez Yi. It is simply a miracle. Gonzalez Y. Okay. Lee has to admit that Team Dr. Gonzalez, who has a big rosacea, is a standard house slave with 3 surnames. But if you change your surname, will you be so excited to kick in the coach's door? Example. Fasting. Chinese Kung Fu. A miracle. Before old Lee could get angry, Gonzalez moved his arms and legs and performed a very non-standard slow motion version of the roundhouse kick. Lee, you the physical fitness coach at Ouyun introduced is amazing. The acupuncture technique is amazing. The Chinese are amazing. Bang. Boom. Wow. Before Gonzalez could finish explaining his excitement, Rosacea's words were interrupted by a few crisp sounds. It turned out that the roundhouse kick he just couldn't hold back had hit the clothes hanger in the room, and the clothes hanger suddenly disappeared. It swayed in a circle, fell down smoothly, and hit the blue porcelain water glass on Lee Tongfan's desk. Then this old Lee Tongfan's precious water glass scraped off the table and broke into pieces. Lee Tongfan looked at Gonzalez with an innocent expression without saying a word, and slowly stood up to release his anger. Hey, why did the hanger fall over? The cup was broken too? Oh, let's get down to business. Lee, I'm here to tell you that Sergio and Gonzalez are both ready to play. Yi Yang's acupuncture technique cured them. Here is their latest medical report. When Rosacea saw that he was in trouble, he dropped the Ramus and all inspection reports and ran away. It's Ouyun Acupuncture. Opening the physical examination report, it was written in great detail. All the physical data of Raul and Ramus, who had strained their thighs, had fully recovered, especially Ramus, who had long hair and had chronic muscle injuries that were expected to take more than 3 months to fully recover. The strain has completely disappeared. At the end of the report, Gonzalez optimistically estimated that this guy will be able to charge forward before mid-November. As for all, although the injury caused in the last game was not serious, he still had to rest for at least a week. But Gonzalez's report made it very clear that Raul was fully able to play. From the time Raul was injured to now, less than 2 days had passed. What created this miracle was the acupuncture technique that Gonzalez called Ouyun's acupuncture. Leoli lifted up the coat hanger that was kicked by Team Dr. Gonzalez, cleaned up the broken pieces of porcelain cups on the floor, and thought to himself, when did this bastard at Ouyun learn the inexplicable acupuncture technique? Acupuncture, sir. Chinese medicine and acupuncture, right. Night. Grand Hotel Madrid. The lobby of the hotel is crowded with people drinking and drinking. At the entrance of the hotel, Countless reporters are squatting dedicatedly on the steps, among the flowers, and in the parking lot, holding high-power cameras in their hands, like puppies waiting for meat and bones. Whenever someone drives over, there will be a burst of news. White flashes of light flashed like silver snakes. It was a night of wanton indulgence. Club executives such as Uncle Calderon and Uncle Mijatovic held a banquet here to entertain all the players and staff of the Real Madrid first team. Cheers to a fantastic September and October. Applause. Uncle Calderon, his face glowing red, stood in the middle of the hall and frequently raised his glass. The Scarlet Raffi moistened the corner of the old lawyer's mouth. Mijatovic was walking back and forth among the crowd. His long back hair like Mao Zedong's hair was combed meticulously. Glittery. Li Tongfan was wearing a black casual suit and hiding in the corner of the hall eating and drinking. Not all team members came to attend the celebration banquet. In addition to familiar hammers, there were also many dignitaries, celebrities, and beauties from Madrid. Although Li Tongfan had been in charge of the team for more than 3 months, apart from chatting with the media, Li Tongfan also it seems that he has not integrated himself into the upper class society. His polite greetings and false smiles make Laoli feel a little dizzy. Sitting opposite Laoli was a short-skinned Chinese young man who ate the same food in an indecent manner. Young man, how good are your acupuncture skills like your father's? Are you sure about the injuries of Roland Ramos? Don't worry about the sequelae of being in the limelight. Any attacker in the first team of the team will take a leg. Mao, I can't even afford to pay for selling you. The young man completely ignored Laoli's painstaking teachings and stuffed a small cherry snack into his mouth. It's yours, old cat. I didn't expect that. After being a celebrity for so long, you still don't have any of the girly looks of your mother-in-law. Change? You can rest assured that I, Ito Yun, will do the work. Farmers over there often get minor injuries like this when they chase dogs and hunt rabbits. After 3 injections, everything will be fine. Old cat is Li Tongfan's nickname in high school, and shabby youth is Li Tongfan's consistent name for Ito Yun. Oh, then I'm relieved. Let's do this. The 250 yuan you owe me. Hearing this, Ito Yun suddenly looked contemptuous. 250? They are all celebrities. Do you still remember this pile of stinky shit that was dried 30 years ago? Damn, I'll pay it back tomorrow. Leo. Li was furious. Your uncle, the money owed is still reasonable, right? Should celebrities not pay back the money they owe? Although 250 is a small amount, it is still the hard-earned money of labor and management. Just as he was about to rebel and demand payment, suddenly thunderous applause came from the hall. Everyone stood up straight and looked at the two of them with wine glasses in hand. Uncle Calderon raised his glass with a red face and said, "Dilly, everyone, are you waiting for you to speak?" Speech. Well, as the leader of the team, as the most popular new head coach in Europe, and as one of the focus figures of this celebration banquet, it would be unreasonable for Li Tongfan not to say a few words before heading towards the 7 major players in the center of the hall. During the small steps, Li Tongfan finally scratched his forehead and came up with a few words that would make him stand out. Humph, clear your throat first, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming here. Li Tongfan raised his glass slightly. Thank you for coming here to pay tribute to the future Triple Crown winner Real Madrid. Triple Crown. There was silence in the venue, and people stared blankly at Li Tongfan, who made an astonishing statement in the center of the hall. I know that from the beginning of the season, there are people waiting to see our jokes. It's a pity that they were disappointed. And what I want to say is that they will be desperate in the next games, because Crazy Lee will always be, won't fail. Laoli raised his wine glass and took a sip of the red liquid in a personable manner and added intoxicatedly, I really like this nickname given to me by the media. Finally, I salute the champion. Long live Real Madrid. He is indeed a lunatic. It is said that Chinese people are courteous and modest. Why is it not reflected in this lunatic? After a brief silence in the hall, the foreigners applauded warmly like frightened elk. The players of the first team screamed and applauded their leader. Li Tongfan's direct descendants such as Modric, Joel, Luka and Juan Mata were instantly carried away by a kind of emotion called blind worship. Uncle Calderon also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this crazy and rebellious coach didn't say anything that would make him stand down. Thank God. Assistant coach Brad looked at the arrogant Leoli from the edge of the crowd, gulping down the juice in his hand. Hedon Lion's wife forbade him to drink, feeling so happy that he was ecstatic. Of course, some people didn't buy it. Ito Yun stared at the ceiling of the hall and thought to himself, strange, why hasn't a thunder struck down and killed this pretentious guy? Lee Tongfan's words are tantamount to officially telling everyone that his goal this season is to win the Supreme Triple Crown. After participating in I Have a Question for You and proposing the goal of double crowns in the league and the Champions League, the King's Cup will be held again at this banquet. Being booked by him, this straightforward and unabashed declaration pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. After this, Captain Raw was also invited to speak. Of course, the gentle King of the Rings will not show off like Leoli. After thanking the party, the country and the distinguished guests as usual, Raw expressed his strongest support for Coach Lee Tongfan in a serious manner. Everyone respects him. The boss said he wants to win the treble. I have no doubt about it. It is an incredible pleasure to work with him. The boss knows what we need and yes, I fully support the boss. It's our job, that's why we always win. Applause. Then, there was an episode. At the end of his speech, Raw suddenly mentioned Ito Yun. Ito's ability is amazing. Acupuncture is really amazing. Some people previously suspected that the boss signed Ito for personal reasons. I can tell everyone that this is all for Real Madrid. Long live Real Madrid. With Raw's status in Real Madrid saying this, newcomer Ito Yun's position within the team is considered stable. We must know that many football stars often refuse treatment by team doctors because of their distrust of team doctors. This kind of nonsense is most likely to cause internal conflicts within the team. Now that the Lord of the Rings has spoken, there is no need for Leoli to show off as a head coach in future work, and Ito Yun's work will proceed smoothly. People were surprised by Raw's high praise for Crazy Lee. This was the first time that Real Madrid's legendary captain praised a coach he had worked with so highly. They were even more surprised by Lee Tongfan's absolute control over Real Madrid's locker room. Look at the respect on their faces in the hall. Looking at the players in charge, you can know that these hammers will execute every tactical deployment and decision making of Crazy Lee without hesitation during the game. A sage once said that it is not difficult to defeat the enemy, but what is difficult is to convince your allies. In the past 3 short months, Madman Lee not only conquered the enemy, but also conquered everyone around him. At the end of the banquet, the potbelly dignitaries and team staff evacuated one after another, leaving the excited players to have a wild time. Although Lee Tongfan also wanted to leave, a woman stayed behind. Elizabeth Carrerina. Well, Xiodeo is really not good at primary school mathematics. Thank you guys for your ideas. The knife can clear the clouds and reveal the sun. Regarding whether pig's feet will fail, hey, what do you think? The wretched pig's feet are invincible. Chapter 104. Terror in Madrid. One careless move, and the whole game is lost. Nan Zongchen looked at the online mobs who were cursing, turning over the ancestors like the tide of Kayantang River in February, gnashing his teeth, and smoked more than a dozen Havanas in just half an hour. The middle-aged fat man who was used to using his power to suppress others realized that Lee Tongfan was simply a tiger's butt. He couldn't touch it. This time he failed to steal the chicken, but got into trouble. Today, even the leaders of the General Administration of Sports began to inquire about this matter. It is said that the son of a big shot was actually a crazy glutton. He broke a cup with the old man that night. Because of this matter, the power of personal worship is killing people. Nan Zongchen had to temporarily put aside the idea of revenge on Lee Tongfan in his heart. The mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and we will ride the donkey to watch the opera. See you later. In this storm that came and went quickly, Lee Tongfan had not yet come forward to make a statement, and the buds of the conspiracy had been strangled in the cradle by the crazy gluttons. The reputation of the Football Association in China became increasingly bad. Fatty Nan did not get a penny of benefit except for portraying his already deeply rooted image of a treacherous villain. The Football Association and Lee Tongfan also had a real feud, but that is a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Madrid, Spain. When Lee Tongfan figured out what happened in China, he looked up at the alarm clock on the wall. It was already past 3 AM. He wanted to run FM 2007 again to see if the dissatisfaction of the Italian bad boy Cassano had decreased after the recent games, but he was too enthusiastic and just lay down on the bed and slept with his clothes on. When he woke up the next day, Wang King had already gone out. The little girl was busy shooting illustrations for her Madrid travel notes recently, and she was out early and came back late, and there was no sign of her. Because the celebration party last night was very late, Tongfan simply gave the first team hammers a day off before leaving, so there was no need to rush to Madrid Sports City today. Leoli had to do another thing. Paul, the director of the Borgacci law firm, called Leoli to tell him that the registration of Shining Red Star had been fully approved, and Li Tongfan needed to take time to handle the formalities. The matter was handled smoothly, and the required information had been submitted before. Li Tongfan only needed to pay the later fees. In order to please Leoli, the American introduced a very good office space, an office building for rent less than 15 minutes drive from the Bernabeu Stadium. The original owner of the office building was a client of Borgacci. Because the company's headquarters withdrew from Spain due to business changes, the house happened to be vacant. In the central area of Madrid, where every inch of land is valuable, it is really not easy to find such an office building, and the rent is relatively cheap. Paul drove Leoli to the original site for an inspection, and Li Tongfan immediately signed a 1-year lease contract. In this way, Li Tongfan really owed the Americans a big favor. The agency shell was established, and since Li Tongfan could only get the relevant qualifications to manage the company after half a year, recruiting staff became a top priority. According to Li Tongfan's idea, at this stage, only 3 or 4 elite employees with professional qualifications were needed. As Jehu said, what is the most valuable thing in the world today? Talent. If Shining Red Star wants to survive in the fierce competition, the most basic guarantee is, of course, to be able to sign excellent players. Forget about the famous big name stars for the time being, as they have long been divided up by the wolf-like agent predecessors. The company's focus is on those young monsters who are still struggling in the mountains and waters. Holding the FM 2007 scout tool is like the supreme killer magic mirror in the investiture of the gods. Even if you are an Ethiopian refugee, as long as the system determines that you have a superior football talent, then you can wait to be supported by Shining Red Star. The reason why Li Tongfan founded Shining Red Star is not only to let his brother get a legitimate job and make some extra money, but also to let those young guys with real football talent be discovered at the first time, choose the most suitable club for them to receive training, and clear all obstacles on their way to becoming superstars. This can be regarded as the maximum surplus value of the FM 2007 system. The idea is simple, but it is a long job to do it. If Li Tongfan is asked to do it himself, it is estimated that Leoli will be exhausted in 2 or 3 days just to recruit employees and build a team. Fortunately, the business of the Borgacci law firm is extensive, and the cooperation in the early stage is so pleasant. Leoli is very relieved to hand over this matter to the American Paul to handle it. Of course, it is all paid business. On November 4th, the first game of the 11th round of the La Liga will be played at home. Real Madrid will face Deportivo La Coruña, which tied Barcelona away in the last round of the league. The fact that they can tie the defending champion Barcelona at Camp Nou shows that Deportivo La Coruña is a good team. This team from the Galicia Autonomous Region has created an infinitely glorious Super La Coruña era in the La Liga. From 1992 to 2004, Deportivo La Coruña won 1 La Liga championship, 4 La Liga runner-ups, and 3 La Liga third places. It has participated in the UEFA Champions League for 5 consecutive years and achieved outstanding results. In 2004, the UEFA points ranking once jumped to 5th place among European clubs. Super Depor is appreciated by a large number of fans for its gorgeous playing style, and is full of passion for frequently creating miracles. It won the runner-up in the second year, after being promoted to La Liga, in 2002. It defeated Real Madrid in the first place, and won the King's Cup. It won the Champions League. After falling behind Paris Saint-Germain 0-3 in the league, they scored 4 consecutive goals in the second half to come back. In the 2002/03 season, they were 11 points behind the La Liga leader, and won consecutive victories, reaching the top of the list in the 33rd round. Champions League first. After losing to AC Milan 1-4 in the round, they reversed 4-0 in the second round. Super. Depor always surprises the world and makes fans unforgettable. And so far, Deportivo maintains a record that makes Real Madrid fans sleepless. 17 years of unbeaten home games against Real Madrid. So when Deportivo La Corona came to the Bernabeu Stadium with the afterglow of the post-Super Depor era, everyone was expecting this young army to bring difficulties to Crazy Lee, like they did with Barcelona in the last round. But the result of the game broke the hearts of Depor fans who had cheered and sang for them countless times. Crazy Lee's Real Madrid did not give the Galicians any chance, and the 5-0 score put an end to Depor's glory. Beckham scored twice in the 12th and 46th minutes, and Raul, Ronaldo and Cassano each scored one goal. Real Madrid continues its crazy winning streak. From its victory over Mallorca in the first round of the league on August 27 to the massacre of Deportivo La Coruna at home on November 4, its 16-game winning streak set the longest winning streak in the club's history. And now it seems that this is just the beginning of a legend. After losing to Real Madrid, Deportivo announced the dismissal of Caperes, known as the godfather of the youth army coach. The last trace of the Super Deportivo era disappeared into the dust of history. On November 8, the second leg of the fourth round of the Copa del Rey began. Real Madrid played at home against the second division team Ponferradina, which they swept 4-0 away in the first round. They started the game with a full substitute lineup. Real Madrid gave their opponents a 4-0 unchanged and ended Ponferrada's Copa del Rey journey with 8-0 in the home and away rounds. After this game, the much anticipated Beckham incident finally came to an end. Uncle McLaren put down his dignity and called on Beckham. The heartthrob will represent England for the 100th time on November 15th. The opponent is Dutch team. On November 12th, the 12th round of La Liga kicked off. Real Madrid challenged another team in Catalonia, Espanyol, in an away game. Speaking of the Spaniard, Real Madrid still has a long-standing old debt to settle. Real Madrid's biggest loss in history was thanks to the Spaniard. In the 30th round of La Liga on March 5, 1930, the Espanyol defeated Real Madrid 8-1 at home, marking an indelible shame in the glorious history of the Real Madrid club. The Spanish media specifically brought up this old account before the game. In the 76 years from 1930 to 2006, although Real Madrid defeated the Spaniards countless times at home and away, there has never been a single game above 8-1. With a huge score of 9 goals, Crazy Lee is invincible this season. Real Madrid fans hope that this new Bernabeu hero can wash away his shame. At 1900 hours on the evening of the 12th, after entering the Cornelia Stadium, Lee Tongbian made a strange gesture of pointing his fingers in the sky at the Espanyol fans, who had posted provocative slogans. The final score finally gave Real Madrid fans their wish. Ronaldo hat-trick, Raul hat-trick. Beckham scored twice from a free kick. Juan Mata and Robinho each scored a goal. Exclamation point 10:0 exclamation point. This was an incredible massacre with a huge score. After the game, when reporters asked Leoli why he pointed his fingers in the air, someone said in a very pretentious manner, "I have a hunch that this game can be won 10:0. Reporter, a terrifying 18-game winning streak. The shocked Spanish media unanimously gave Real Madrid a new nickname, Madrid of Horror. More and more people are pinning their hopes on the Madrid regional derby on the 25th and Mourinho's revenge battle on the 22nd. The whole of Europe needs a brave night to break Crazy Lee's undefeated myth. On November 13th, the draw for the 5th round of the Copa del Rey ended. The opponents drawn by Real Madrid made the lively media smile with joy. Flaws, the editor-in-chief of World Sports News, gloated and used derbies in the Copa del Rey to analyze the draw in detail. On January 7, 2007, the 5th round of the Spanish Copa del Rey will begin. The terrifying opponent of Madrid is Atletico Madrid. The 2 home and away rounds of the Copa del Rey, plus the 2 rounds in the league, means that the 2 giants in the Madrid region will have 4 bloody games in one season. January is the beginning of the league sprint, and successive fierce battles will leave opportunities for competitors. The winter break is coming soon, and the transfer market is wide open. In addition to Zio Zengte, Real Madrid has another position that needs to be added to the lineup. You are welcome to take a guess, it will be released later, so you can watch more for free. The next climax is coming soon. Put it on the shelves in the climax. Chapter 105, Crazy Lion-039's contract renewal controversy. On November 15th, the national team competition begins. Many players from Real Madrid have been recruited into the national team to fight for their country, and the most dazzling one among them is naturally David Beckham, the former captain of the national team, who has been deposed since the new Three Lions coach Uncle McLaren took office, relied on his unparalleled performance at Real Madrid this season to conquer fans all over the world, and finally won the opportunity to fight for England again. Although he entered the national team in the warm-up match with the Dutch team, the stubborn McLaren still insisted on his own opinion and did not arrange for Beckham, who was in excellent condition, to start point. However, in an interview with the media before the game, Beckham expressed his understanding of McLaren's formation. "This is a brand new national team. Every player is the best boy in England. I can work with them to serve the country. Playing for me is my dream, and the head coach's arrangement is reasonable, because I haven't worked with my new teammates after the World Cup, and it takes time to integrate into the team." Facts have proved that the stubborn McLaren once again suffered retribution, and the hard-working Beckham is the one worthy of God's favor. In the first half of the game, the Netherlands relied on goals from midfielder Rafael van der Vaart and forward Ruud van Nistelrooy to lead the England team 2-0 early. McLaren's lamp of the midfield lineup of Germany, Gerrard, Nate Phillips and Theo Walcott could not create any decent scoring opportunities at all in the face of the smooth cooperation of the Dutch team. Forwards Zio Rowney and Heskey were lost in the Dutch team heating in the muscle forest by John Heitinga, Van Bronckhorst and others. At the beginning of the second half, England suffered another heavy blow. The Dutch team got a free kick opportunity in the front court. Ajax star Sneijder to hit the goal from a distance, rewriting the score to 3:0! England is pushed to the edge of the cliff. Finally, in the 66th minute, McLaren made the wisest substitution since he became the national team coach. Number 13 Walcott came off, and number 45 David Beckham came on. Although he was assigned to the wing and was not in the defensive midfielder position he was familiar with in Real Madrid this season, Beckham still performed a good show to turn the tide in just over 20 minutes, first using the flag in the 4th minute after coming on the court. The decisive full moon scimitar got a goal back for England, and then in the 88th and 92nd minutes, two 45-degree diagonal passes from the wing assisted Rooney to score point 3:3! Including injury time. In just 27 minutes, this man named David Beckham single-handedly brought the world's 5th-ranked Dutch windmill back to earth from heaven. A miracle happened at the last moment. Even Uncle McLaren, who was extremely unfavorable to Beckham, couldn't help but jump to the sidelines and raise his arms in cheers. At the post-match press conference, McLaren expressed satisfaction with the team's performance. When a reporter asked about Beckham's position, Uncle McLaren changed his mind. "I must admit that I made a mistake in personnel selection. David is the kind of player that every manager in the world dreams of. He is the best captain in England's history and will continue to lead the national team to victory in subsequent games." In fact, the middle-aged Uncle McLaren figured it out when Beckham scored the first free kick. There was no need for him to struggle with the team's record. Beckham's performance had proven that he could bring victory to the team. Why would you reject such a player? Beckham, who was named the best player of the match, readily accepted the olive branch offered by McLaren. Of course, Beckham did not forget to thank someone when he was interviewed by reporters. "The outstanding performance of the club gave me the opportunity to return to the country, opportunity to play. Lee is an incredible coach. Every decision he makes will have an incredible impact. I heard that the club only signed a 1-year contract with Lee. This is a fatal mistake. I hope Lee can stay Real Madrid." When someone saw this interview in front of the TV, he bit his tongue in excitement. National team games are a feast for fans, but a moderate disaster for clubs, so much so that people often use the term FIFA virus to describe such a match day. Real Madrid suffered a lot of injuries due to the FIFA virus on November 15th. The Italian bald man Cannavaro, who has played all the games this season, sprained his ankle in the match between Italy and the United States, and was sidelined for 3 weeks. The absence of the main central defender in the critical period makes Real Madrid's next devilish schedule full of variables against Sevilla, Chelsea and Atletico Madrid. What's even more embarrassing is that Real Madrid's current camp lacks a strong centre-back who can serve as Cannavaro's substitute. Mesha was sold to Benfica by Leoli at the beginning of the season, although Comrade Pavin, who was famous for his famous Pavin plus Zidane policy during the Florentino period, still stubbornly stayed at the Bernabeu. But in Leoli's eyes, this guy's also a piece of mud who can't stand up to the wall. He has been sent to Castile to hang out with a bunch of kids whose average age is less than 18 years old. After much thought, only Ramos, the long-haired hammer who had just recovered miraculously under Ito Yun's acupuncture, was capable of playing as a central defender temporarily. However, in the long run, an excellent central defender substitute who is ready to sit on the bench for the revolutionary cause must be found as soon as possible. Of course, with Lee Tongbum's character, it would be best if there was a suitable little demon. However, it is worth mentioning that Real Madrid's troubles are not limited to this. Beckham accidentally mentioned the contract issue of head coach Lee Tongbum in an interview with reporters after the friendly match with the Netherlands, which caused an uproar. The media suddenly realized that this was a topic that was definitely worth hyping. Less than 24 hours later, all of Europe began to pay attention to the renewal of Crazy Lee. There are less than 7 months left before the contract expires, but Crazy Lee is not in a hurry to negotiate a contract extension with Real Madrid. It is said that the crazy coach hopes to increase his salary from 2.5 million to 10 million with his outstanding record, but the club's top executives Calderon and Mijatovic said they could not accept it, and the two sides fell into a tug-of-war. French L'Equipe. Inter Milan's owner Moratti is dissatisfied with Mancini's failure to make a breakthrough in the Champions League. The Italian oil tycoon has set his sights on Crazy Lee, who has performed crazy this season. It is said that Inter Milan's transfer manager Blanc has secretly flown to Madrid 3 times to discuss with Lee Tongbum's agent the possibility of the Chinese coaching Inter Milan next season. As long as Crazy Lee is willing, he can get a huge contract worth 20 million euros for 4 years, and Inter Milan is also very happy to get this coach who has not lost in official matches since he took over for free. Italian Gazzetta dello Sport. Manchester United godfather Ferguson highly praised Lee Tongbum's work in Real Madrid, saying that he was very satisfied with the warm-up match at the beginning of this season. The match against Real Madrid was very impressive. Media commentators believe that Lee Tongfan is the right person to take over the Red Devils dynasty after Sir Alex Ferguson retires. England's The Times. The most special one is that his days at Chelsea are not easy. Not only has the Portuguese failed to win the coveted Big Ear Cup for the Russian boss for 4 consecutive years, but he has also had a fierce conflict with Abramovich over the position of the new player Shevchenko this season. There are rumors that Abramovich, who likes new things and hates old things, is ready to change the Blues, change the head coach, and the candidate is the Crazy Lee who defeated Mourinho in the Bernabeu. Daily Telegraph. Overnight, Lee Tongbum found himself completely in the spotlight. In the mouths of the media, it seemed that the football giants in the world had become unsatisfied sluts, blowing kisses to him one after another, wanting to have some unspoken relationship with him. Even the German kicker, which has always been rigorous in its style, has planned a special issue to analyze which giant Lee is most likely to coach next season. Lee Tongbum was extremely depressed. Of course, the reason for his depression was not that he was innocently raped by the media, although so far no giant has ever reported seducing him, but with the media fanning the flames, so far Mr. Calderon has not had the slightest intention of discussing the contract renewal with him. Is he really waiting for him to quit? The day before the team played against Sevilla at home, assistant coach Greed privately asked Lee Tongbum whether he would leave Real Madrid. Greed found it difficult to understand why the club had not renewed the contract with Old Lee. After a period of cooperation, Old Greed had long been an admirer of the young coach. From a personal perspective, Greed hoped that old Lee could stay in Real Madrid forever. The Hammers of the first team also had the same concerns as Greed. Raul and Guti tactfully urged the club to renew the contract with the coach as soon as possible when they were interviewed by reporters, while Ronaldo and Beckham and other direct descendants of Lee Tong-bum said bluntly, "The reason why we can play 100 times more than the previous seasons is because of the arrival of Lee Tong-bum. If the club does not keep the coach as soon as possible, we may reconsider our choice." The young players who have no say, such as Joel, Luka and Modric, can only express their concerns. Even Cassano, who expressed dissatisfaction with old Lee some time ago, unexpectedly stood on the side of Lee Tong-bum. Calderon's reaction was just to hold a press conference, claiming that Crazy Lee was the club's wealth, and that the board would renew his contract as soon as possible, but there was no actual action. No, first, let me say that I made a mistake. The opponent on November 18th was Sevilla. I wrote Atletico Madrid in the last chapter. I'll make a correction point finally. I'll be rolling around again and asking for recommendations. Let Xiodeo stay on the recommendation list for a while longer. The position I mentioned yesterday was exactly the central defender. If anyone guessed it right, I'll give him an extra 15 yuan reward later. But what about the specific candidate? Keep going. Chapter 106 Deal with this evil spirit. Lee Tongfan was disappointed with the snail-like slow response of the club's top management. Very disappointed. Leo Lee never thought about eating a big fat man in one breath, as the media said, raising the annual salary from 2.5 million euros to 10 million. Even if the annual salary remains unchanged, Leo Lee will not have any complaints. After all, every week now Real Madrid has paid itself enough money to spend for several years from the heart. Leo Lee likes everything now, likes every team staff he has come into contact with, and likes every first team player who charges under his command. If nothing happens, Lee Tongfan hopes that he can continue to work like this. Creating a great dynasty is not just a slogan, but the essence of this incident is not about money, but about value. The club's senior management lacks sufficient respect for a head coach who has led the team to 18 consecutive victories and a head coach who has been recognized throughout Europe. This is the reason for Lee Tongfan's disappointment. So someone was so indignant that he squatted at the foot of the bedroom wall and drew countless circles and curses. Fuck Calderon for his uncle, and Mijatovic for his grandma. The two of them were killing each other. Oh no, they were bastards who were trying to burn bridges. Hurry up and go home for dinner with your mother. However, although Lee Tongfan is full of gangsterism, he also understands that the most basic professional ethics as a head coach is not to bring personal emotions into work. In order to keep the morale of the military stable, Lee Tongfan specially issued a statement in the column "Dissatisfaction with the authoritarianism of Marca. I have not been invited to coach by any club. From July 1st, 2006 to June 29th, 2007, I will continue to serve Real Madrid. At the same time, I promise that I will never reach an agreement with any club during this period. Coaching agreement. I love Real Madrid. Long live Madrid." Lee Tongfan's sensational statement moved countless Real Madrid fans. In order to show their support for the head coach, some crazy fans even proposed to the Madrid city government to designate November 18th every year as Madman Day, and the first team players finally temporarily turned their attention back to La Liga, because Real Madrid's devilish schedule in the second half of November is about to begin. On November 18th, Real Madrid faced La Liga powerhouse Sevilla at home. The Andalusian Giants have been a disaster this season. Although they defeated Barcelona in a penalty shootout in the European Super Cup at the beginning of the season, and won the European Super Cup trophy for the first time in history, this good state did not extend to the league. After 12 rounds of La Liga, Sevilla ranks 16th in the league standings with 11 points from 12 games, 2 wins, 5 draws and 5 losses, only 1 point away from the relegation zone. In such a bad state, even the most imaginative person would not pin their hope of stopping Horror Madrid on Sevilla. Not to mention that Real Madrid has the advantage of home court. Everyone is waiting for a one-sided massacre. Before the game even started, the cameraman carefully pointed the camera at the stands, where Real Madrid fans put up slogans in support of Lee Tong-bum. As long as Crazy Lee is retained, 10 million annual salary is nothing. Crazy Lee equals must win. The New king of the Bernabeu, please stay. The on-site commentator also joined the sensational group. I'm very happy because I have reached an agreement with the fans. That is, to keep Lee Tong-biam. You know, no one except the opponents does not like a coach like Lee. If the god of victory at the Bernabeu is allowed to leaving, would be the biggest mistake the club has made this century. Hey, Mr. Calderon, did you see the slogans posted by the fans? Next, Lee Tongfan waved to the fans in the stands after entering the stadium, pushing the game that had not yet started to its first climax. The fans' cheers were like rolling spring thunder throughout the Bernabeu night, and countless people in the stands bend down and bow, just like the most devout believers worshipping their gods. King, 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 push, push, push. Amid the huge noise, the referee Cesar Fernandez blew the whistle, announcing that the 12th round of the 2006-07 La Liga season, Real Madrid's home game against Sevilla, had officially begun. Although Sevilla, with a poor record, is now a fallen phoenix, it still has Luis Fabiano, Conaut, Navas and Daniel in its team. Daniel Alves and Adriano and other well-known people, but they cannot tolerate Leoli's carelessness. Lee Tongfan sent Real Madrid's strongest lineup on the field in an effort to defeat the enemy. The only exception is the midfielder position. Since Guti's injury has not yet recovered, Leoli put Cassano in the starting position, hoping to eliminate the dissatisfaction of the Italian bad boy in the FM 2007 system through the game point from the beginning. Real Madrid launched an unforgiving attack. In the second minute of the game, Sevilla goalkeeper Andres Palop made a rash attack and beat Beckham's long pass out of the penalty area with his fists before his own defender, but it was given to the Brazilian black. Robinho had a chance. The boy on a bicycle did not wait for the ball to hit the ground and lobbed the ball with his arch. The ball missed the Sevilla goal by just a few centimeters. The thrilling scene made Sevilla coach Juan Ramos drenched in cold sweat. I couldn't help but rush to the sidelines and roar at the crazy goalkeeper. In the past 8 minutes of the game, the Andalusian team's performance was as stable as the pundits expected. They strictly adhered to the new era *** spirit of never embarrassing their opponents since the beginning of the season, using time and time again. The mistake gave Real Madrid the opportunity to score and take the lead as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Sevilla's spirit of self-sacrifice seemed to have moved Real Madrid's hammers. The fatty alien and the King of the Rings wasted a single opportunity one after another. David Beckham's long-range shot also contributed to the air defense of Madrid. At the 9th minute, someone finally couldn't stand such a harmonious situation. We are here to compete, not to do good deeds. So why are we so modest? Look at me. So this guy used his extremely lethal elbows to bring 2 beautiful touches of bright red to the peaceful game. In the first stroke, the opponent's nose was crooked and his eyes were crooked, causing blood to flow freely. The second time, I applied for a Ruby God of War card from the black judge Fernandez as I wished. Navas takes the ball. This is a young winger with good speed and skills. Cassano fouled. The referee stopped the game. Red card. Fernandez showed Cassano the red card. Ouch. What is Cassano doing? The Italian, who has scored 4 goals and provided 6 assists for Real Madrid in the last 5 games, elbowed Sevilla player Navas in less than 10 minutes of the game. This was an unnecessary foul. Navas got the ball in the midfield. Real Madrid fell into a passive situation with 10 men. A stupid foul. Sevilla's opportunity has come. In the next 80 minutes, as long as they can perform at a normal level, Juan Ramos can get the long-awaited 3rd victory of the season. And for Real Madrid, the dream of 19 consecutive wins may have to be postponed. Maybe even God thinks it's time for Real Madrid to lose. As for Antonio Cassano, I wish him good luck. Amid boos from Real Madrid fans and cheers from Sevilla fans, the Italian bad boy walked off the field with a confused look on his face. When passing through the players' tunnel, the angry die-hard Madrid fans threw trash from the stands, like rain in June. Perhaps it was not a wise choice for Cassano to move from Rome, Italy to Madrid, Spain. Although head coach Madmanley recently gave him enough trust, Real Madrid's picky fans never seemed to really like this one. The bad boy who brought negative scandal to the team. The camera focused on the Real Madrid coaching bench. Lee Tong-bum stood up from his seat and walked to the sidelines, frowning. This is the first time we have seen such a solemn expression on Lee's face. Even if Casillas was sent off in the national derby, Lee would still be smiling, the onside commentator said in a pessimistic tone. This shows that what? Has the new king at the Bernabeu lost confidence in winning this game? In response to this man, there were a lot of scoldings from the fans. Some fanatical radicals were already rolling up their arms and sleeves, preparing to squeeze into the commentary area, to show off the commentator who dared to doubt crazily. How could His Majesty the King fail? There was a lot of noise. No one knows that the real reason, while Lee frowned and put on a death at home expression, was not because he was worried about the team losing, because the result of the game had long been predetermined by FM 2007, and now it was too late to change it. What Lee Tongfan is really worried about is Cassano's dead duck who can't stand on the shelf. If this guy has any bad thoughts, because of the boos from the fans, when he was sent off just now, then maybe the system will deduct another 5 points. What about character points? You must know that the FM 2007 system in the fourth hand IBM T30 is notoriously insidious. If this grandson seizes the opportunity, why not deduct all the wife money that Leoli finally saved? It seems that the Italian bad boy will be a disaster sooner or later. We must take advantage of the winter break to deal with this pest quickly. Leoli made up his mind after Cassano was sent off. Real Madrid, which was originally very focused on offense and light on defense, was suddenly at a disadvantage on the scene. The cunning Juan Ramos is not a fuel efficient lamp. When he saw the delicious pie falling from the sky, he immediately waved his hands to signal the Sevilla players to attack. For a moment, the cannons in front of Real Madrid's goal rumbled, and Casillas used all his magical powers to connect with high and low blocks, barely protecting the virgin body of the goal behind him point. When it comes to fighting with one less person, Real Madrid has not encountered it this season. Even if it was beaten by a strong enemy, like Barcelona with 11 on 10, the scene was never so passive. But why did they let it go today? Did Sevilla seize the opportunity and beat him like a grandson? The problem arises with David Beckham. Both the click and push rankings dropped one place. Ziodeo's heart is broken, one chapter early. By the way, the guesses of the readers in the book review area are all wrong. 15 extra points are still waiting for the owner. Readers, imagine a little more boldly, who is the little demon in the central defender? Chapter 107. When will a boy become a man? The 4-1-2-1-2 formation favored by Lee Tongfan is very offensive. The defense and interception in the midfield rely entirely on Beckham. In addition, Beckham also needs to use his excellent passing in small area, the ability to get rid of the opponent's defense in the midfield and launch a counter-attack with a long pass immediately. It can be said that the entire distribution of Real Madrid's ball rights is completely determined by Beckham. After Lee Tongfan used FM millimeters to modify it, Beckham's interception ability and dribbling skills, which were originally weak points, increased significantly, and his already world-famous precision-guided long pass and full moon scimitar stunts became even more perfect. So it is not an exaggeration to let Beckham play the role of commander in the team. But the problem in today's game lies precisely with this commander. Time is not forgiving. After all, Beckham is already an old man of the Bensi family. He has played basically all the games of Real Madrid this season. In addition, 2 days ago, he was tired of traveling back and forth to participate in the national team game. The initial reserve of physical strength was obviously not enough. After Cassano was sent off, Beckham had to directly face Sevilla's wolf-like attacking group in the front court. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was exhausted. Someone has to be replaced. Lee Tongfan turned around and glanced at the bench. He saw that each of the 7 hammers were waiting for their call with tears in their eyes. They were just squatting on the ground and wagging their tails like puppies. Leoli thought about last night in his heart. The game process was simulated using the FM 2007 system, and the final sight was fixed on the Malian black big man Mohamed Diarra. This African uncle with the appearance of the black whirlwind Lee Kui joined Real Madrid from French Ligue 1 hegemon Lyon for a sky-high price of £18 million this season. He should have become the team's number 1 midfielder and dominated La Liga. Who knew that Lee Tongfan was an evil man? Handsome Shota control created a new era of handsome waste Beckham out of nothing. So for Mohamed, the cup was placed on the coffee table. However, Madrid's interception ability is very strong. With one less player, they just put such a black mixer in the midfield. As long as Sevilla's center is mixed up, Real Madrid will definitely attack from the remaining wing. You can suppress the opponent firmly. Thinking of this, Leoli hooked his fingers lewdly at Moller's Uncle Harry. Mohamed immediately ran over with a beaming smile and explained a few tactics. After Uncle Harry warmed up, Leoli decisively changed his players. Real Madrid substitutes are warming up. Oh, it's Mohamed Diarra, the number 19 Malian player who has joined this season. This former Lion midfielder will represent Real Madrid for the first time. His Majesty the King will replace him. Who is it? Oh, God, it's David Beckham. Is Lee determined to have a draw? In the 14th minute of the game, the fourth official on the sidelines raised the electronic sign. David Beckham went down, and Mohamed Diarra went up. The task Leoli gave Diarra was very simple, with only 2 words: destruction. Destroyed Sevilla's offensive in the midfield, muddying the water in the midfield like a blender, forcing Sevilla to compete with Real Madrid on the wings. In this way, the disadvantage of one less player can be suppressed to the lowest possible level. Facts have proved that Lee Tongfan's substitution had an immediate effect. Mohamed Diarra is absolutely worthy of the Black Tornado Lee Kui-like complexion and physique that God gave him. After he came on the court, he was like a black bull in his prime, rushing back and forth with dozens of sprints and steals, disturbing the turf of the Bernabeu Stadium. Like a puddle of mud, Sevilla midfielders Paulson and Navas, after several head-to-head confrontations with Uncle Malai, immediately chose to play football in Aditya. When they see black, Paulson was originally a defensive midfielder. After Cassano was sent off, he took the opportunity to frequently dribble the ball when Real Madrid's midfielder was short of one player. Mohamed Diarra had just been replaced. For a few minutes, the Dane wanted to continue to show off his coquettish little skills and tease this nigger. Who knew that, although Diarra was muscular, his skills and awareness were not weak. After several confrontations, Bayo was easily intercepted. Urson wisely chose to retreat to his old profession of defense in the second half. As for Navas, who was placed in the attacking midfielder position by Ju and Ramos, after being knocked away by the African black uncle several times, he immediately put aside his choice and returned to his more familiar side activities. Mohamed Diarra killed everyone in a majestic manner, and Sevilla's one-man advantage disappeared in an instant. This was a substitution that turned the situation around. Mohamed relied on his amazing physical strength and defense to block Sevilla's offensive. The onside commentator, who took advantage of the situation, began to sing praises again. His Majesty the King has a keen eye and everything is under his control. Let us cheer for Real Madrid. The fans in the stands let out huge cheers in response to the commentator's initiative, as if the team they supported had won. The camera focused on the coaching bench, and people were surprised to find that His Majesty the King was not there. What happened? Where did Lee Tongfan go? Inside the Real Madrid dressing room, Antonio Cassano covered his head with a towel and sat on the chair dejectedly. At the moment of the foul, Cassano didn't know why he was crazy. He actually raised his hand and gave the opponent's number 12 player an elbow. God is my witness, I really just wanted to intercept the football. He was sent off in the 10th minute of the game. What a fucking terrible performance. Since joining the most famous club in the world during the winter break of last season, the Italian boy has never had a happy day. Every day is spent on the bench, watching being played on the pitch, and watching others accept it. The cheers of the fans, watching others hold the trophy, watching others. In Spain and Real Madrid, the Italian seems to be just a passerby. Even the fans in Madrid have not really accepted the bally boy. People only pay attention to Cassano going to the bar again, and Cassano going to seduce female models again. Yes, Cassano had another conflict with the head coach, and Cassano had another fight with his teammates. All in all, no one here will pay attention to what an excellent player Cassano is on the court. The arrogant Spaniard seems to prefer to treat himself with a gesture of appreciating farce. It seems that what football brings to me is no longer happiness, but bit by bit of torture. At this time, bang bang, someone knocked lightly on the door. Cassano slowly raised his head. It was head coach Lee Tongbium, for this man who was called Crazy Lee by the media, although Cassano had complained and cursed privately at the beginning of the season because he could not play. The events of the past month have completely changed the Italian. He came up with the idea and started 5 consecutive games, allowing him to play his favorite midfielder position. His super performance of 4 goals and 6 assists once allowed Cassano to rediscover the joy of football games, but today's stupid red card completely ruined everything. Cassano understood very well that in the first period of the Devils' schedule in late November, on the way to a record 19-game winning streak, a red card in the first 9 minutes was enough to change everything. Just like the wings of a butterfly in Tokyo, Japan, if he is thrown into the cold palace because of this, Cassano will have no complaints. Hey, it's just a red card, just be careful next time. Lee Tongfan leaned at the door of the locker room and casually enlightened Cassano. People under the eaves had to lower their heads. Leoli had to humbly appease this Italian pest at the first time, otherwise who knows what tricks the FM 2007 system would play. Alas, this head coach is really frustrated. Cassano was a little surprised. The towel covering his head fell to the ground without noticing. 1. Just a red card? Isn't he angry? This is not Madman Lee's vindictive style of violating the law and enforcing the law strictly. Last time, after Deputy Captain Casillas received a red card in the game, he was ordered to conduct an internal review and was fined an additional 2 weeks' salary. The Italian bad boy didn't know what to say, and the head coach's unexpected reaction left him scratching his head. The harsh football environment in Spain may not be a good choice for you. The arrogant Madrid people are more willing to pay attention to your private life. The Bernabeu Stadium has become a burden for you, and every move will be magnified countless times by the media. You are only 24 years old. Maybe we should consider changing the environment. Lee Tongfan's hidden foxtail is finally exposed. Are you trying to drive me away? Cassano lowered his head and thought of the angry boos from the fans in the stands and the trash thrown down like raindrops when he passed the players' tunnel just now. Of course, you can stay. When Lee Tongfan saw that the bad boy didn't talk to him, he immediately put on a face that was as pure and sincere as the September sunshine in Berry Harbor. I will continue to give you opportunities to prove yourself. Maybe the Bernabeu will be true. One day there will be applause for you. Who knows? Cassano didn't answer. At this moment, there was a burst of earth-shattering cheers from outside. Lee Tongfan raised his wrist and looked at the time. If he remembered correctly, it was already time for the first goal scored. He must quickly return to the coaching bench to command the team. As for Cassano, Leoli sighed. He has done all he can do. As a head coach, to comfort a player who made a mistake in such a low voice is not considered a successor. It can be considered unprecedented, right? To be honest, if Cassano is determined to stay, Leoli is willing to continue to give him opportunities. After all, the talent and aura of the Italian bad boy cannot be ignored. Guti is old, Modric is still young, and Cassano is a good choice. I just have to find a way to change the bad boy's temper. Damn it, why doesn't FM millimeters have the function of modifying the player's personality? I was still too soft-hearted, but when I saw the dejected look on this hammer, I forgave him easily. When Lee Tongfan thought of this, he stopped fussing, patted Cassano on the shoulder, turned around and left the locker room. Bally boy, when will you become a man? Leoli didn't know that after he left the locker room amidst the cheers of the fans outside, Cassano said in a low voice, "Boss, thank you. Congratulations. To you Zilao and Wu Lanfu, Xiaodao is trying to get peak in this quiz. Let's see if Cassano leaves Real Madrid. Let's talk about the updates. Chapter 1 in the morning will be before 1 o'clock, and Chapter 1 before 9 o'clock in the evening. If the code is finished early, it will be updated in advance. Chapter 108, the Greed family has a head and lion. When Lee Tongfan walked out of the player tunnel, the cheers of the Madrid fans had not stopped. The stands turned into a sea of white, with colorful slogans and flags printed with the Madrid team emblem, venting the excitement of 70,000 people. On the electronic scoreboard in the center of the stadium, the red Arabic numerals are bright and eye-catching: 1:0 exclamation point in the 28th minute of the first half of the game. Robinho made a pass from the wing, and Ruud van Nistelrooy scored in front of the goal, breaking the deadlock for Real Madrid, who faced 10 people. That's why fans cheer. Van Nistelrooy's goal benefited from a pass from winger Robinho. His Majesty the King used engineer midfielder Mohamed Diarra to suppress Sevilla's central attack. Then he regained control of the game through the lightning-fast wing advance. This is a magical substitution that determines the outcome of the game. The game continues. Sevilla tried many times to open up the offensive line in the middle of the stadium, but always failed in front of the iron wall cast by Uncle Molly. Until the end of the first half, Ramos' team failed to create a decent score. Compared with opportunities, Real Madrid relied on Real and Robinho to frequently cross positions and cross from the wing, allowing the team's center Van Nistelrooy to get many good shooting opportunities. During the halftime break, Juan Ramos adjusted his tactics and adopted a shameless tactic of treating others with their own medicine, making full use of the technical speed of Navas. Adriano and Daniel Alves started to attack from the wing with Real Madrid, which slightly improved Sevilla's scene. Unfortunately, the goddess of victory finally chose regular customer Real Madrid after playing tricks for most of the game. In the 79th minute of the second half, white winger Reis took advantage of the gap left by Alves' assistant pass down. In the middle, the king of the small penalty area once again showed his power, using an incredible small angle shot to blast away the goal guarded by Palop. .0 exclamation point Sevilla is hopeless. In the last 10 minutes of the game, Sevilla made a crazy counter-attack, but in the end it did not cause much trouble. As the referee says, a Fernandez blew too short, 1 long and 3 whistles, the game officially ended. In the highlight of the 13th round of La Liga, Real Madrid defeated Sevilla 2-0 at the Bernabeu at home. After the game, Cassano's red card and crazy Lee substitutions during the game became the focus of discussion. The difference is that Leoli received overwhelming flattery, while Cassano was unsurprisingly criticized by the Spanish media. Crazy Lee protested against the media's behavior during an interview with Carlos Ruben, his dogleg and marker. I don't agree with the media's view that someone like Antonio can contribute 4 goals to the team in 5 games. A phenomenal player who scored 6 goals and provided 6 assists deserves enough respect. I hope the fans can cheer and applaud the Italian midfielder. As for the red card, it was just a small accident. Antonio will do it in the future. Improve yourself during the competition. Of course, protecting one's calf in front of outsiders is a virtue. It would be foolish to remain so innocent in front of one's own baby. Therefore, in the team summary after the game, Lee Tongfan still criticized the Italian bad guys unceremoniously. The boys' excess of behavior in the game is based on Casillas' experience. It is necessary to deduct Cassano's salary for 2 weeks. This is a habit that Lee Tongfan developed from FM 2007. As long as there is that blind hammer who dares to apply for the Ruby God of War card in the game, then wait and save money for the club. After 13 rounds of the league, Real Madrid ranks first in the standings with a record of 13 wins. The second and third place are Barcelona with 11 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss in 13 games with 34 points, and Barcelona with 8 wins, 2 draws and 3 losses in 13 games with 26 points. Real Betis, the dark horse Getafe some time ago, is, after all, a small club with insufficient foundation. After 13 rounds, it has slipped from 3rd to 5th. Valencia came up from behind and squeezed into the top 4 position. Since Real Madrid was going to London, England on November 22nd to challenge the giant Chelsea, currently ranked first in the Premier League standings. After the game with Sevilla, Lee Tongfan unexpectedly did not take a day off for the team. The next day goes straight to light physical training and tactical explanations for Chelsea. Of course, the actual person in charge of all this is Comrade Grade, the assistant coach whose tactics has reached a full value of 20. Leoli moved the bench and held his notebook. He crowded among a group of hammers attentively and listened carefully to the lecture. When the old man got to the key points, carefully record them one by one. The Hammers originally wanted to be lazy, but when they saw how serious the head coach was, they had no choice but to hold back and listen carefully. Who would have known that this guy Leo J actually had the idiosyncrasy of being a good teacher? He kept talking about video analysis and tactics for 4 or 5 hours, and the sun had already set towards the west point finally. Hammer could no longer sit still, and the fat alien sneaked up from below and reminded him in a low voice, "Hey, Grat, it's already half an hour overtime. You'll be late to go home." Grad raised his wrist and looked at the time. Suddenly his face changed several colors in an instant. He dropped the pointer in his hand and rushed out in a hurry. "Oops, get out of class is over. Get out of class is over." Tongfan was disrespectful and laughed lewdly among the Hammers. Everyone knew the power of the head and lion in Greed's house. If Leo J didn't go home within half an hour after finishing his daily work, what awaits him will be a human tragedy. The gloating laughter startled the tired birds that had returned to their nests in the woods around the Madrid sports city, while the paparazzi hiding outside the barbed wire fence in the distance wondered in their hearts, could it be that Madman Lady UI was victorious in the next battle of Cheyenne Wang Mountain? Is Madman Mu really so confident? Listening to this wild laughter, Real Madrid superstars might laugh their teeth out, right? Several reporters who are quick thinking have already thought of the titles of the articles that will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. Horrifying Madrid prepares easily for war. Madman Lee ignores the most special one. His defeated general still dare to speak out. The Bernabeu heroes laughed out loud when Li Tongfan returned to the villa. Wan King still hadn't come back. The little girl left a small note on the table, saying that she had made an appointment with international friends to develop and modify photos together today, and that she probably wouldn't be back in the evening, so Leo Lee didn't have to wait. International friend? It can't be some handsome Spanish guy, right? Leo Lee grumbled and bit into a few pieces of bread, returned to the bedroom, plugged in the power, turned on the 4-hand IBM, and ran FM 2007. Leo Lee was very eager to know what the system did to deal with Cassano's hammer rewards and punishments. As expected, after reading the archive, there was a system prompt sound of ding dong ding dong. During this period of competition, Leo Lee finally gained a bumper harvest in terms of character points. Ding dong, you led Real Madrid to defeat Sevilla, and the system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong, you have successfully resolved the issue of David Beckham being selected for the national team. You have once again received the gratitude of Real Madrid player David Beckham. The system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong, you have received the gratitude of Real Madrid player Mohamed Diarra, and the system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong, you have received the gratitude of Real Madrid player Antonio Cassano, and the system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong, because you have successfully eliminated the dissatisfaction of player Antonio Cassano, the system will return the 5 character points that have been deducted, and additionally reward 2 character points. Ding dong, you defeated Juan Ramos, who is ranked 28th in the system's head coach rankings. The system rewards 0.5 ability points. Ding dong, warning, warning, you now have a total of 2 ability points. If the accumulated ability points exceed 3 points, the system will automatically clear the ability points to 0. Ding dong, since the game has been running for a week, the system, having been with this insidious system for a long time, Leo Lee's originally immature heart has long been trained to be invulnerable to all kinds of poisons. Therefore, when he saw this series of various prompt boxes, Li Tongfan smiled coquettishly and picked up from the bedside table. I took out the calculator I had prepared a long time ago and slowly began to calculate this harvest. On September 23rd, the system had a balance of 85 character points, minus the 14 character points consumed during this period, to maintain the operation of the system, plus the system rewards caused by game victory and player factors, and now there is still a remaining 0.105 points left. So much. Oh my god, my character points have finally exceeded 100. We ordinary people are so happy today. The more character points accumulated, the greater the insurance for Leoli in future coaching, and it will be much easier to promote little demons and so on. Those little guys in the reserve team, who have no talent in the first place, as long as they perform well, It's not impossible to meet Lee Tongfan, who is in a good mood, and change his destiny. Even if a few more dissatisfied hammers like Kasano pop up, Leoli won't be frightened for a long time. The life of a young rich man is great. In essence, Leoli is a prodigal man. When his character points increase, he becomes panicked and extremely depressed. Well, speaking of Kasano, Leoli suddenly discovered that he seemed to have taken advantage of the Kasano dissatisfaction incident. The 5 character points previously deducted have been fully compensated, and because he took the matter into his own hands, the process was completed satisfactorily, and the FM 2007 system in turn rewarded him with 2 points of character. In addition, in the process, he gained the gratitude of the Italian bad boy and defrauded 2 points of character. In one round, he actually made a net profit without losing any money and gained 4 points alive. The product is much more profit than the hard work of playing a game. Leoli smiled lewdly. How about instigating a few dissatisfaction incidents to defraud the system's rewards? Forget it. If it can't be solved, 5 points of character will be wasted. After counting the character points, Leoli focused on the ability points. What is Juan Ramos' ranking as a head coach in the system? What happens if the accumulated ability points exceeding 3 points will be cleared? Damn it, the system's insidious nature will not change. The mystery of Kasano's case remains to be revealed. The reward for daily guessing is 15 points. One of the origins and functions of ability points will be explained in tomorrow's chapter. This is the guessing game of this chapter, so guys, use your brains. Hey, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, System Head Coach Ranking. Since being tricked by the insidious FM 2007 system into signing a sellout binding contract, Lee Tongfan has gained a total of 3 ability points in nearly 4 months. The first point was gained after defeating Barcelona in the Spanish national match. That ability point was added by Lee to the tactical knowledge sub-item of personal mental ability in the FM 2007 system, but it did not seem to have any obvious effect later. He won 1 ability point by defeating Chelsea at home in the UEFA Champions League, 0.5 ability points by defeating Valencia in the league, and 0.5 ability points by defeating Sevilla. The question now is, why can ability points only be gained after winning these games? On the surface, there is one possible reason, that is, these teams are all powerful teams. From a probability perspective, the possibility of defeating Real Madrid in a single game is very high, but from the information given by the system prompt today, it seems that the reason is not as simple as Lee Tongfan imagined before. Juan Ramos, who is ranked 28th in the FM 2007 System Coach Rankings, System Head Coach Ranking List. This is the 3rd new term that the system has given to Leoli after the character points and ability points. Now it seems that the source of ability points should be related to this so-called System Head Coach Ranking List. Since Juan Ramos ranks 28th in the ranking list, what about Valencia head coach flaws? What about Rijkaard and Mourinho? From the analysis of the number of ability points obtained after winning these 4 games, Rijkaard and Mourinho should be at the same level, because after defeating these 2 masters, the system rewards 1 point of ability points. Relatively speaking, Flaws and Juan Ramos are slightly worse. After defeating Valencia and Sevilla, Lee Tongfan only obtained 0.5 points of ability points. As for other team coaches such as Getafe and Real Betis, it is estimated that they are at the bottom of the so-called system ranking list and cannot provide ability points. This is like killing monsters in an online game. The monsters can only provide you with experience, but if you are lucky enough to kill the boss monster, then congratulations, there is a certain chance that you can get equipment. The experience referred to here corresponds to the character points in the FM 200 system, and the so-called equipment naturally corresponds to the ability points. According to this logic, if you want to get ability points, you must start with some world-class coaches. Rijkaard was the world's best coach last year, and Magic Bird won 6 championships in 3 years. If either of these two people peed casually, it would cause a flood in European football. Although Florentino and Ramos are slightly worse than the two great gods mentioned above, these two guys are also famous young coaches who have emerged in Spanish football in recent years. Their respective team records are very good and can be regarded as famous coaches. Only by defeating famous coaches can you explode ability points. There should be no problem with this conclusion. Then, we need to carefully analyze this so-called system manager ranking. Since FM 2007 has brought up this term, there must be a ranking within the system. Can we find it? Tongfan refocused his attention on the computer screen. The system screen of FM 2007 was beautifully made, and the screen was grey-green, giving people a refreshing feeling. The entire page is divided into 8 functional areas with green borders, namely, Section 1, next game opposite, Chelsea, Mourinho date, November 22nd. 2006 location, Stamford Bridge, London last encounter, Real Madrid 3-2 Chelsea, September 12th. 2006 weather forecast, dry 8 degrees Celsius section 2, date /U 0026. Results November 12th away Espanyol, 10:0 November 18th home Sevilla, 2:0 November 18th away Chelsea, Champions League November 25th away Atletico Madrid. La Liga December 2nd home Levante, La Liga Section 3, rankings in various events Champions League, ranked first in Group A, qualified, La Liga, number 1, may end up ranking 1 to 20 Copa del Rey, round 5, versus Atletico Madrid Part 4. Champions League ranking lists the score and goal difference of the 4 teams in Group A, where Real Madrid is located so far. Part 5. Player statistics includes the top scorer, the top assists player, the player with the most single game best player, the player with the most yellow cards, the player with the most red cards, and the player with the highest average score. Part 6. Team statistics includes the number of games the team has participated in, the total number of goals scored, the total number of goals conceded, and the average number of stadium spectators. Part 7. Team financial details includes financial surplus, profit or loss amount, season budget amount, and remaining budget amount. Part 8. Team salary details includes salary budget. Current salary, difference between budget and current highest paid staff, lowest paid staff, and average salary amount. Among the above 8 functional areas, there is no place to display the system head coach rankings. So Leoli turned his attention to the 4 drop-down menu options at the top of the page. The first drop-down menu box is called Head Coach, which displays the player's personal information, and should have nothing to do with the head coach rankings. The second largest drop-down menu box is called Favorites, which is a useless menu. If the player does not have the habit of collecting, it is of little use, and has nothing to do with the coach rankings. The third largest drop-down menu box is called Options, which mainly provides players with functions such as modifying system parameters, pages, archives, and exiting the game. It has nothing to do with the coach ranking list. Tongfan's eyes finally fell on the 4th menu box. In this option called Database, there might be information about the system coach ranking. After clicking the left button of the mouse, a series of options popped up on the system page. Sure enough, among them was Tongfan's ranking list of system coaches who searched for him through thousands of Baidu. Leoli immediately clicked to enter. As soon as the game page turned, detailed information finally appeared. A dense list of names and levels appeared on the screen. Leoli opened his eyes and looked carefully for a long time, and finally he found some clues. The division of the rankings is very detailed, horizontally divided into name, coaching team, location, nationality, age, and reputation, vertically based on prestige is the standard, arranged from high to low point among all conditions. Prestige is the only decisive factor that determines the ranking of a head coach. It is divided into 5 levels from high to low, namely, world class, intercontinental level, national level, local level, obscurity level. This kind of classification also vividly reflects the ability level of the head coach, but what Leoli never expected was that Frank Rijkaard, the world's best coach in 2006, the Portuguese madman Mourinho, who won 6 championships in 3 years, and the Red Devils Manchester United Sir Alex Ferguson, the godfather of the generation, and other influential figures in European football can only be regarded as intercontinental in the FM 2007 system. Far from reaching world-class standards, it seems that it is not easy to be recognized by the FM 2007 system and climb to the top of the football coaching pyramid. Among all football coaches, there are only 6 people who have reached the world-class level. These 6 world-class greats are Lippi, the silver fox who just led Italy to win the World Cup in Germany, and Fabio Cap, the gold medal coach. Ronaldo, Fabio Capel, current Bayern Munich coach, Hitzfeld, Ramon Diaz, Portugal coach, Felipe Scolari, and Carlos Pereira. Among them, Diaz and Pereira had never heard of them before. They were really ashamed. In the intercontinental level below the world level, there are more than 10 great players among them this time, but compared with the huge number of coaches, they are insignificant. Valencia coach Flores and Sevilla coach Juan, talented talents like Ramos are only at the level of famous in the country, which shows how stringent the conditions are to be recognized as world class and intercontinental class by the FM 2007 system. Point so far, Laoli has not figured out what specific measurement criteria the system uses to judge the reputation of a head coach, but one thing is certain, the number and quality of trophies won by coaching teams must play an indispensable role. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan suddenly realized a problem. What level do you belong to in the systems judgment? The mystery of the Casano incident is yet to be revealed. In the last round of the quiz, book friend Chu Chen received a huge 15 extra points. Congratulations. In this quiz, which level does Pigs Trotters belong to? Chapter 110 System Task Mode Startup. There are so many people in the system's leader rankings, more than tens of thousands. Laoli used the mouse to click on the drop-down button and stared at the densely packed names one by one. After more than 10 minutes, he read national level with dizziness and still couldn't find his name. No way, is labor and management so weak? Laoli's mood changed from being high-spirited at first to hanging his head down to his crotch and making him look embarrassed. What is even more tragic is that Lee Tongfan was very depressed to find that even the ZHU Zhang Guanghu was at the national level, but he was not even as good as a disciple of the ZHU generation. Thinking of this, Laoli didn't have any intention to look at the ranking of the head coaches. He felt embarrassed just thinking about it, so he might as well just look at his personal information. I clicked the mouse directly to enter the personal information page, and sure enough I found a level description under my avatar in the upper right corner of the screen, but the data behind it was, it was, reputation level, not enabled, unopened. What level is this? Does it mean that we, Laoli, are still not in the mainstream? Lee Tongfan remembered that the last time he checked his personal information, the grade randomly given by the FM 2007 system was still intercontinental grade. How could there be such a big change? It was brought back to prototype in less than 4 months. Alas, the level of tragedy has not been activated. Not even an obscurity. Now that the random levels of the system have changed, what about the head coach data that was randomly given before? Could it have been adjusted by the insidious system? Laoli was lucky enough to turn his attention to his personal ability data. It didn't matter. It almost made Lee, the madman who dominates European football, faint. Not only did his personal ability data change, but it also changed very much, compared with the last time I watched it. Training ability and mental ability have completely changed their faces, including training ability, affinity for youth players. 5. Defensive training. 2. Technical training. 1. Offensive training. 5. Personnel management. 5. Goalkeeping training. 0. Physical training. 4. Psychological tactics. 5. Tactical training. 10. Mental abilities, incentive. 5. Discipline requirement. 5. Determination. 5. Judge player ability. 5. Judge player potential. 5. Adaptability. 5. Medical ability. 0. Tactical knowledge. 10. What a tragedy. Laoli looked at the adjusted data of the system and felt like crying. except for tactical training and tactical knowledge, which maintained the random whiteboard data of 10 at the beginning of the system. The other 15 values all dropped to single digits. The poor medical ability and goalkeeping training are actually shocking 0. How can this make leaking? The madman who has swept European football and won 19 consecutive victories embarrassed? From this point of view, the FM 2007 system's evaluation of Leoli's coaching during this period is not as high as someone himself smugly expected, and it completely ignored Real Madrid's 19-game winning streak that shocked the past and shone today. But when I thought about it again, it was not unreasonable for the system to make such an evaluation. 4 months ago, Leoli was just a laid-off and angry young man who was fired. Now at least he has become his own head coach with real money. Data can be considered a small achievement, right? After the adjustment of the data, what surprised Leoli a little was tactical training and tactical knowledge. These two items actually remained at the original whiteboard data of 10 without any change despite the sharp decline in other ability sub-items. One explanation is that the one ability point added to the tactical knowledge sub-item has an effect point analyzed this way, while character points have the function of modifying player abilities and employee abilities. One of the functions of ability points should be to cultivate the player's own real data bit by bit. At least one ability point has allowed Leoli to gain recognition from the system in terms of tactics far exceeding other minor items. In this case, to which category should the remaining 2 ability points be added? Or add tactics? Forget it. The 2 abilities related to tactics are already double 10. From an all-round development perspective, walking on only one leg is not a wise choice. Medical capabilities, it's not the best policy. Maybe medical care is a decisive factor for team doctors, but if a head coach's medical ability reaches 20, it will be a tragedy on the coffee table. Didn't you see that none of the 6 world-class immortals on the system's head coach rankings? Medical ability over 10. Among the other options, judging the potential and ability of players is not necessary for Leoli, who has scouting tools in hand. The sub-items of motivation and disciplinary requirements in the mental ability category are not top priorities. For Leoli, he has gained enough fame after 19 consecutive victories, and now what he needs is real skills. After thinking about it again and again, Leoli divided the 2 ability points he finally got from the 3 boss level monsters Mourinho, Flores and Ju and Ramos into 1 and 2, respectively. Offensive training and defensive training point. Isn't there a saying that says that in modern football, offense wins and defense wins championships? Leoli both likes victory and wants championships, so he should focus on both defense and offense, and both hands must be strong. Ding dong. Consume 1 ability point and increase offensive training ability by 1 point. Are you sure? Ding dong. Consume 1 ability point. Improve defense training ability by 1 point. Are you sure? After making up his mind, Leoli clicked OK without hesitation. Who knew that, before he lifted his finger pressing the left mouse button, the computer screen suddenly changed. A red light flashed on the screen, the sound of salutes continued, and colorful simulated fireworks sprayed out from the bottom of the computer screen, making the dark bedroom colorful. Upgrade, followed by another series of system prompts. Ding dong, clearly Tongfan, congratulations, because of the increase in ability data, your coach reputation level has been promoted to the obscure level, and the system task mode is turned on. Great. Red. Peasant becomes poor peasant. Seeing this prompt message, Li Tongfan's heart, which had been hit hard by FM 2007, began to jump up and down again, and his RQ spirit was overflowing. I have been promoted to the 1st level, and now I'm finally a top figure in FM 2007. It is better to be unknown than to be unactivated, right? But what does the system task mode mentioned in the message mean? Realizing this, Li Tongfan inexplicably had a very bad feeling in his heart. The insidious system would never give him such a good deal. Could it be? At this moment, another system prompt box popped up. Ding dong. The system reminds you that you have triggered the system task challenge of Real Madrid. Do you want to accept it? Refusing to accept this system task will deduct 5 points of character points. Completing the system task will get a random reward from the system. Failure to accept the task will deduct 20 points of character points. What else can I say? Fuck. What the hell? his uncle, all the dirty words that could be searched out of my mind could not express Leoli's crazy mood at this moment. To borrow the famous words of Uncle Degang, a non-famous crosstalk actor, if grenades cost 641 yuan, Li Tongfan would definitely exchange all the deposits of more than 300,000 euros in his bank card into grenades without hesitation. Pull the fuse and blow up this insidious grandson system. Comrades, vanity kills people. Heaven. Earth, which angel sister can let me return to the original state without opening the reputation level? I will die after upgrading. Damn the system task mode. If you don't accept the task, you will deduct 5 points of character? Is this the legendary no abuse, no happiness, Fusky? It is obvious that they are forcing the pink contender Madmanly to jump into the fire pit. If you choose not to accept, triggering a system task will deduct at least 5 points of character points. If you are not careful to trigger a few system tasks in the future, won't you be immediately negative in character? This is not giving people a way out. How dare Leoli not accept it? Click to accept. Ding. Dong. You choose to accept the system task, Rafael Sobis' challenge. The deadline for this task is February 4th, 2007. You must complete the task requirements in the 21st round of the La Liga when Real Madrid challenges Real Betis away. Shut out Brazilian striker Rafael Sobis. So, that's it. Not bad. After reading the task requirements, Li Tongfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The insidious system did not make too many BT requirements. It was not very difficult for Crazy Lee's terrible Madrid to shut out a 21-year-old Brazilian rookie in the game. As long as the tactics are appropriate, and through the FM 2007 system simulation before the game, it is not a piece of cake to deal with a small player. But how did this damn task get triggered? Li Tongfan suddenly remembered what the Real Betis striker said in an interview with reporters some time ago. In the next round of league matches, I will defeat Real Madrid at home with my teammates. And let Crazy Lee and his players know what failure feels like. Is it because of this? Rafael Sobis' words were identified as a system task by FM 2007. Thinking of this, Leoli was so angry. You little hammer Sobis, you are lighting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Shit, okay, you have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. Why do this to me? I was fooled by the system. Wash your ass, and wait for me to rape you. Complaints are complaints, but now there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Leoli has become a tightrope walking XJ Sky Prince, and can only go all the way with his head covered. After sorting out his mood, Li Tongfan suddenly thought of another thing, his contract renewal. Logically speaking, with a cheating device like FM 2007, the initiative of contract renewal is completely in your hands. Why not apply for renewal through the FM 2007 system? Note, game fans all know that FM 2007 will randomly give players reputation and coaching data based on the team they coach at the beginning of the game, and adjust it based on performance after the game has been going on for a while. This article adopts such a setting. Explain it. The reputation level of the pig's feet is not opened. Those who guess unknown or obscure will get the essence sponsored by the chaotic mad knife plus 5 extra rewards. Tomorrow's guess. Can the pig's feet renew their contract through FM 2007? Finally, I have to say that this book will be on the shelves this weekend. Xiodeo is terrified. Can you leave some monthly tickets? Chapter 111, A Hot Night at Stamford Bridge. Li Tongfan's idea is very simple. As long as he renews the contract with Real Madrid in the game through FM 2007, then the renewal issue will naturally be resolved in reality by using the game's ability to modify reality. So Leoli clicked the head coach drop down menu box and came to the board of directors page of the game. The entire page is divided into 5 parts with a dark green border, namely, chairman status. Calderon said he is willing to stay in this team he loves for the rest of his life. Board of Directors evaluation of you. The Real Madrid Board of Directors is very satisfied with your performance as the head coach. They are excited about the team's current financial situation. The Board of Directors is satisfied with the team's performance in La Liga and hopes that the team can win the La Liga championship this season. Fans' views. Real Madrid fans are excited about the progress made by the club this season. They fully support your management of the club. The team's supporters hope that Real Madrid can win the league championship this season. Scouts views. The board of directors will provide the cost of scouting activities anywhere on the planet. If you want to go to Mars to observe players, you can also discuss it. Board of directors request. The board of directors believes that the club already has one of the best training bases in the world, and they will not consider any request to upgrade the training base. The board of directors feels that a club like us should not become a satellite club of others, and will not discuss the possibility of this matter. The board of directors will not discuss your contract, because it will take a long time before it expires. After reading the 5 parts, Lee Tongfan's idea of renewing his contract through FM 2007 disappeared, and then he clicked the "Make a request to the board of directors" function button in the lower left corner of the screen. The pop-up options clearly explain the problem. Among the 9 options that can be requested to the club provided by the system, the 3 options of upgrade training base, find a cooperative club, and request a new contract are dark green, indicating that this option cannot be operated. As for other options in bright green, such as find a satellite club, improve facilities, and provide more transfer funds, although they can be operated, they have no practical significance for Laoli. Originally, the evil-minded Lee Tongfan wanted to modify the reality function of the FM 2007 system to make Uncle Calderon and Uncle Megatovic crawl over and lick his toes, but who knew that the system's limitation extinguished Lee Tongfan's lustful thoughts. If I guess correctly, the system defaults to the last 6 months of the player's contract, which means that Lee Tongfan will be eligible to renew the contract through the system only after January 1st, 2007. In this case, the renewal matter has to be temporarily abandoned. On November 20th, all Real Madrid players flew to London, England, to prepare for the away game against Chelsea in the 5th round of the Champions League Group A. Although Real Madrid and Chelsea have both advanced from Group A 2 rounds in advance, the game is still full of gunpowder, because in the period before that, various media fully utilized the industry's fine tradition of the emperor not being anxious, but the eunuch being anxious, and dug out the highlights of this focus game in the 5th round of the European Champions League group stage. Highlight no. 1. The battle for the first place in Group A of the Champions League. Real Madrid won 4 out of 4 games in the previous 4 games, while Chelsea won 3 out of 4 games. The battle at Stamford Bridge is a one-shot deal for both the Madman and the Madman. If the Madman League can continue his magic, then Real Madrid will firmly lock the throne of the first place in the group. And if the Madman can break the undefeated golden body of the Madman League with the advantage of home court, then it is unknown whether he can lead the Blues to come from behind with 1 round left in the group stage. Don't underestimate the title of the first place in the group. When both the blue and white sides qualify, whoever wins the first place means facing the second place of other groups in the next cruel knockout round, so as not to fight with the leaders of the 5 major leagues as soon as they qualify. Of course, if you are unlucky, the second place in other groups is also a strong rival, which is another matter. Highlight no. 2. The sharpest spear in the strongest shield. Who can laugh at the world? Under the coaching of the Madman Mourinho, the Blues Chelsea has achieved a terrifying record of 58 unbeaten home regular season games. Chelsea's muscle forest defense in the midfield and backcourt has made countless European giants known for their strong offensive power return home in frustration. The Stamford Bridge Stadium in North London has become the most famous graveyard of strong teams in Europe. This season, the Blues have lost only 14 goals in 23 home games in various competitions, and they deserve the title of the strongest shield. On the other hand, Real Madrid under the command of Madman Lee has not lost in 19 games. The sharp coldness of the black and white double evil spirits on the wing and the all-pervasive bombardment of the trident in the front field is like a peerless blade, shining brightly and dazzlingly. The number of goals scored by the team is far ahead in the top 5 European leagues, and the strong offensive power can be called the sharpest offensive spear in the top 5 leagues. Contradictions intersect. Who is the winner? Highlight number 3. Crazy Lee vs Crazy Mew. The second battle between young coaches. Will the Madman make a comeback, or will the Madman kill with one blow? The first encounter between the 2 sides on September 12th was an unforgettable defeat for the arrogant Mourinho, and the Russian boss Abramovich's crazy obsession with the Big Ear Cup also forced the most special one to cheer up and use this opportunity to avenge his previous shame. The Portuguese needs to prove to the world that he is definitely better than the 22-year-old Chinese kid who is still wet behind the ears. The last failure was just an app for this tiger, and for the madman Lee who has won 19 consecutive games, does he need a reason to win? Starting from the 16th game, every victory thereafter is the birth of a new record, and the Blues who beat Mourinho at home and away is an unsolved puzzle that even senior masters such as Sir Alex Ferguson and Professor Wenger are helpless. Such glory, when else can you take it? Amid the media hype, players from both sides could not help but stand up to cheer for their head coaches. Real Madrid captain Raul bluntly pointed out in an interview with the Mirror, "I don't think there is any reason to conclude that Lee has failed. Mourinho is an excellent coach, but Lee is better than him," which was proven at the Bernabeu on September 12. Blues captain John Terry was dismissive of the Real Madrid captain's provocation. "Jose's championship trophies have filled his bedroom, and what about Lee? Sorry. As far as I know, the Real Madrid coach has not won any honor, not even a cup medal." A Real Madrid player, Mourinho's trophies piled in his bedroom have long become a thing of the past, but Lee's undefeated golden body is still shining. "We have defeated Chelsea once, and Saturday's Stamford Bridge night will be the second time." A Chelsea player, 3-year-old children in England know which is more important, 19 consecutive wins or 58 unbeaten games. Wait until Crazy Lee really achieves enough results at the Bernabeu, and then compare with the champion coach. Now he is still far away. A Real Madrid player, "I only know that Lee led us to beat Chelsea. As for the medal, it is only a matter of time for Lee." A Chelsea player, "Sorry, I'm a man who likes to speak with facts. I don't have any special opinion on this. I hope that the Real Madrid players can focus their excess energy on football. After all, victory is achieved with feet. If it depends on mouth, Pell would have become the king of the universe." Pell. "Who the hell did I offend?" A Real Madrid player. A Chelsea player, "The media did their best to fan the flames. Even Flores, the editor-in-chief of World Sports in Barcelona, Spain, sent a congratulatory message to the two teams. For Barcelona fans, this is a festive feast. Two mortal enemies are fighting. No matter who wins or loses, we are willing to set off fireworks in the municipal square to express our feelings." Under the trend, the fans of the blue and white sides are naturally unwilling to be outdone. Fans wearing the uniforms of their respective teams on the streets of London cheered for the team in every way they could think of. According to a London TV station, some enthusiastic fans who couldn't wait for the game to start have already started several close quarters friendly matches on the streets of London. Both sides suffered injuries, and the North London police station was overcrowded. November 22nd, 2006 ! 1945. Stamford Bridge Stadium in North London, the fifth round of the 2006-2007 UEFA Champions League Group A, Real Madrid's away challenge to Chelsea, is about to begin. The blue flags are flying in the stands that can accommodate 42,360 fans to watch the game. The enthusiastic English fans with pure blue Chelsea logos on their faces waved their fists at the broadcast camera and sang "Blue is the colour." The majestic and passionate voices resounded throughout the night of North London. This is the unique enthusiasm of English football culture, like a flame gushing out from the ground, burning the blood of every home team player, and scalding the soul of every away team opponent. This is Stamford Bridge, a blue world. Real Madrid, come on. It will be launched at midnight tonight. I hope you guys can give me some motivation to keep writing. Don't let me sleep all night. The guess for today and tomorrow is the score of the battle at Stamford Bridge. The winner will get a supporting role, one update at 9 PM, and one update around midnight. I'll leave everything to you guys. How far can the football editor go? It's today. Chapter 112. Silence is more useful than speaking. Force the bold judge from Italy, Stephen Farina, whistled and the game officially began. The game begins. Dear viewers, welcome to watch the 2006-2007 UEFA Champions League Group A match between Real Madrid and Chelsea, broadcast by ESPN. I'm the commentators and June. First, I will introduce the starting lineups of the two teams. Uncles and John began to serve the fans who stayed up late to watch the game with his usual ups and downs. The vast land of 9.6 million square kilometers in China was shrouded in darkness, and countless gluttons stayed up late to fight. At the moment when the referee blew the opening whistle, Stamford Bridge was like a volcano that suddenly erupted. The fans' cheers like a tsunami set a fiery tone for the game. The host team Chelsea unexpectedly arranged a 4-1-3-2 defensive formation. Mourinho did not use his world-famous two-wing flying tactics. World-class wingers such as Robben, Joe Cole, Kalau and Nat Phillips all disappeared. Czech Gibbon Petasech was the starting goalkeeper. Since the main left-back Ashley Cole was injured in the last game against West Ham United and was out for 3 weeks, another England international, Wayne Bridge, got the starting position. The back line was lined up from left to right. Bridge, Portuguese Uncle Carvalho, Ricardo Carvalho, the new captain of the Three Lions John Terry, and the Dutch Piranha Bouleraus, Khaled Bouleraus. The defensive midfielder is the former Real Madrid midfielder Barrier, the French old man Claude Makélélé. Among the three midfielders, the Blues' magic lamp Frank Lampard is in the middle, the German tank Michael Ballack and the Ghanaian Buffalo Essien are guarding the left and right sides of the magic lamp respectively. The striker is the Ukrainian nuclear warhead Andriy Shevchenko and the Ivorian magic beast Didier Drogba. The mad uncle made a good calculation. Except for Makélélé, Lampard and his three players in the midfield are all-around warriors who can attack and defend, pass, and control well. They not only have unlimited physical strength, but also have the skill of long-range shooting. In addition, the two powerful center forwards Shevchenko and Drogba with super single soldier combat capabilities on the front line are going to attack the middle of Real Madrid and defeat the Madman Lee's 4-1-2-1-2 offensive system through frontal advancement. On the other hand, Real Madrid, Lee Tongfan did not make much changes to the team's formation. The back line is Ramos, Cannavaro, Joel Luca and Roberto Carlos. The midfielder is Batshuayi, the front midfielder is Gouchouari, the two wings are still the black and white duo Riaz and Robinho, and the king of the small penalty area on the front line is the alien fat man Point on the bench, the author's short-legged Juan Mata, the captain Gonzalez Raul, the little bold Marcelo and other elite soldiers. Lee Tongfan looked at the madman Mourinho on the Chelsea coaching bench in the distance and smiled slightly. Since you want to play in the middle, I will let you play. I will continue to play on the wing. Let's see who will kill who first. The cheers of the fans resounded throughout North London, but the game on the field was in a stalemate for a while. After the game started, the Blues Chelsea, who played at home, seemed very cautious. After getting the ball, they always carefully passed the ball slowly in the middle and backcourt, like a blue python curled up waiting for an opportunity, patiently waiting to make a fatal blow when the opponent showed a flaw. On the contrary, Real Madrid, who came from afar, took the initiative and organized multiple attacks at the first time using the kickoff right. Because Mourinho hoarded heavy troops in the midfield, the two wingers seemed much weaker. The black and white double evil galloped back and forth like lightning, exerting huge pressure on Chelsea's two full-backs Bridge and Bouleraus. The two were firmly suppressed around the Blues' penalty area, and they took up all their strength to barely maintain that they were not beaten into a sieve by the black and white double evil. Of course, Real Madrid's advantage on the wing comes at a price. Compared with the embarrassment on the wing, Chelsea has an obvious advantage in the middle. Real Madrid's captain Guti was entangled by the French old man, and his through passes were not used at all. In the defensive midfielder position, facing the repeated pressing of Ballack, Lampard and Essien, with the help of Cannavaro and Joel Luca, he barely maintained a 50-50 situation. It would be extremely difficult to organize an attack with distraction. The tactical arrangements of Crazy Lee and Magic Bird determined the scene of the game. At the beginning of the game, the two teams showed their own characteristics to the fullest. Since Shevchenko joined Chelsea this season, Mourinho gradually gave up the 4-3-3 formation he was good at, but the Ukrainian did not perform well in the team. ESPN's gold medal commentator Uncle Zunjan was busy for a moment. On the contrary, Germany's captain Ballack finally showed his superstar level when the league entered the middle stage and firmly locked up the starting position. So far in this game, the midfield composed of Ballack, Essien and Lampard has completely suppressed Real Madrid's Guti and Beckham. However, Real Madrid is not completely without opportunities. Realize and Robinho completely penetrated the wings of Stamford Bridge. It seems that Crazy Lee wants to use his strengths and avoid weaknesses to open up the situation through the side attack that the team is best at. The two young coaches Mourinho and Lee Tongfan are like two go masters. From the psychological warfare before the game to the tactical arrangement, every move contains murderous intent. The two have laid out beautiful traps waiting for their opponents to take the bait. The head coach, their tactical arrangements will directly determine the outcome of the game. At the current position, Madman Lee and Madman are evenly matched. As soon as the first 5 minutes passed, the mutual testing between the blue frenzy and the black countercurrent, Real Madrid's away uniform is black, ended here. The home team Chelsea took the lead, and the midfielder Lampard, who controlled the team's distribution of ball rights, could not help but then pass the ball back, but use the unrestrained striker Drogba's excellent ball control ability in the front court to frequently make long passes in a wide range, trying to break the deadlock on the field through the typical English long pass and lofty style of play. Point in the 6th minute. Makalil grabbed the ball from Guti and passed the ball. After receiving the ball in the center circle, Lampard dunked away Beckham, who was coming up. He immediately passed the long ball to find Warcraft. Under the interference of Gianluca, Bay headed the ball back, and Shevchenko, who stepped in behind, fired angrily at the ball. The football was like a nuclear warhead after being launched, flying out with a shining white streak, grazing the uprights, and the beam is slightly off. Guti lost the ball in the midfield. Makalil, Lampard, Drogba, dangerous. Look at this ball, beautiful. Shevchenko's shot is very powerful, as long as it hits within the main goal frame. Casillas was absolutely helpless. At 6 minutes and 34 seconds of the game, the Blues Chelsea, playing at home, got the first shot of the game, which came from former Milan number 7 Shevchenko, as the Chelsea fans hugged their heads and exclaimed. Shevchenko knelt down and covered his face in annoyance. If he had scored the goal just now, his life at Chelsea would have been much easier, instead of relying on the club as he is now. The boss's care and the reputation accumulated in the past are mixed with the playing record. Shevchenko scored a goal in the first round of the match between the two sides. The Ukrainian hopes that this match can continue his previous luck. It's a pity that this time Lady Luck chose the more handsome Casillas among the two handsome men, Shiva and Casillas. Shiva's goal was saved, but Shevchenko missed the opportunity to score. However, Nuclear Warhead's long-range shot was indeed very impressive. Some Chelsea fans still gave him a wave of applause, and the morale of the Blues players on the field was also boosted. Chelsea made a comeback in the 8th minute. Secchi's goal kick in the backcourt directly found the Cote d'Ivoire monster in the front court. Drogba used his muscular body to lean against Gianluca, who was closely defending, and firmly controlled the football at his feet. When Cannavaro came up to help defend, he tapped his toes back slightly, and the football slipped out from among the three of them. Before Gianluca and Cannavaro had time to turn around, they suddenly jumped out of the crowd and took the ball. An angry shot. Casillas made a save. The football flew out of the left post and hit the billboard behind. This shot once again ignited the passion at Stamford Bridge. The blue flag rolled back and forth, and Chelsea fans stood up and applauded in the stands. In the first 10 minutes of the game, Chelsea has gradually taken the initiative on the field. Crazy Lee needs to make adjustments as soon as possible. When fighting against a madman like Mourinho, even if the reaction is a little slower than half a beat, he will be in a desperate situation. Before the onside commentator finished speaking, Leoli, who was still sitting firmly on the diorite just now, rushed to the side of the court with a murderous look on his face, made a black face, and looked at the hammers on the court coldly. Sometimes not talking is more effective than talking. The fat alien and the king of the small restricted area glanced at the leader, who was standing there without saying a word. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone stabbed his spine with the muzzle of a gun, and a cold air rose up from his back. The two looked at each other and quickly swung away. He retreated back to midfield to help Guti control the situation, and the Brazilian coach Robinho and the Spanish fast horse Reis on the wing suddenly became as if they were being chased by wolves behind their butts. They were so busy that they used their Hot Wheels to sprint back and forth. The situation on the field has finally changed. I haven't noticed yet, but I can actually vote for a monthly vote. Xiaodao is showing off like a big knife today. Those with money will support me with money, those with money will support me with money, and those with rice money will leave their favorites and recommendations. Thank you. Stop talking and continue coding. Chapter 113 Kingly Way and Trickster Way. In the 10th minute, African and ELAU Rober used his big hard but to knock away the bald man Canavero, and then swung his long black and strong legs more than 40 meters away from the goal, and forced his feet away. Shoot. Although this time the goal was thunderous, the head of Real Madrid, Cardano, did not grow up on hard work. Saint Cassie made a standard side dive and suppressed the ball under him. At this time, the three big players in the Chelsea midfield just now the attack has been pressed across the board. Saint Cassie immediately got up and threw the ball to start the attack. Fight back. Real Madrid still followed the wing attack routine this time, but it was much simpler and clearer than before. Robinho did not choose to break through with the ball after receiving the ball on the left wing, but directly passed the ball diagonally at a 45-degree angle. The target is Ronaldo, the fat alien standing at the front of the Chelsea penalty area, raising his arms and winking for the ball. Chance. Ronaldo's super personal breakthrough ability finally got a chance to show off. The fat man feinted a shot, turned around lightly and passed by. After wiping Chelsea right back Bucero, facing Makalal and Carvalho who were pressing forward, he stepped on the bicycle and swayed. His fat butt seemed like the tail of the big-eye goldfish in the fish tank was circling around the little Frenchman. After changing his center of gravity several times in an instant, he finally couldn't keep up with the fat man's rhythm and staggered to the side. Ronaldo, pass Balalas, dangerous, beautiful cycling action. Makalal was also knocked to the ground, passing two people. At this time, there was only one defensive player Carvalho left in front of Ronaldo. The fat man gently pushed the ball outward with his boring red sneakers. The moment Uncle Carvalho shifted his center of gravity to the right, he suddenly made a lightning dunk, and the football seemed to it was like it was tied to the fat man's shoelaces, and he was forcefully pulled back again. Ox. Tail. Ouch. Got. Incredible performance. Ronaldo defeated 3 people in a row, and the terrifying alien is back. Everyone knows that the oxtail trick is Ronaldinho's original creation. Little did they know that Ronaldinho had already used this move to death during his peak period. It's a pity that Ronaldinho's playing style is so coquettish, but it is different from the stadium, known as the king of coquettishness. Magician Ronaldinho is still miles apart. This ultra difficult extraordinary skill, which became famous all over the world at the feet of Ronaldinho, was performed by Ronaldo. Although it was not very flamboyant, it was more practical. Even Ricardo, who is known as the Portuguese immovable king, Uncle Carvalho was also dumbfounded by this magical move and watched helplessly as Ronaldo flew into his own penalty area with a smile. Ronaldo entered the penalty area. Terry made a sliding tackle and incredible dribbling ability. Terry was easily buckled away and shot. Sech made a contribution. Uncle Zanjan's voice suddenly rose an octave in surprise. The heart-wrenching tone made the fans watching the football in front of the TV thirsty and their hearts beat faster. On the TV screen, the fat alien who broke into the penalty area after passing 3 people made a move to hit the door. The Blues captain Terry, who was eager to save the rescuer, took the bait in an extremely tragic manner. The captain's hasty sliding tackle failed to reach the ground. Not only did it not hinder Fatty Eluo's shot at all, but he was easily passed by the opponent with a spike from the inside of his foot that a 3-year-old child could do. After Ronaldo twisted his butt and past 4 people, Chelsea's penalty area was all birds have flown away and all traces of people have been wiped out. Only he and Czech goalkeeper Petr Cech were left staring at each other. However, the pursuers were behind him, and Makalal's hot breath almost hit the fat man's back as he ran so fast. Time and rhythm did not allow the fat man to perform his signature pendulum past the goalkeeper, so Ronaldo kicked off in 0.01 seconds. He glanced at Sech's position, the arch of his foot made an arc, and the football went straight to the upper right corner of the goal. This shot is extremely coquettish. If it were a goalkeeper like Casillas who relied on reaction and bounce to make a living, he could only sigh in despair at this moment. But what is Sech's nickname? Czech Gibbons. The Czech, who is 1.94 meters tall, has unparalleled innate conditions. After stretching his waist and arms, the defensive area more than doubled. To deal with such a tall goalkeeper, usually the ground ball is the best choice, so Ronaldo is extremely coquettish this time. Sech made a more coquettish pose in the air and lifted the goal crossbar with his fingertips. Real Madrid won the first corner kick of the game. Beckham's kick was sent back to the penalty area by African Andy Lau with a Warcraft head shake and pushed far away from the sideline, posing no threat to Chelsea. Real Madrid's most threatening attack since the start of the game finally came to an end at this moment. It seems that not only the nuclear warheads have bad luck, but the aliens' luck is not necessarily that good either. Two superstar forwards who dominated the field at the same time each wasted an opportunity 15 minutes before the game. Real Madrid's offensive aroused the ferocity of the Blue Army soldiers. The monsters, buffaloes, chariots, magic lamps, nuclear warheads and other magic beasts in Chelsea's formation unleashed their magic powers and gradually restored the situation on the field. Mourinho unswervingly continued his advancement in the middle, and Crazy Lee did not hesitate to fly both wings to the end. In fact, in football matches, the midfield attack is like a famous school, taking a pure and masculine royal line, while the wing breakthrough is a crooked way, taking a deviant line. The royal route allows you to take advantage of the situation, but the deceitful route can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Where they least expected point, there is no absolute superiority or inferiority between the two. It depends on who controls them, when and where they are used. In the 16th minute, Mourinho's kingly way showed its power again, still through a group of beasts, to force Real Madrid's midfield duo Guti and Beckham. In this process, the role of African Andy Lau as a front court male household was fully reflected. Cannavaro was not tall enough, and Joel Luca was slightly lacking in strength and experience. The two central defenders were ravaged by the monsters. Robert Carlos and Ramos had to fill in the position from time to assist in defense. The huge gaps on the two wings were finally seized by Lampard. Sech's goal kick still went directly to Drogba, the front court nail household. Although Joel Luca fought back with the style of forced demolition of real estate developers, it was difficult to shake a nail household like Drogba. African Andy Lau didn't even jump and headed the football back to the German tank Ballack, who inserted from behind. Cannavaro was about to press forward, but Ballack shouted angrily and swung his feet to shoot. Who doesn't know that Ballack is a famous gunner in Germany? If he hits someone with all his strength, he will be shocked or out of breath. Less than 3 meters away, the Italian bald man's subconscious made him choose to turn around and become a standing meat shield. Unexpectedly, Ballack, a rigorous German, also learned bad things in Chelsea. The shot pose he made was just a fake move, which deceived the bald man to turn around and immediately change the shot to a push, passing the ball gently from Cannavaro, who was facing away, to Lampard's feet. Lampard is also a deadly ruthless owner. Ramos, who came to defend, did not dare to neglect it. He immediately blocked the shooting angle of the Lantiran with his developed small chest muscles. Who knew that Lampard didn't even think about shooting himself? After this series of brief cooperation, he had already mixed Real Madrid's defense into a mess and passed the ball again. The Blues' pass went through the long-haired hammer Ramos's small goal and went straight to the gap between the right backs of Real Madrid, where the Ukrainian nuclear warheads, which had been set up on the launch pad, were in high spirits, waiting for the ball to come to their feet, and then they would shoot. Chelsea fans in the stands couldn't help but hold their breath after their favorite players played a series of midfield cooperation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Ukrainians could score this goal, then everything that followed would be in Chelsea's orbit. For any team, being led by Chelsea away from home was like receiving an invitation from the goddess of failure. Chelsea's chance. Lampard's diagonal pass penetrated the entire Real Madrid defense. Shevchenko shot. The ball went in. The Ukrainian striker deceived Casillas and pushed the ball into the far corner. Beautiful teamwork. At 16 minutes and 57 seconds of the game, the Blues-Chelsea played a smooth cooperation in the midfield. Lampard's pass was fatal. Shevchenko finally broke his 10-hour goal drought in all competitions. The score was 1-0, and Shevchenko, the number 7 player of Chelsea, who played at home, took the lead. What's going on? Chelsea's players surrounded the referee. Look at the referee. Oh, the goal is invalid? After a brief exchange with the linesman, the Italian referee Ferrina pointed to the goal area. What happened? Shevchenko's goal is invalid. Offside? Ferrina believes that Shevchenko was offside before shooting. Watching the slow motion, it was only half a body length away. The linesman's judgment of this ball was completely correct. Shevchenko was offside before shooting. From this ball, we can see the sophistication of Roberto Carlos. He moved forward a step when Lampard passed the ball. Shevchenko fell into the offside trap of Real Madrid. Fraud. Chelsea. Fans booed the referee. Shevchenko blocked Ferrina and repeatedly explained that he was not offside. This was a good ball, but the black judge did not give Chelsea players a chance to defend themselves and directly signaled Casillas to take the goal kick. Mourinho rushed to the sidelines, waving his fist and cursing, regardless of the fourth official's obstruction. The madman was too lazy to watch the slow motion replay. Even if it was an offside goal, he had to put some pressure on the referee. Chelsea took less than 30 seconds to walk the distance from heaven to earth. Chapter 114, Change of Formation. Crazy Lion-039's counter-attack. Although the nuclear warhead's offside goal was a lice on a bald man's head, it's obvious, but the fanatical Chelsea fans don't buy it. It's only half a body difference. Can Ferrina judge this kind of goal? It cost us 40,000. Many people are rejoicing in vain. Will you be responsible if you suffer a heart attack? The boos that resounded through Stamford Bridge were like thousands of angry kittens clawing at the glass with their sharp claws. The scratches made Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the coaching bench, feel sour in his heart. Compared with the Spanish fans, the English fans were even more wild. The intensity went far beyond that. Stamford Bridge at night was rendered like a blazing furnace by Chelsea fans, and the home team players in it were inspired to fight high. The visiting team Real Madrid was not so lucky. After the restart, every time Real Madrid players touched the ball, they were met with overwhelming boos from the stands. After Mourinho made a serious protest to the Italian judge in black, he turned his back and stood on the sidelines facing the fans with his arms raised continuously, as if the fully committed symphony orchestra conductor, coupled with the madman's gestures, made the cheers and screams in the stands become more and more uncontrollable. The boos and cheers ebb and flow with the change of possession on the field, like the ebb and flow of the English Channel. Although the goal was blown, the momentum of the Chelsea players was boosted by this failed attack. In the next 5 minutes, the blue offensive came one after another, and the front edge of Real Madrid's penalty area became the back garden of Warcraft. Lampard, Ballack and others, who have tasted cheap, often directly pass the ball across the midfield after getting the ball in the backcourt, using Drogba's super ball control and ball-making ability to attack Real Madrid's defense. In the 18th minute, another such goal kick came to Africa and the LAU. In front of Warcraft's hard butt, Joel Luca and Cannavaro vomited blood for the nth time and retreated. Lampard received the ball on the left side of the penalty area. Go to Warcraft's goal and directly kick the ball and blast the door. The ball was so fast that Saint Cassie, who was famous for his quick reactions, had not even made a takeoff gesture when the ball hit the crossbar hard with the sound of the wind. Boom. The crisp sound shocked everyone at the scene. Chelsea fans sitting behind the Real Madrid goal could hear the vibrating buzz of the crossbar being hit. After hitting the crossbar, the football flew straight up, made a small parabola, and fell into the crowd of people in the stands. Wow, it's Chelsea's shot again. In the first 20 minutes of the game, Chelsea has planned threatening offensives through Drogba many times. As long as the Blues vice-captain's shot hits the goal frame, it is definitely a goal! Exclamation mark. Mourinho's team has firmly occupied the advantage on the field. Although the ball possession ratio is evenly divided between the two sides, Chelsea has been surprised to get 8 shots since the start of the game and 6 hits within the goal frame. This number is higher than that of the opponent Real Madrid 6 times. Lee needs to make adjustments as soon as possible. In the competition with Mourinho, Real Madrid's young coach is in trouble. The midfield configuration of a single defensive midfielder has led to an imbalance in the situation. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before the ball is conceded. As Uncle Zanjan said, Leoli looked at the time, and according to the prediction process of the FM 2007 system last night, it was time to make changes. It's time to show off. The fans in front of the TV finally waited for their rival to respond. The broadcast camera was focused on Crazy Lee. Lee Tongfan changed his leisurely attitude and hurried to the sidelines. He pinched his lips and let out a few sharp whistles, and then faced everyone on the court. The Real Madrid player raised the 5 fingers of his right hand high. Junlin's anxious pretentious pose made the cameraman unable to help but keep the image on Leoli for 3 or 4 seconds longer. Change of formation. Of course the Real Madrid hammers understood what this gesture meant, and they had been waiting for this moment for most of the day. The first 20 minutes were really frustrating. So, when Chelsea's pass once again flew towards Drogba, the hateful front court nail, Ramos, who was originally at the right back position, immediately retracted to the center with his bulging small pectoral muscles, and Cannavaro, Robert Carlos formed a 3-back formation, and Joel Luca, a small Croatian aerial tyrant who was 4 to 5 centimeters taller than the African and DLAU, inserted into the midfielder position to assist Beckham in controlling the midfield. In this way, Real Madrid's formation becomes 3-2-2-1-2 with one less defender and one more defensive midfielder. This change has just restrained Mourinho's policy of forcing the center. Mourinho did not arrange wingers on the court, and Lee Tongfan did not have to worry that Chelsea would seize his wing to make a fuss. After putting aside the worry of being out of position, Joel Luca performed much better. Leoli made it very clear when arranging the tactics before the game. After the formation change, the little aerial bully has only one task: try not to let the Blues arrowhead Germany row, but just needs to be comfortable with the ball. Don't ask for merit, but ask for no faults. This is the highest state of defense, just like in the first round of the match between the two sides. After receiving the instructions from Crazy Lee, Joel Luca once again transformed into the close bodyguard of African and DLAU and stuck firmly behind Drogba like a hot dog skin plaster. Pinch, pinch, hug, pull, push, pull, and other small movements are all done. Because the two are so close, referee Ferina's eyes keep flying back and forth with the football. Tomo was almost going crazy being harassed by shy Luca. The balance of the competition gradually returned to its initial equilibrium state under the full force of the little aerial bully. Drogba, the evil thorn in the front court, finally showed signs of wavering. Several times, the ball passed by his teammates was not controlled by Joel Luca. Being intercepted by Beckham, Batshuayi took advantage of the situation and launched several threatening counter-attacks with long passes. Ruud van Nistelrooy received a long pass from Batshuayi and hit the goal frame several times. More than 40,000 Chelsea fans hugged their heads and exclaimed. The buzz of gasping air seemed like a giant machine was set up at Stamford Bridge. The exhaust fan can even knock down the Boeing 747 aircraft flying over the stadium. The counter-attack from Lee, who used a 3-back formation at Stamford Bridge. Only Crazy Lee would have the courage to do such a thing. But what I have to admit is that he succeeded. He used a central defender to defend the Germans man-to-man. Robber, the most lethal link in Chelsea's offensive system, was frozen, and Real Madrid regained the situation. Drogba made another mistake in stopping the ball. Beckham made a long pass. Van Nistelrooy shot. Sech once again made a world-class save. Real Madrid's counter-attack has already made Mourinho couldn't sit still, and Madman Lee responded. Let's see how Madman Lee responds. Although there have been no goals in the game so far, the scene is not boring. Both sides have played high-quality cooperation. This is a contest of strength and speed. The fighting skills of Madman Lee and Madman Lee also impressed us. If it happens again, if a goal is scored, it can be written into the coaching textbook. In the 30th minute, Drogba lost the ball again, and Beckham used his signature long-distance pass. The football passed through the heavily defended area where Chelsea's lanterns, chariots, and buffaloes gathered, and directly found Fan in the front court. Although Nistelrooy and Ruud van Nistelrooy do not have the brute strength of Drogba, their years of experience in the Premier League and their naturally tall stature allow the Dutch to not fall behind when confronting the central defender combination of Terry and Carvalho. In addition, Batshuayi's passing is really comfortable, and he has the football firmly under his feet. This is the reason why Lee Tongfan arranged for the king of the small penalty area to start in this game and let Real Madrid flag all be the bench. Even if it is a wing attack with a slanted forward, it still needs a strong center as a fulcrum. Van Nistelrooy, who has experience in the Premier League, is obviously much more suitable than the King of the Rings. As for Ronaldo, there is no need for a reason for the alien to start. Unless he is mentally retarded, he will count his toes on the bench with the potential European Golden Boot. Back to business. After Van Nistelrooy controlled the ball at his feet, Uncle Carvalho couldn't wait to push it forward, without giving the king of the small penalty area a chance to turn around. Van Nistelrooy did not compete with the Portuguese, and passed the football back to the alien who came over. Fatty, he did a Marseille slalom without the ball, bypassing Uncle Carvalho, and slipped into the penalty area. As long as he enters the restricted area, for the king of the small restricted area, it is called a crane flying in the sky, a dragon swimming in the sea, and his sharp edges revealed. At the same time, it can create a gap for the fat partner. The two sultry forwards have been working together for a while, and they have already figured out each other's temperament, and they understand each other very well. Fatty Luo received the ball and originally wanted to kick it through Ruud van Nistelrooy's running route. Who knew that Uncle Carvalho had been frightened by the alien's bull's tail before? Wanting to change, my heart trembled, and without saying a word, I just fell to the ground and threw a shovel. Boom. Carvalho's big foot first touched the football, and then he pushed the football and hit the fat man's ankle. The fat man was flipped over and unable to dodge, and he suddenly turned into a stumbling drunkard. More than 90 kilograms of fat directly pressed on the Portuguese. On your body. Shawl Blues fans stood up and gave their warmest greetings to the fat man who fumbled. Push the Italian judge in black, Ferry, teleported over very dutifully, separated the gathered players from both sides, lowered his head to the fat alien, who was lying on the ground, and performed the lazy donkey 18-roll technique, and asked a few words, and then he stood up and motioned to the sidelines for a stretcher to come in. The fat man probably couldn't survive. Acradine really hurt. When the Chelsea fans saw the stretchers entering the stadium, the boos immediately disappeared and everyone returned to their seats. Since Uncle Carvalho really injured the fat man, and was not pretending, then we have to be kinder, right? The medical staff carried the fat man with a painful face to the sidelines for treatment. During the game, the referee Ferina handed the instigator Carvalho to his side, and showed a golden card, Topaz God of War card. Chapter 115, 40,000 white middle fingers. Seeing the judge in black, Ferina, expressionlessly rewarding himself with a Topaz God of War card, immovable King Khan Carvalho's heart was filled with infinite grievances. The Portuguese used his not so handsome face to piece together the pure and innocent expression made a silent protest to Ferina. Are you still being unreasonable? I tackled the ball first. Okay. Blues captain Terry is also a little confused. This is obviously Stamford Bridge, so why does the referee's decision favor the visiting team Real Madrid? As the captain, Terry felt that he had to stand up and say something fair, so the Englishman sensibly dismissed the teammates surrounding Ferina, smiled and approached the referee. Ferina, hey, the ball was really not a foul. Our players scooped it first. On the other side, Real Madrid captain Golden Wolf Bucero is not happy either. My man has been carried down and put on ice by you. I don't know if he will be disabled. You are stuck here because of a mere Topaz God of War. The referee is so irritating and inhumane. Geo away. Justice Ferina in black ignored the protests of the two captains and directly waved them away without even a smile on his face. Your uncles. Terry turned away. Street boy. Guti left angrily. Awesome. After forcefully suppressing the dissatisfaction of the players from both teams, Stephen Farina whistled, pointed to the place where the fat alien had rolled just now, and signaled Real Madrid to prepare for a free kick. A free kick about 30 meters away from the Chelsea goal falls within the killing range of Bucero's scimitar. The Masters and the Blues camp all stood on the edge of the penalty area and formed a wall. Since Guti unkindly teased the Czech Gibbon with a quick free kick during the previous match between the two sides, this time the Chelsea players followed suit. When he saw the two handsome guys Beckham and Guti standing in front of the football with lewd looks on their faces, Vice-Captain Lampard hurriedly ran over to block the football, waiting for Sech to instruct his teammates. to choose a position on the wall. Guti curled his lips, originally thinking of repeating his old trick, but who knew that his character would be seen through by Lampard so quickly. Beckham turned his head helplessly and shrugged to the side, meaning, I have no chance, you can take this ball. Chelsea's wall was lined up for a long time because Ramos and Cannavaro were like little pigs coaxing the wall, trying to squeeze out an angle to create a better free kick for Bucero. Angle, push, push, push. Ferreira had to blow the whistle again to signal the wall to retreat, reminding the players on both sides to behave themselves. If you don't behave honestly, I will be punished. Facts have proved that Ferreira's threats were effective. There were much less pushing and shoving on both sides. The judge in black nodded with satisfaction and was about to blow the whistle to indicate that free throws were allowed. Suddenly, there was an overwhelming boo from the stands. Voice. This was the most intense wave of boos produced by Chelsea fans since the start of the game, like thousands of bombers swooping over Stamford Bridge, dropping countless screaming bombs. The players on the field looked at the stands at a loss, and all the fans rushed to show their middle fingers in the same direction. Ronaldo, the man who caused boos and received more than 40,000 white middle fingers, was fat alien Ronaldo. After seeing the alien standing on the sidelines with a wretched look, jumping up and down, raising his arms to indicate to the referee Ferreira that he was fine and asking to come on, the faces of the Chelsea players turned green. No wonder the fans had such a big reaction. The heart-rending expression of pain that this guy showed just now was just an act, right? If he was really injured, how could he recover so quickly? From being carried on a stretcher to the sidelines for examination and applying ice to now being asked to play, it only took 1 minute, 43 points and 7 seconds to play full time. Does this mean anything is fine? Could it be that Real Madrid's team doctor knows the blood recovery technique at full level? The referee Ferreira agreed with a dark face to Ronaldo's request to play, sighing secretly, damn it, I was fooled too. Push official free throw. There was no problem with Chelsea's human wall, and head coach Petr Cech carefully blocked all possible angles. Amid the noise created by the fans to distract Beckham took a running start and was slapped hard on the inside of his foot, hitting the bottom of the football. The whole person was carried forward by the huge inertia. Boom. The arc remains. The Chelsea players on the wall jumped up to block the path of the football. African and Elau Rogba barely touched the ball with his scalp at the highest point in the air. At this time, the trajectory of the Bayern arc was completely deformed. Warcraft's kindness was not helpful. Cech had already calculated the ball's route and started to pounce on the right side of the goal. Who knew that Drogba's touch would cause the football to slip towards the middle? At this moment, the only good thing for Cech was that he had not had time to take off yet. So although his center of gravity had been lost, the Czech goalkeeper still used all his strength to move his slender legs horizontally to the center of the goal. Beckham's free kick hit the defender and caused a line change. Danger. Cech. Incredible. Cech blocked the ball with his heel when he lost his center of gravity. This ball also has shot. Wow. Ronaldo shot hit Terry and bounced off the sideline. Real Madrid got a sideline ball. This was the best chance Real Madrid created in the first half. Cech once again pulled Chelsea back from the edge of the cliff. After Madmanley changed his formation, Chelsea still dominated the field, but Real Madrid created more scoring opportunities. The delayed goal tore the hearts of fans on both sides, and the anxious mood spread from Stamford Bridge. It seemed that even the gluttons who were watching the broadcast in front of the TV thousands of miles away could smell the tension. As the game gradually heated up, Mourinho also stood on the sidelines with his hands in the pockets of his Armani windbreaker. Real Madrid's previous waves of attacks made Mourinho a little difficult to calm down, but from the scene, Chelsea's four midfielders still firmly controlled the situation. It was not a wise choice to make adjustments at this time. The madman turned his head and looked at Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines and posing like him. He couldn't help but secretly admire him. Compared with the last time they played at the Bernabeu, this young man has grown a lot. Just from the change in the 20th minute, he deserves a higher look. Even Ferguson and Wenger, the two old enemies, didn't have such a big hand and courage to put up a 3-back formation at Stamford Bridge. Right, Uncle Madman didn't know that if there was no prior simulation drill of FM 2007, Leoli would probably want to put up a 1-0-0-0 formation to seek a draw. Use 3 defenders at Stamford Bridge. Only grandsons would pretend like this without complete confidence. The broadcast camera swept over. At this moment, the distance between Lee Tongfan and the madman was only 6 meters. In the 42nd minute, Real Madrid, who had been under pressure from Chelsea, got another chance for a free kick in the front court. This time, it was Robinho who created the free kick. The Brazilian coach strictly followed Lee Tongfan's tactical arrangement of be more flirtatious after the front court and strive for more free kicks. A few bicycle kicks stunned the Dutch piranha Bucero, who was pulled to the ground by the opponent. When he turned and broke through, the distance was about 35 meters, a little farther than the last time, but still within Beckham's killing range. Sech still tirelessly directed his teammates to form a human wall. Ramos and Cannavaro, to shameless hammers, still coaxed and sabotaged like hungry piglets. And the referee Ferreira still held his lung capacity and blew the whistle again and again to warn the players of both sides. After the farce, Beckham took a penalty kick. This time the arc was slightly higher than before. The Blues experts broke their intestines but failed to hit the ball. Sech stretched out his arms in the air and barely lifted the football that was trying to sneak into the goal from the intersection of the crossbar and the uprights out of the bottom line. This high-quality free kick almost frightened the Chelsea fans who were making trouble in the stands to vomit their hearts. The madman standing on the sidelines jumped his eyebrows a few times, but in the end he did not change the tactics. After the game, the madman must have stamped his feet and beat his chest because of this hesitation, because in the last minute of the first half of the game, the visiting team Real Madrid finally blind cat met dead mouse and caught a chance. The whole tragic process is as follows. In the 45th minute of the game, Sech, the head of the Blues, once again did not believe in evil and directly kicked the goal ball to Drogba, who was already a little stuck in the front court. Generally speaking, although the success rate of such long pass tactics is extremely low, the opponent will not seize the opportunity to counter-attack, and as long as it is caught once, it will be a naked shot. From this point of view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with Sech's idea, but the problem is that not only did the referee not stand on Chelsea's side today, but even God seemed to be a little biased, as one of the goalkeepers who was rated as godlike player in the FM scouting tool. Sech's long kick found Drogba very accurately, but the beast was harassed by the pure little boy Joel Luca when he was fighting for the high ball. So the football almost hit Drogba's head. Drogba leaned back a little when he jumped up, so that the football did not bounce back after hitting his head, but rose 3 or 4 meters over Ramos and Cannavaro, who were standing a little forward, and continued to fly to the front of Real Madrid's penalty area. Opportunity. This is a wonderful pass that happened by mistake. Ramos and Cannavaro turned slowly, and Shevchenko rushed in like lightning. A one-on-one shot. Ramos' foul didn't stop him. Casillas left the goal and attacked the last barrier of Real Madrid. Let's see who touches the ball first. When the ball passed Cannavaro and Ramos and was still falling into the penalty area, the Ukrainian nuclear warhead rushed after the ball as if its butt was burned. By the time Ramos, the last defender of Real Madrid, reacted, it was too late to stop Shevchenko with a foul. The Ukrainian left a gust of wind for the Hammers. In front of him, there was only Casillas, who left the goal and attacked like a mouse seeing a cat. There are more. Please give me monthly tickets and subscriptions. Please subscribe first for newcomers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Role of 8 Seconds and 8. At this moment, for Shevchenko, the hustle and bustle around him disappeared. The Ukrainian only had football in his sight. The nuclear warhead felt as if he had returned to the days of the red and black team that dominated the world. His legs became as explosive as when he was young. The air of Stamford Bridge, which always stuck to his body when he was running, became extremely fresh today. The football was right in front of him. He just needed to stop it when it landed, shake off the attacking goalkeeper, and kick the ball. The goal was within reach. The cheers of the fans were coming. In order to ensure that the ball stopped steadily and avoid mistakes, Shevchenko slowed down a little, stretched out his toes, while running to control the ball first, and everything was as perfect as imagined. However, at this moment, a big foot with shining studs appeared behind the football, followed by sky blue socks wrapped in knee pads, and then the handsome face of Casillas, the head of Real Madrid, with a slightly ferocious face. 1/1000th of a second before Shevchenko touched the ball, Casillas shoveled the ball away as he wished, but he was like a Lamborghini that lost control on the highway, bringing up a piece of grass and colliding with Shevchenko, who was rushing over. The referee hesitated for a moment and did not blow the whistle in his mouth because the football shoveled away by Casillas did not go out of bounds, but fell at the feet of Makalal on the left side of the penalty area. Chelsea still had an offensive opportunity, and Ferreira raised his arms forward to signal to continue the attack. Unfortunately, the lucky Makalal was a little distracted when the ball flew over. Damn. How did the ball run from the penalty area to me in the blink of an eye? On the football field, a moment of distraction will pay a huge price, so although the old Frenchman relied on his body subconsciousness to unload the ball, he did not choose to shoot at the first time. In the time when he was stunned, Roberto Carlos rushed over. The Brazilian used his not so good sliding tackle to take the ball out from under Makalal's feet, and then climbed up and kicked it directly. Carlos's kick was so strong that the ball went along the left sideline of the field, crossed most of the field, and flew all the way to Chelsea's penalty area. At this time, Casillas was still rolling around with Shevchenko in the penalty area. After Makalal lost the ball, he didn't even have time to make a move to grab it back. Chelsea's three midfielders Lampard, Ballack and Essien were almost pressing into Real Madrid's penalty area. On the backline, Uncle Carvalho, who liked to advance, stood in the middle circle and looked back stupidly at the flight trajectory of the football. Even Bowler and Bridge lost their defensive positions because of the previous attack. A large space appeared in Chelsea's backcourt, but because the football flew so fast, no one chased it. Everyone thought that Chelsea would get another goal kick in a few seconds, with only one exception, the alien fat man Ronaldo, who had just endured more than 40,000 white middle fingers because Chelsea's attack just now was too fast. When the football was cleared by Carlos, Ronaldo had not had time to withdraw, which gave the fat man a chance to counter-attack. Just when everyone gave up chasing the ball, the alien fat man once again showed the world his terrifying speed and explosive power in his peak period. 8 seconds and 8. The fat man rushed from the center circle to the end line and retrieved the ball that was about to go out of bounds. It only took 8 seconds and 8 seconds. Until then, the dumbfounded Chelsea players realized that the danger had come inadvertently. After the fat man retrieved the ball, he immediately ran inside with the ball. Return to defense. Return to defense quickly. Terry greeted his teammates while stepping on small steps carefully to meet him. He must stop this attention-seeking fat man before his teammates return to defense. Otherwise, the whole Chelsea team must be waiting for the shame of kicking off again in the center circle. As for Ronaldo, he must get rid of the Blues captain with a mohawk hairstyle in the shortest time, so that he has a chance to use this hard-earned space to score. Either you die or I die. Ronaldo's chain bicycle plus the bull's tail did not shake the center of gravity of the Blues captain. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Real Madrid's offensive players and Chelsea's defensive players swarmed in, and it was impossible to force a breakthrough and shoot. The fat man changed his mind, glanced at his teammates' running positions, made a fake move to force a breakthrough, causing Terry to deviate, and suddenly poked the ball with his toes, brushing Terry's calf, and sending it into the Chelsea penalty area, since it doesn't work alone. Let's go the team route. The ball rolled into the penalty area, and the person who received it was Real Madrid's captain Guti. Chelsea players paid enough attention to the Spanish midfielder who scored 2 goals in the last confrontation between the two sides. When the Golden Wolf got the ball, Carvalho, who had retreated to his position, pressed forward. Guti did not get too entangled with Carvalho. He stepped the ball out 2 steps and kicked the ball to the middle. Near the penalty spot, the king of the small penalty area had already run out of the shooting opportunity. Guti got rid of Carvalho's defense and made a cross. Van Nistelrooy headed the ball. This ball, Sech and Van Nistelrooy collided. The ball was punched out of the penalty area by the Czech goalkeeper. Sech made another contribution. Dangerous. This ball went in. Realize. In the last minute of the first half, Sech made a mistake in his attack. The ball was blocked out of the penalty area, but fell to Realize's feet outside, and the cross went straight in. In the 45th minute of the game, Real Madrid relied on the wide player Realize to hit the goal with a pass and a shot, and the ball went in. This was a lucky goal. Sech and Ruud van Nistelrooy collided. Realize there was an incredible expression on his face. I'm afraid that even he himself did not expect that the goal would be scored. Tong Lee's insistence on wing attack finally achieved miraculous results. Compared with Lee's timely adjustment, Mourinho lost in on-the-spot command for a while. There are still 45 minutes in the second half. I hope crazy Mourinho can seize the opportunity. The Real Madrid players celebrated wildly on the court, but Mourinho's disciples found it a bit hard to accept. They suppressed the opponent and attacked for most of the time, and in the end they were actually led by the opponent. Such a situation was beyond their imagination. The Stamford Bridge Stadium, which was as hot as a flame, suddenly turned off at this moment. More than 40,000 Chelsea fans squatted on their seats with their heads in their hands and their eyes were blurred. Although the more than 2,000 Real Madrid fans were playing conches and drums blindly, the atmosphere they created was far different. Got it? After all, we are on someone else's territory. The first half of the regular season ended because the fat alien wasted a lot of time pretending to be dead. The referee Ferriner gave 3 minutes of injury time. The angry Blue Army soldiers launched waves of violent offensives in these 3 minutes. Makelele sat in the center circle, and the Magic Lamp, Chariot, and Buffalo were like the excavators of the real estate developers that demolished everything. After halftime with a rumble, Gashuhi and temporary midfielder Shialuka fell miserably into the vast ocean of people's war. Drogba ducked out of the way and forced a shot. The ball flew away. Opportunity. Shevchenko got. The Ukrainian once again wasted a great opportunity. This is the third time he has failed his teammates' passes. Will Mourinho replace him in the second half? Essien shoveled away Guti who was taking the ball. Yellow card. Ferriner showed the yellow card to Chelsea player Essien. Ghana Buffaloes are a little impatient. Berek made a sudden shot in the middle of the penalty area. It was beautiful. Casillas reacted quickly. The ball was lifted over the crossbar. Chelsea got a corner kick. This was the Blues' last offensive opportunity in the first half. It was an injury time. At the end, the referee Ferriner looked at his watch frequently. The Chelsea players were still trying to take advantage of the last corner kick opportunity to equalize the score. Mourinho on the sidelines turned around with a dark face and entered the player tunnel in advance. Although there is an element of luck in Real Madrid's goals, luck is also won by sufficient strength. The madman was very dissatisfied with the score on the field, which can be seen from the fact that he slammed the water bottle in his hand to the ground when he turned around. Push. Lampard's corner kick was directly pushed out of the baseline by Gianluca. Ferriner did not give Chelsea a second chance and directly blew the whistle to end the first half. Although the scene was dominant, the Chelsea players still entered the locker room dejectedly. For Mourinho, the real challenge has come. Look at Madman Lee standing at the entrance of the player tunnel with a smile on his face and hugging his players one by one. You will know how important this game is to the two head coaches. Okay, let's take a break and see you in the second half. I'm Zanjun. See you later. Chelsea dressing room. The Blues players who were lagging behind were frightened, but Madman Mew unexpectedly did not get angry. After all the players arrived, the madman wrote and drew on the tactical board without saying a word. The all-out look on his face when he was outside was gone. People all over the world, owe me money expression. The sound of scoffing as a pen tip was wiped against the whiteboard was endless. The Portuguese did not explain much. After a while, he pointed at the tactical board and said, "This is what you need to do for the 41,106 Chelsea fans in the second half." On the tactical board, the red arrows were crisscrossed and messy. The basic movement requirements of all front court players were meticulously marked. Only 4 defenders were firmly restricted to the backcourt. Behind the player list at the bottom of the whiteboard, the name of each starting player has been marked by a madman. The name of Shevchenko, who scored only 5 points on the front line, was crossed out and replaced by Arjen Robben. Substitute. The Dutch Peter Pan makes a brilliant appearance, and Madman Mew will use his killer wing tactics in the second half. At the bottom of the white tactical board, the names and scores of the 2 teams were heavily written in red blackboard pen. Chelsea 6:1 Real Madrid. Crazy begging for monthly votes. Xiodeo urgently needs the support of monthly votes from the bosses, and lost at the starting line. Let us work together to get it back. Chapter 117 Golden Rooster stands on one leg and White Crane spreads its wings. The night sky at Stamford Bridge is still hot, and the hearts of Chelsea fans are burning with anxiety. Kuangren Mew sat on the coaching bench with his brows furrowed. The second half of the game has gone on for more than 20 minutes, and the score on the field is still 0:1. Real Madrid, playing away from home, took the lead thanks to a lucky goal from wide player Eyes in the first half. Mourinho scored at the beginning of the second half. Robben, who has greater speed and breakthrough ability, replaced number 7 forward Shevchenko, but from the current point of view, the effect of this substitution is not obvious. Yes, the second half has been going on for 20 minutes. After the substitutions, Chelsea's offensive was in full swing. Arjen Robben's breakthrough on the wing did bring a lot of trouble to Real Madrid. This man ran out with a sissy running method. The very manly winger frequently changes positions under Mourinho's arrangement. So far in the game, in order to prevent the breakthrough of the Dutch Peter Pan, Ramos and Robert Carlos have respectively taken the referee's approach. Reina applied for a Topaz God of War card, not to mention, under the repeated push of the 4 muscular men in the blue center, Real Madrid's main defensive midfielder Beckham was not spared either. Among the defensive players, only Joel Luca and Cannavaro remained pure body. Although the scene is tense, the situation is like a spring rope that has been stretched to the limit. As long as someone adds more force, the collapse of the spring rope will be inevitable. Chelsea is under the control of Lampard. The entire team is like a precision-operated machine, methodically putting pressure on the opponent bit by bit according to the operating procedures set by engineer Mourinho during the halftime break. Real Madrid's defense is like a flood control dam that can no longer bear the impact. As long as the opponent seizes the opportunity to open a gap the size of an ant's nest, the fate that awaits Crazy Lee and his team members will be a huge collapse. Lampard passed the ball to Robben on the right. Ramos did not dare to neglect and immediately defended closely. Robben was unable to turn around and knocked the ball back to Borlak, trying to play a 1-2. Foul. Ramos pulled Robben, who was off the ball. The referee's whistle sounded. Now I'm nervous. Ramos already has a yellow card on his back. If he gets another yellow card, the game will be for the Royals for Madrid. It's over early. Chelsea players gathered around, and they were putting pressure on Ferreira. Was it a yellow card? Wow. Ferreira was merciful, and he called Ramos aside for a verbal warning. Listen. The deafening boos at Stamford Bridge. You will know how unhappy Chelsea fans are with Ferreira. When Mourinho saw this scene on the sidelines, he immediately rushed to the sidelines and started chattering. After the 4th official's earnest dissuasion, he returned to his seat. However, the usually steady assistant coach Stephen Clark appeared out of nowhere. The team was so angry that the colleagues next to him didn't even have time to stop him. This chubby man transformed into an English dog-headed dog and roared at the referee Ferreira on the field. The referee stopped the game. The commentator Uncle Zanjan was full of surprise. What's going on? No one fouled. The football is still at the feet of the Chelsea players. Ferreira came to the sidelines and talked to the 4th official for a while. After the exchange, he took out the red card and walked to the Chelsea coaching bench. It was a good show. Who was it? Could it be Mourinho? The madman just made a strong protest against the referee's decision. Oh, it turned out to be Chelsea. Assistant coach Clark. Fortunately, for the Chelsea team, as long as the madman is still sitting on the command seat, the sky will not fall. Brother. Clark paid a red price for his impulse, and Leoli on the side was also stunned. This was the first time, since Leoli became the head coach, that he saw a team member get a Ruby God of War card. It Seems that the anxious situation on the scene has affected the staff of both teams. In the tense atmosphere, Chelsea assistant coach Clark lost control of his emotions. If the coach is like this, you can imagine how much pressure the players on the field are under. The game will end in more than 20 minutes, and this will be the beginning of madness. Uncle Zanjan revealed the secret, and the broadcast camera took advantage of this gap to connect and give a close-up of the faces of key players from both sides. Lampard pursed his lips tightly. African and ELAU's dark face was filled with anxiety, and Beckham was taking advantage of the interruption in the game. Taking the time to pour water on his head, Ronaldo looked at the scoreboard and panted, revealing two big rabbit teeth. There is only one exception. The camera is focused on Lee, the loser. Haha, the young coach of Real Madrid is chewing gum and talking and laughing with the staff around him. He doesn't seem to be worried about the situation at all. Crazy Lee has a strong heart. Farina vented his lust on the sidelines and returned to the court to blow the whistle and continue the game. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for Real Madrid. The Dutch Peter Pan seemed to have identified the right side of Real Madrid where Ramos was guarding. As long as he got the ball, he would hit this side over and over again. The long-haired hammer had already obtained a Topaz God of War card when he was defending. He couldn't sleep and threw a rat weapon. Robin, who was swung by his buttoned waist, easily broke through. 2 of the 3 passes accurately found Drogba's point. If Casillas hadn't been possessed by the soul of Banks' body, it is estimated that the score on the field has been rewritten twice in a row. Mourinho's midfield substitutions finally showed their effect, and the balance of victory once again tilted towards Chelsea! 30 minutes into the second half, Lee Tongfan looked at the time and quickly came to the sidelines, ready to make another adjustment. At this moment, something strange happened on the field. After Beckham intercepted Makalow's ball, he was about to make a long pass to find Van Nistelrooy, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and was knocked to the ground from behind. It turned out that Makalow, who had lost the ball many times in this game, finally couldn't suppress his impatience in the suffocating atmosphere of Stamford Bridge and knocked down the unprepared coach from behind. Farina whistled again. This time, it was the turn of Real Madrid players to come around and put pressure on the referee. Although Makalol was still pure and had not been given a yellow card, it was not an exaggeration to give him a red card for such a bad foul as a tackle from behind. However, no one on the field noticed that Beckham, a gentleman who plays football with great professionalism, lay on the ground and never got up after Makalol's tackle. Seeing this scene, Lee Tongfan's heart skipped a beat. Old Lee certainly knew what this foul meant. In the simulation of the FM 2007 system, Beckham suffered a torn ankle tendon and needed to rest for 3 months after diagnosis by experts. But this foul clearly occurred in the 80th minute in the system simulation. Old Lee was preparing to replace Beckham in advance to prevent this tragedy from happening. Who knew that, before he could play the electronic card for substitution, the old Frenchman actually took the initiative? Fuck, what a bullshit. The Real Madrid coach, who had been very timid for the first 70 minutes, kicked the grass in front of him hard. Who knew that, while the grass was flying, the leather shoes on Leoli's feet also rolled happily and flew into the court. This funny scene caused a burst of laughter from the fans in the stands, and the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere was vaguely relieved. The camera swept over, and Crazy Lee was posing in a coquettish posture of standing on one leg and spreading wings of a white crane on the sidelines. Assistant coach Greed ran into the court with a nervous look on his face to help Leoli pick up his shoes. The 4th official was also a little confused. How should this match report be written? Crazy Lee sneaked up on the referee with his flying shoes. After 3 minutes, the game continued. The referee Farina adhered to the penalty standard of forgive others when you can, and after letting Ramos go, he again punished Makalol, who committed a malicious foul. A yellow gem war god card was used to settle the matter. Lee Tongfan replaced the injured Beckham with the black tornado of Mali Mohammed, low pressure. Replaced the restrained Ramos with Sisinho, and replaced the king of the small penalty area, Ruud van Nistelrooy, who was exhausted after nearly 80 minutes of high-intensity confrontation with the king of the rings. Raul, the mad uncle on the side, was not to be outdone. He replaced the Dutch Piranha Bouwelaars, who was on a yellow card, with the Cameroonian fullback Jeremy, who had a stronger assist ability, to prevent the Dutchman who won the Ruby God of War card in the last match from ascending again in advance. He replaced Makalal, who was on the verge of going berserk, with the African little boy Salomon Kalou, who had extremely strong personal breakthrough ability. Within less than 80 minutes of the game, both Crazy Lee and Crazy Mao had used up their 3 substitutions. The two had completely done what the head coach could do. In the remaining 10 minutes, they could only rely on the performance of the players on the field. Life and death, disaster and fortune, each is left to fate. As the game progressed, Leoli looked at his watch, and a bitter look appeared on his face, because for Real Madrid, the black 3 minutes were coming. Sure enough, in the 83rd minute, Cameroonian defender Grimmy, who had just been replaced by Mourinho, used a direct free kick from about 35 meters in the front court to blast open the door held by Casillas. According to a CCTV commentator who became famous at the just concluded German World Cup, the free kick taken by Grimmy hit the theoretical dead corner, and Casillas could do nothing about it. Hula. Stamford Bridge instantly became a sea of joy. Chelsea's first direct free kick in the front court of the game. After Real Madrid's free kick master Beckham wasted 3 consecutive chances and left the field, Cameroonian Grimmy became a hero in the hearts of Chelsea fans! 35 meters, a fatal blow, and for Real Madrid, the nightmare is not over yet. The first update is here. Crazy request for monthly tickets. Strive for 3 updates today. Chapter 118 Madman Lion-039, S second mysterious gesture. In the 86th minute, Guti made a mistake in passing the ball in the front court. The vice-captain of Real Madrid, who scored 2 goals in the first round, was probably distracted by Grimmy's free kick just now, and inexplicably passed the ball to another vice-captain on the field. Chelsea's genie Lampard is not like the French old man Makalal who likes to be distracted on the court. The genie turned on the maximum wattage at this moment. Facing the panicked Guti, he did not look up at all and directly rubbed the ball to the penalty arc of Real Madrid's penalty area. By feeling point, the arc of this ball is very large, with high-speed rotation. Joel Luca, who was guarding Drogba, suddenly felt a little bit arrogant at this moment after successfully freezing the monster for more than 60 minutes. He jumped up and wanted to destroy it first. Who knew that at the moment he jumped, Drogba gently pushed him behind him. Treat him with his own way. Pushing from behind was a trick that the Croatian boy had been using to harass the monster in the game. Who knew that the monster was actually proficient in the legendary Daozu and crossing Yui of Nanmuring, and soon turned this trick into his own use. The unprepared Joel Luca was in a tragedy. His body lost balance under this push. Even if the boy stretched his neck to the longest, he couldn't hit the ball. The Ivorian monster, who had disappeared for most of the game, showed his sharp and ferocious teeth at the moment when Chelsea needed him most. The referee Ferrina determined that this was normal physical contact and did not blow the whistle. The next moment, Drogba had already stopped the ball steadily at his feet. In front of the monster, there was only one person who could stop him: the Italian bald man Cannavaro. However, Cannavero's strengths lie in positioning and defense. Facing a forward like the monster, whose body, speed, technology and strength are among the best in European football, one-on-one is not advantageous. What's more, Real Madrid's loss of the ball just now seemed too sudden. After Joel Luca was tricked, it was extremely difficult for Cannavaro to use his experience and position to intercept the ball again. The defender had only one choice in the face of such a situation, that is, resolutely not to rush to grab the ball rashly, so as not to be taken advantage of by the opponent, and try to delay time, to wait for the support of other teammates, who knew that the powerful Warcraft did not choose to break through Cannavaro's defense at all, but directly swung his calf in place and shot. The ball was shot very suddenly. Warcraft shot the ball with the method of kicking a free kick. When Casillas realized that something was wrong and wanted to jump, the football had already whizzed over his head. Bang! The big handsome man was about to look back to see if the ball had gone in. There was a crisp sound behind his head, and the white round ball flew back from his head. Crossbar? Didn't go in. Woo woo woo. The Blues fans in the stands exclaimed in annoyance. Many people had not put down their arms holding their heads, and suddenly they couldn't help jumping up again, because in the Real Madrid penalty area, a player in a blue uniform rushed in like lightning and shot the ball without waiting for it to land. Lampard, the Chelsea vice-captain's shot was incredibly fast, thanks to the momentum of the forward run and the force of the ball bouncing back. Casillas, who was famous for his quick reaction, didn't see the trajectory of the ball at such a close distance. The ball had already rushed into the goal behind him, and the net formed a pitch-shaped protrusion backwards and kept spinning. Boom. Stamford Bridge was boiling. If Grimm's goal brought only comfort to Chelsea fans, then Lampard's shot instantly pulled all the blue fans from the world into heaven, soaring in the sky. We will let the blue flag fly high. From Stamford Bridge to Wembley, we will let the blue flag fly high. We will follow Chelsea, from land to sea. Free, no matter where we are. We will not be afraid, no matter who you are, because we are the famous CFC. Chelsea, Chelsea, Chelsea. The Blue Ocean in the stands performed this song Forever Blue in My Heart to the maximum decibel, and many Chelsea fans almost spoke the team's anthem with roars. At this moment, joy belongs to Chelsea. Glory belongs to Chelsea. The madman jumped up from his seat at the moment of the goal, ran to the field to celebrate, and when he passed Real Madrid, he suddenly squatted and slid on his knees, leaving 2 deep marks on the grass with his knees. Lampard, the ball went in. Incredible. The commentator on the scene was as sensational as he could. This is our Chelsea. This is our Premier League champion. This is the most special team of Mr. Mourinho. When everyone thought the team was going to lose, someone stood up to equalize the score. When everyone was celebrating the hard-won average, someone else brought them a surprise. Even Uncle Zanjan of ESPN couldn't help but use 2 incredible words to describe this goal. Incredible goal. Incredible reversal. In the 86th minute of the game, with less than 10 minutes left in injury time, Lampard took advantage of Guti's mistake to overtake the score. In the contest between the 2 vice-captains, does Guti still have a chance to atone for his sins? Chelsea's carnival celebration lasted for a full 2 minutes until the referee blew the whistle and urged them to return to the court to kick off. Chelsea players stood in their respective positions with reluctance. After taking the lead, Chelsea's approach became much more conservative. Lampard and Essien retreated to the defensive midfielder position, leaving only the German tank Borlak, Peter Pan Robben, Warcraft Drogba and Kala to carry out sporadic harassment on Real Madrid's defense line with their individual abilities. There were less than 10 minutes left in the game, so there was no need to take risks to attack. Facing a team like Real Madrid, taking risks would be like giving away points. The gluttons watching the broadcast in front of the TV couldn't help but stamp their feet and beat their chests. Although they thought they would lose this game before the game, their crazy worship of Lee Tongfan still gave them a glimmer of hope, and now, hope seems to be shattered. The broadcast camera was aimed at Crazy Lee. The Real Madrid coach in a black suit stood on the sidelines with a frown on his face. There were still 10 minutes left, and the myth of a perfect victory was about to be shattered. Could this 22-year-old man still turn the tide? 4 minutes passed quickly, and Real Madrid showed no signs of turning the tide. The 4th official on the sidelines played an electronic card, and 3 minutes of stoppage time was added in the second half. Chelsea fans did not boo the referee fair enough this time, because the time spent in the second half due to Beckham's injury and Chelsea's 2-goal celebrations far exceeded 3 minutes. Some anxious fans have stood up and counted down. There are 180 seconds left, and the myth of Crazy Lee's invincibility will collapse. It is Chelsea that buried all this. The person who defeated him is Mourinho. The location is at the Blue Stamford Bridge. Even the reporters squatting on the side of the court constantly taking pictures began to aim their camera lenses at the winner. Some impatient guys used their notebooks to post the drafts they had drafted on the website in advance, with the title Crazy Lee suffered a Waterloo at Stamford Bridge, and Mourinho's ingenious revenge succeeded. Time was slipping away bit by bit, and 1 minute of stoppage time passed. Real Madrid, who were behind in the score, pressed the Blues Chelsea to attack wildly, but Mourinho's muscular defense made the attack that Real Madrid had organized with great difficulty like an egg hitting a stone, shattering and splashing. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines with his eyebrows furrowed. It seemed that, when the mad uncle arranged the tactics in the midfield, he had already thought of how to defend after taking the lead. In this case, it was difficult to use conventional tactics, and only another way could be found. There was only one way to solve the problem: use a trick. Raising his wrist to look at the watch, there were 120 seconds left, and the second time to show off finally came. Damn, this FM 2007 simulation is really bloody. Another reversal. But Leoli likes it. Let's see what kind of expression the mad uncle will have at that time. At this moment, the experienced broadcast cameraman Charles Paul was ready to give a close-up of the winner and the loser. This moment will surely become a shot that people will talk about after the game and become a signature picture in major newspapers and magazines. But when the camera was first aimed at the loser Madman Lee, Paul was stunned because Madman Lee suddenly stood on the sidelines and blew a loud whistle, raising his middle finger high to the Real Madrid players on the field. This scene is a bit familiar. In the first half, when the situation was behind, Madman Lee directed the Real Madrid players to change the formation through sharp whistles and raised his hand gestures high to change the situation and take a 1-goal lead. Could it be that at this time, Madman Lee still has some tricks that he hasn't used? Charles Paul has studied the history of fame of Madman Lee in just 4 months. This man seems to always be good at bursting out unimaginable power to change everything in desperate situations, such as the Spanish National Derby on September 9th, the first round of the confrontation with Chelsea on September 12th, the match against the La Liga giants Sevilla on November 18th, and so on. Will there be a miracle? Charles Paul's camera has been aimed at Madman Lee and no longer pays attention to the winner Madman Marinho. The speculation in his brain made his heart beat faster, and his professional intuition told him, at this time, the camera must follow this madman closely. In the 91st minute of the game, the players of Real Madrid finally waited for the leader's gesture. Every hammer remembered that before the game, the leader asked them to practice 2 very detailed attacks, with details of everyone's running position, the frequency of each dribbling, and the strength of each pass clearly stipulated. They had never seen such an arrangement from any head coach before. Logically speaking, as a head coach, it is simply nonsense to arrange tactics to such a detailed level. The court is like a battlefield, and the situation changes rapidly. Players must be given enough trust and freedom to defeat the enemy. Rehearsing such a fixed routine is simply a contempt for the player's IQ. No matter how skilled and tacit you are in the rehearsal beforehand, it's shit in the game, because the opponent will not be stupid enough to cooperate with your running and passing according to your wishes. The second and third updates are posted together. For the pleasure of the readers, it's a little late. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 119, Present. BT Corner Kick Tactics. However, facing the leader who created many miracles and was very vindictive, the Hammers still chose to submit silently, just to accompany this gentleman for fun. Anyway, they were idle anyway, so how could training not be training? And at this moment, the miracle that Lee Tongfan wanted to create was about to appear when the score was behind and the situation was out of control. After seeing Leoli's gestures, the Hammers subconsciously began to run and pass the ball according to Leoli's requirements after thousands of drills before the game. What shocked all Real Madrid players was that Chelsea players didn't know what they were doing and actually cooperated to run along the route they expected. First, Marinho's new substitute, Calao, passed the ball to Robinho, who did not press forward much. Then, when the Brazilian coach was following the posture, speed, and steering required by the head coach, Lampard and Essien continued to cooperate to press from both sides at the same time, revealing the space behind them. Robinho paused, shook, and passed the ball to Ronaldo, an alien fat man who was eagerly waiting for the relay on the left side of the penalty area with 1/3 of his usual passing force. Everything continued to follow the script stipulated by Lee Tongfan before the game. After Ronaldo received the ball, Chelsea's central defenders Terry and Carvalho actually rushed over to press and once again cooperated to leave a large space behind them. It was too rash. If the two people pressed and made mistakes and were passed by the fat man, then the alien could directly face Sech, the head of Chelsea. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he chooses to break through, Ronaldo has a 30% chance of becoming a hero in the hearts of Real Madrid fans. However, the boss's arrangement before the game was not like this. After a 0.01 second hesitation, the fat man passed the ball from the middle of the two to the right side of the Chelsea penalty area. Scoring a goal is no longer the way for Ronaldo, the 3-time World Footballer of the Year, to prove himself to the fans. The only thing the fat man wants to do now is to play football happily according to the boss's requirements. Kalau made a mistake. Robinho got the ball, turned around and dunked Calau's counter-attack. Lampard and Essien pressed at the same time. Robinho opened the angle and passed the ball. Chelsea's midfield was torn open. Ronaldo got the ball. Carvalho and Terry pressed out of their own penalty area. This was a rash decision. If Ronaldo passed the ball straight, dangerous. Guti inserted between Carvalho and Bridge. Single shot, dangerous. Guti, shoot, got. Guti chose to lob in such a tense moment. Sech had no way. This ball went in. The ball went in. Incredible. In the 92nd minute of the game, Real Madrid tore through Chelsea's reinforced concrete defense line through a wonderful team cooperation. Guti's shot was full of imagination. A lob shot from the edge of the small penalty area. Goalkeeper Sech, who chose to abandon the goal, had no reaction to this. Only 1 minute before the end of the game, the vice-captain of Real Madrid fatal arc, Golden Wolf will make up for his mistake! Exclamation mark. A wonderful game. Tenacious Real Madrid equalized the score, 2:2. Although the Lazili could not continue the myth of undefeated, but he was able to take 1 point from Stamford Bridge, which was enough to gain the respect of all Europe. Let's see, it was just when he stood on the sidelines and raised his finger to inspire the players on the field. The magical coach, he has a kind of magic. In the previous confrontation between the two sides, Guti scored twice to help Real Madrid beat the Blues at home. This time, it was the Golden Wolf who turned the tide again. He is a well-deserved Chelsea nemesis, Mourinho's nemesis. Guti's goal was like an ice storm that fell from the sky, instantly pouring down the human furnace Stamford Bridge from top to bottom. London in November was not cold, but more than 40,000 Chelsea fans seemed to be in the cold wind of the Arctic Ocean, and the Cold War continued. The song Forever Blue in My Heart, that resounded through North London was like a rooster being strangled by the neck, and it was instantly interrupted! 6 minutes ago, they were cheering, and 6 minutes later, it was the other team's turn. Although there were few Real Madrid players on the scene, the decibel level at this moment was no less than the scene after Lampard scored a goal on the sidelines. Mourinho slammed the water bottle in his hand to the ground and couldn't help but rush over and kick it away. Fortunately, the madman's shoelaces were tied tightly enough so he didn't perform a flying shoe fast like someone else, and only water stains and grass clippings were splashed on the field. Goalkeeper Sech picked up the football from the goal behind him and kicked it high into the night sky. Referee Ferreira stopped the Real Madrid players from celebrating wildly, and the game center began. Chelsea players were obviously affected by Guti's goal. Not everyone can bear this kind of blow of failure. After the restart, the Blues used the ball to launch an attack and made a long pass to find Drogba in the front court. However, Joel Luca, who made a serious mistake in the 86th minute, became much more honest and followed closely. In addition, the Millie Black tornado Mohamed Diarra, who was replaced by Leoli in the second half. Drogba did not get any advantage! 30 seconds after the kickoff, the ball was once again in the hands of Real Madrid. The broadcaster Charles Paul was surprised to find that the crazy Lee standing on the sidelines blew the whistle and raised his finger again. Could it be? It was not just Charles Paul who noticed this scene. Madman Mew, who was standing less than 7 meters away from Lee Tongfan, also noticed it. Chelsea fans in the stands saw the pretentious figure on the big screen, and more than 40,000 hearts trembled at the same time. "God, are you coming again?" Randomly, there was a burst of booing. Ouch. What a wonderful scene. Lee once again made a mysterious gesture. The first two gestures brought 2 goals. Will there be a mysterious effect this time? There are less than 30 seconds left in the game. It's over. The referee Ferreira is already checking his watch frequently. If Crazy Lee's gestures can perform magic again, then he will be the god on the football field. Look at this ball. Guti's long shot. A beautiful shot. The football was blocked by the goalkeeper. Sech struggled to lift the crossbar and Real Madrid got a corner kick. This would be their last chance of the game. Guti curled his lips, a little regretful. This shot was requested by the boss. Lee Tongfan's third gesture on the sidelines told the Real Madrid players that the last set of coordination was about to be used. The realization of the third set of tactics must have a prerequisite, creating a corner kick. After the first two magical experiences, all the Hammers had already prostrated themselves under the leader's trousers and leather boots. Therefore, although Guti was far away from the goal just now, he still resolutely chose to shoot. Sure enough, again once the boss guessed it, and the shot was a corner kick. After Beckham came off the field, Real Madrid's corner kicks were all taken by the Spanish fast horse Real. Chelsea's players all retreated to their own penalty area, and Real Madrid's Hammers were no exception. Maybe as soon as the ball was kicked out, it meant the game was over. The final blow, the defense's full defense, the attack's desperate attack. Both sides have no room for reservation. The Real Madrid players' positions were in full accordance with Lee Tongfan's requirements before the game. Joel Luca, the tallest man, squeezed in near Sech to interfere with the goalkeeper. Ronaldo sneaked around the near post with a sly look. Raul, who had not scored yet, was waiting with murderous intent. At the far post, Cannavaro, Mohamed Diarra, Roberto Carlos and others were all running back and forth in the small penalty area. Even Real Madrid goalkeeper Casillas was standing at the penalty spot, jumping around. Of the 22 players in the field, apart from Real, who took the corner kick, there was only one person standing outside the penalty area of Chelsea, Golden Wolf Guti. Guti seemed to be a little cramped because of the shot just now. He squatted on the ground and carefully beat his calf. It's just that at this tense moment, even Real Madrid's teammates didn't bother to help their vice-captain alleviate the pain. The air at Stamford Bridge also solidified at this moment. Push referee Ferina's whistle was like throwing a stone into the compound surface, and waves of water ripples spread. The already chaotic penalty area became even more chaotic. Ronaldo at the front post made a gesture of running forward, which led Essien to follow him. Raul at the far post took small steps back and seemed to be waiting for Real to kick the ball backwards. Gianluca covered his head and squeezed into Sech's arms. Lampard held his waist and pulled him back. Real stood in the corner flag area and quietly recalled the training steps arranged by the boss before the game. He looked up and observed the position of his teammates. After confirming that the person's position was correct, he retreated, took a run up, and kicked off. The football drew a parabola with a wide opening in the air. It did not fly to the Chelsea penalty area filled with Real Madrid players, but fell into the penalty area of the penalty area. There, Jinlang Guti, who had been squatting on the ground cramping just now, suddenly miraculously became more energetic. His eyes were just staring at the falling ball, and he had already taken a shooting posture. Trick. Kai Guogo's trick. All the Hammers positioning and fighting in the penalty area are just a cover. The real sharp blade that kills with one strike is outside the penalty area. Chelsea's players realized it was too late. The horrified expressions of Kalau and Terry were getting closer and closer to Guti's sight. Essien and Lampard made high leaps to block Guti's shot. Angle. Unfortunately, it's all over. Boom. The crisp sound of the football being kicked with the instep shocked everyone's hearts. Lee Tongfan clenched his fist on the sidelines. This was Leoli's last trick. BT corner kick tactic. The football was like an unmanned flying instrument equipped with an automatic avoidance device. It found the only passable gap in the sea of people and rushed into the lower right corner of the goal amid the stunned expressions of more than 40,000 people! 3:2! The goal from the last second. The winner from Golden Wolf Guti. This is the BT corner kick tactic. This is the BT corner kick tactic in FM 2007 that allows a midfielder to score more than 20 goals in a season. The first time the game came to reality, it was a decisive victory. The injured Mourinho and his Chelsea, Xiodeo is asking for monthly votes like crazy. Chapter 120, Leoli said, there is no competition for the young commander. Come on. Too short and 3 long. Italian referee Ferina's final whistle sounded immediately after the football entered the goal. Maybe the judge in black didn't expect that Real Madrid actually scored a winning goal on the corner kick in the last 30 seconds. So after subconsciously blowing the whistle, Ferriner was stunned for a moment, then put the whistle into his mouth again. His cheeks puffed up, and he almost blew it again. Fortunately, the Italian reacted quickly enough to hold it back and let out a sigh of relief. The silver whistle just roared lowly. Force this low and dull metal whine is exactly like the mood of Mourinho and the Chelsea players. This is really too bad, indescribably bad, but as winners, Guti and his teammates will not pay attention to this. The game is over, we won. 180 seconds ago, the cheering people were Chelsea players and their blue fans. Who would have thought that the English people's wanton celebration and the arrogance of the Chelsea fans in the stands to stand and countdown only lasted 180 seconds. Then, they were greeted by a humiliation. The ball is failure, shame, sorrow, and pain. Miracle, miracle, miracle. Uncle Zhang went crazy and became incoherent for the first time. 3 gestures, 3 goals. Real Madrid created a miracle. Chinese Li Tongfan created a miracle. This is a miracle night at Stamford Bridge. This is the most exciting Champions League game of the season. The Real Madrid players on the bench rushed into the field, and the Real Madrid players on the field rushed to the sidelines. The 40,000 fans at Stamford Bridge witnessed the miraculous performance of Guti's 2 goals in 3 minutes, and Real Madrid's hammer. Only then do we, including Guti himself, know who the person who created the miracle is. Li Tongfan. It's Li Tongfan. Using 2 coordinated drills that they regarded as a game before the game, they miraculously reversed Chelsea under the madman's rule within 3 minutes and captured Stamford Bridge, which is known as the strongest defense in Europe. From the first minute of the game to at the last second of the game, it seemed that everything was going as he expected, and everything was possible. Guti was the first to rush to the leader, then Ronaldo, then Casillas, Roberto Carlos. More than 20 hammers lifted Leoli above his head, like a loyal guard carrying the Emperor's chariot along the way. The Stamford Bridge Stadium slowly goes around. Chelsea fans have begun to leave, but some still stand up and applaud the winner. No matter from which point of view, Crazy Lee and his players should be respected. The football field is a world where the winner is respected. Real Madrid's unremitting efforts and final result in the last 180 seconds are worthy of the applause of the North London fans, although they were still enemies a few dozen seconds ago. But the game is over now, isn't it? It wasn't just Real Madrid's substitute players who rushed into the stadium crazily, but also the media reporters who had been squatting behind the stadium billboard. Although they had filmed countless football matches, it took only 180 seconds to storm Stamford Bridge like this. The magical process still makes these battle-hardened soldiers crazy. Some of them are not even football fans. After spending 90 minutes squatting on the stadium billboard with numb waist and legs, they may just endure the pain, just to support their families every month. Thousands of pounds. But at this moment, their blood boiled, because they witnessed the miracle happening at the nearest distance, and witnessed the continuation of the legend of madman Li Quansheng. The reporters held their cameras and microphones high, and swarmed behind the Real Madrid players who carried Crazy Lee around the field. Like a snowball, the following team became bigger and bigger. There is only one exception. The unlucky guy who sent the article Crazy Lee encountered Waterloo at Stamford Bridge. Magic Bird God's clever revenge to his website first, beating his chest. This was a huge joke, and the poor guy was already covering his head with the pain in his chest. He guessed, would the bald website editor-in-chief who didn't like him to begin with use this excuse to get out. After the game, the stadium has always been a backyard for the winners to celebrate. After comforting his players one by one, the madman Mourinho turned and walked back to the player tunnel. In another 10 minutes, he will have to participate in the game. At the subsequent press conference, when he thought that he would have to sit with that young Chinese man as a loser and then be questioned by reporters, the crazy uncle felt annoyed. An astute reporter did the opposite and did not join the crowd following the Emperor's chariot. Instead, he stopped Chelsea vice-captain Frank Lampard in an ingenious way and wanted to know what this key Blues player thought of the game. Although the magic lamp that helped Chelsea take the lead in this game was obviously in a bad mood, his excellent qualities as a professional player made him choose to answer. It was an incredible game. We took the lead for a while. I want to say that every player at Chelsea worked hard, but the result was not what we were pursuing. It was reversed at the last moment of the game, which it is indeed an unacceptable thing. Our opponents have better luck than us. Congratulations to them, and hope that we can meet again in the knockout stage. Remembering to follow the lead and continue to cross-examine. There are rumors that Crazy Lee will take over from Mr. Mourinho to coach Chelsea after the end of this season. What do you think about this? Lampard's expression changed, and he couldn't help but think of the figure standing on the sidelines in the 91st minute of the game, blowing the whistle and raising a hand gesture, and then turned away and left directly. It is better for the club's senior management to worry about such things. I heard that the current relationship between the Russian boss Abramovich and the boss is very bad. If the boss really wants to leave, then it would be interesting to have Crazy Lee become his replacement, right? When the players carried Leoli to the area, where there were about 1,000 Real Madrid fans, the crowd was excited. Some strong Spanish young men jumped down from the stands and sang "Come on." Madrid joined the team. This celebration, which took more than 10 minutes, did not end until the staff worked hard to squeeze into the crowd to remind Leoli to attend the post-match press conference. As soon as Lee's feet landed, the first thing he did was to hug his teammates one by one. Beckham's premature injury in the 73rd minute of the game kept Lee Tongfan's heart in his throat for the last 20 minutes, for fear of something happening again. If the reality is inconsistent with the system simulation, then it is really wishful thinking to reverse Chelsea in the last 2 minutes. Fortunately, the only thing that happened to Beckham that went beyond his expectations happened in the whole game. The two tactics that he had to endure the disdain of the Hammers and forced him to practice all worked. Thinking of this, Leoli felt proud. Since the BT corner kick tactic can be successfully implemented in reality, what about the bug corner kick tactic? What about the core tactics of virtual offense? What about the fishing tactics of 3 on the left and 4 on the right? The Hammers were a little touched by Leoli's hugs one by one. When it was Ronaldo's turn, the fat man put his hands on his breasts with a lustful look on his face. He lowered his eyebrows and whined, "Don't come here, I'm not a manly woman." By the time Leoli came to the press conference hall enthusiastically at the urging of the fourth official, the place was already overcrowded. Mourinho seemed to be quarreling with a 20-year-old Spanish reporter. The young man was spitting in broken English. Freddy was gesticulating and arguing with Uncle Mew about something, while the madman behind the table looked disdainful. It is estimated that this stupid young man doesn't know how to look at him, and he has hit the crazy uncle's sore spot. Leoli felt happy when he saw it. Well, Coach Ben, the most glorious figure in the game, has not yet appeared on the stage, and the press conference has reached its climax. You madman, you are bullying the younger generation while I'm away. Then let us, Leoli, say something fair. This guy didn't even think about it. He was only 22 years old and a complete junior, but he still had the nerve to pretend to be a superior person. Pride really makes people stupid. Ahem. The proud Leoli deliberately stood at the door of the hall and coughed twice, just to attract everyone's attention. Click, 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 click. The reporters were like well-trained elite soldiers. They all turned to the right, raised their chests, and raised their buttocks to salute, and then raised their high-power cameras high, and began to shoot wildly. Some anxious guys had even squeezed over to block crazily at the door. The fire is being rectified on the spot. Seeing that the crowd was too enthusiastic, Leoli didn't even bother to show off. He jumped up to the madman, gave the handsome Portuguese uncle a look of displeasure, and officially began to accept the interview. Contrast occurs at this moment. After Kuangren Mu sat down on old Lee's butt, he immediately became the abandoned concubine who was relegated to the cold palace. More than 100 reporters in the 60 square meter hall all thrust their microphones in front of Madman Lee. Some of them were accidentally squeezed in. In front of the madman, the owner of the microphone just smiled and said to Kuangren Mu, "Sorry, I made a mistake. It's not for you," and then quickly squeezed back. The most special one had to look up to the sky and sigh. "The world is so cold. What the fuck is this world, Mr. Fantong, what do you think of winning the young commander's battle again? The bearded reporter from Aspen, who was crowded at the front, was in a first come first served position and occupied a favorable position to fire the gun first. However, the quality of this man's questions was comparable to that of Andrina, the leader of the mushroom cult who he liked to talk about, and his provocation was obvious. If it weren't for the fact that he was considered one of Real Madrid's lackeys in Aspen, Leoli wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. There is no battle between young coaches. Real Madrid wins, Lee Tongfan replied sternly. The madman uncle on the side saw that Leoli never mentioned anything about the young marshal and was thinking that this kid finally knew his feelings and didn't take the opportunity to ridicule the labor and management. Who knew that Leoli added another sentence next. If I have to talk about the young marshal, then I think only a 22-year-old can be called a young coach, right? Mr. Mourinho is my senior. The lunatic uncle's face, which had just improved, suddenly turned green. Good boy, you are laughing at me for having worked harder for 21 years in vain than you. Thank you guys for your 100 monthly tickets overnight. I will smile and say that I will work hard until my death. Please continue to use your monthly tickets to hit the knife. We are still far away from the top 10, please. Chapter 121 Middle Finger Threat Theory. The game that just ended was full of twists and turns. Looking at all the games that have ended in the 5 major leagues this season, it is unique. In addition, the miraculous 2 minutes that occurred in injury time shocked everyone's soul. Not surprisingly, this confrontation between madmen and lunatics will inevitably become the focus of discussion in European football in the next week. Therefore, the press conference at this time is like a delicious big cake. Whoever can pry out a few amazing words from the mouths of the two head coaches will definitely become famous. The reporters' nerves were stimulated, and they were running wildly. At this moment, all of them looked unhappy. After the bearded reporter from Aspen asked the first sentence, he wanted to ask more, but his colleagues around him said. He squeezed out the crowd like a plague god. Point you uncle, you are a greedy ghost and a wolf eating your legs, so go and die, Mr. Fan. Can you tell us about Beckham's injury? All English fans are very concerned about David's recovery. The next question came from the reporter of the British London Post, a beautiful woman with red hearts in her eyes. The nymphomaniac, who is obviously seeking personal gain under the guise of All England fans, is probably a fan of Beck's. The little girl copied it. When talking about Beckham's injury, Leoli became very angry. Macalal's tackle from behind was definitely sinister. I can only tell you that David's injury is very serious. The specific situation requires only after expert diagnosis can we know that it was a flagrant foul. If I were the referee, Mr. Macalal would have been given a chance to rest long ago. Then, I hope you can consider the foul problem of Real Madrid's number 4 player first. Madman Mew finally seized an opportunity and interrupted Leoli's complaint. Before Macalal committed the foul, he had already it's time to get sent off a dozen times. Sorry, in my opinion, using retaliatory and dangerous actions in anger without regard for the safety of others is the most shameful behavior on the football field. Madman Lee showed no sign of weakness and retorted, as for Amos, if my number 4, if he also uses the same bad method of tackling from behind like Chelsea's number 4, then Mr. Robin may have been lying in North London Central Hospital for fracture surgery for a long time. Real Madrid's number 4 is Ramos, and Chelsea's number 4 is Macalal. Leoli and Madman Uncle caught each other's number 4 big spit at the same time. It's the dirty trick of using fouls still justified. It's much more noble than intentionally hurting others. The madman and the lunatic, facing more than 100 reporters, complained like children about unfair distribution of candors. However, the two of them did not look at each other when talking, and faced the reporters directly, as if they were the person sitting next to them. It doesn't exist. The reporters recorded this short paragraph with smiles on their faces. This is a magic weapon for selling out newspapers, and getting promotions and salary increases. Think about it, the scolding between madman and madman is so attractive. The two quarreled for a few words. After seeing the reporters' actions, they looked at each other, said hum in unison, and shut up at the same time. Mr. Mourinho, can I interpret this conversation as saying that the two of them are dissatisfied with the work of the referee? Fair enough. The fat reporter of the Daily Mail had a cunning look in his little eyes of light point. The madman didn't even raise his eyelids, while the madman looked at the ceiling. They both cursed in their hearts at the same time. Damn it, uncle, you think I'm a fool? If you criticize the referee, you will be punished by UEFA's godfather. So the fat reporter, after the bearded reporter formation newspaper, was the second one to be pushed to the outside by the crowd. Then, a reporter from the British Mirror asked a question that everyone wanted to know. Mr. Rice, what is the meaning of the middle finger gestures you made continuously during injury time? These two gestures led to 2 goals. Is this a pre-rehearsed tactic? This question hit the nail on the head and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The press conference hall, which was still a little noisy, could hear the needle drop. Even the crazy Uncle Mourinho sitting next to Leoli, although he appeared to be he had a nonchalant expression, but secretly he sat upright, raised his ears, and waited for Leoli's answer. The madman was also full of curiosity about those 2 gestures. Could it really be a pre-rehearsal? That would be incredible. Crazy Lee smiled lewdly and gave it a try. Well, as for those 2 gestures. At this point, Leoli paused deliberately, looking at everyone's expressions of dissatisfaction, and then slowly gave the final. He gave an answer that made people vomit blood. Where is the pre-prepared tactical drill? I just told the players that if they lose this game, then when they return to Madrid, what awaits them will be the middle fingers of the fans. It's just a way to boost morale. It turns out that the threat of Real Madrid fans' middle fingers is still great, and we achieved the results we wanted. Bang. Most of the people in the room fell down, and even the crazy Mourinho was so scared by this shocking explanation that he almost crawled under the table. Lee Tongfan looked at the reporter's sad eyes and curled his lips, saying in his heart, damn it, fool, I have to tell you all these secrets. So how can I still mess around? Seeing that the highlights of the game had been dug out by his colleagues, the reporter from The Sun, who is good at creating news and scandals, rallied his trump card and said, Mr. Fantong, so far the Real Madrid board of directors has not discussed the renewal of the game with you. Regarding contract matters, does this mean that you will leave Real Madrid after the contract ends? It is said that Mr. Abramovich of Chelsea is very interested in you and hopes that you can come to Chelsea to coach. What do you think of this? As soon as this old man asked the question, the whole room suddenly gasped. Although everyone wanted to know the inside story, if you asked such a question in front of Mourinho, you the Sun would wait for the madman to be permanently banned. Leoli was also stunned. He looked at the reporter of The Sun a few more times and admired in his heart talents and warriors. No wonder even Chinese pseudo-fans thousands of miles away know that The Sun is not a good thing. Just for this question, it really proves the reputation of Sun reporter as the ancestor of paparazzi. Of course, Leoli couldn't be fooled by this good guy. He changed his previous behavior of being a fool and pretending to be a madman and straightened his body and put on the most serious posture. I have already said that I will serve Real Madrid wholeheartedly until June 29th. 2007. As for Chelsea, the Blues are a great club, and it is the dream of any manager to coach such a team. But what I will say is that Mr. Mourinho has done a great job at Chelsea and I can't think of any reason for him to leave here. I want to congratulate Mr. Abramovich because he has found it for the Blues. Got an excellent helmsman. At this point, Leoli suddenly stood up. I think today's press conference should end here. I have to go and send congratulations to my players. Looking at Madman Lee's back as he squeezed through the crowd and left, the madman uncle felt hatred in his heart. He should be the one who threw up his sleeves and left. Why was he beaten first by this little guy again? Kuang Grenmu glanced at the Sun reporter a few times and left the press conference hall with a dark face. The reporters looked like knives and wanted to cut the grandson of the Sun News into pieces with 1,000 knives. This time, no one can interview him. After Leoli came out of the press conference hall, he did not go directly to the Real Madrid locker room, but quietly came to the stadium alone. Stamford Bridge, which was bustling with people just 10 minutes ago, has gradually subsided. Fans from both sides have left in droves. Only some Chelsea club staff are still clearing the venue and gathering tools. Leoli is still thinking about the question raised by the Sun reporter just now. The Real Madrid board of directors is indeed not in a hurry to renew his contract. This makes Leoli always holding back his breath. Is it possible that the labor and management have been in a hurry for 20 consecutive years? Can't you prove yourself? Your uncle, Calderon and Mijatovic, open the record book of Real Madrid and read it yourself. Who else could do a better job in this position than labor? The whole thing is weird. Logically speaking, with a head coach like him who only wins and never loses, Uncle Can and Uncle Me should have been enjoying themselves for a long time. Why are they still so calm now? Could it be that labor and management have molested their wives or mothers unintentionally? But I have never seen these two women at all. There is also the issue of the transfer fees of Joel Luca, Modric and Carlos Vela. Which part of the team went wrong? You must know that these three people have always been their own advocates from inspection to purchase, regardless of the data provided by the FM 2007 scouting system, the inspection report provided by the real-life weird Uncle Francisco, or the reputation of the three in football. In the end, the transfer amount announced by the club to the outside world was so much higher that many players questioned it at the time. If it weren't for his performance in leading the team, which left people speechless, he would have been replaced by Real Madrid. Fans gathered in Madrid Sports City for a 3-court trial. Right. Why does it look like he has been framed? These things are like landmines planted secretly by someone with intentions. As soon as there is a problem with your leadership performance, these landmines hidden in the secret will explode and blow you to pieces. Who is it, sir? Can you sign your name for me? Just when Leoli was racking his brains to guess the twists and turns at the expense of his brain cells, a crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw a pink young English lady standing behind him, holding hands. Lee held the paper and pen and handed it over. Well, sign. Looking at the team uniform that little Shota is wearing, he must be a young Chelsea fan. Why would he ask for his autograph? You must know that evil madman Lee had just led Real Madrid to defeat the blue team Chelsea. It was lucky that Xiaozhang didn't come over to kick him. He actually wanted an autograph. Try to finish another chapter around 10 o'clock. The speed of the knife is a tragedy. Donors, please use your monthly tickets to hit the knife hard. Chapter 122, Mixed Blood Glutton Gigi. Leoli turned around and looked around and found that he was indeed the only one standing in front of the young lady. He was very curious. Could it be that this pink and tender boy of 15 or 16 years old was actually a blue traitor who worshipped his enemies from all over the world? Zaro. Zeng, guy, do you know who I am? Leoli tried his best to pretend to be pure, smiling like a strange man who abducted Shota. You are Mr. Ice Tong, the head coach of Real Madrid. I also know that you are the first Chinese coach to coach abroad. Faced with Leoli's slightly teasing question, Zhao Zhengtai was unambiguous and raised his head proudly. Because I'm Chinese too. Well, Leoli took a closer look and found that the little guy did have a yellowish look between his eyebrows and eyes, but the black hair was like many foreign children, hanging down softly and covering his ears. It was this the very westernized hairstyle deceived Li Tongfan's first impression, but it is not very accurate to say that he is a pure Chinese. Zhao Zhengtai should be a product of a combination of Chinese and Western, a mixed race. He turned out to be a half-blood rice bucket. In this case, Leoli took the paper and pen from the little guy's hand without any ceremony and signed his name with flying colors. Who knew that the little guy looked at Leoli's signature, frowned and was still not satisfied. Mr. Fantong, can you leave your contact information? If not, your email address is fine. I'm your crazy admirer. Children's words are the truest. Leoli, whose vanity was greatly admired, did not hesitate to leave his email address. As a high-quality idol of the new generation, Li Tongfan once again showed a pure smile to Zhao Zhengtai. Hey, Gigi, come over and work quickly. We are going to get scolded. A foreign kid from a distance shouted. No. The little guy turned his head and agreed, carefully put the notebook with Leoli's signature and contact information into the big pocket behind his butt, turned around, ran 2 steps, and then turned back to Leoli and said one sentence. My name is Gigi, Mr. Rice Bucket, watching. Gigi ran to the other side of the court to pick up the ball with a few kiddies. Leoli discovered that this half-breed rice bucket turned out to be the ball boy at Stamford Bridge Point. This scene was just a small interlude. Leoli was blowing the cool air under the night sky in the stadium. Feeling a little cold, he turned around and walked to the locker room. After the Hammers have finished bathing, the team will immediately have to return to the hotel to rest. The schedule at the end of November is tight, and Real Madrid will be greeted by the Madrid region derby 3 days later. When he arrived at the door of the locker room, Lee Tongfan was surprised to find that there was silence inside. What's going on? Have the Hammers left early? It's true that my uncle can't stand it, but my aunt can't stand it. It's so unorganized and undisciplined. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, a golden liquid sprayed in front of him. The strong aroma of wine suddenly filled the locker room, and a huge burst of cheers broke out. Oldie wiped a few handfuls on his face in embarrassment, and it was clear that I vaguely saw Golden Wolf Guti holding a champagne bottle towards him with both hands, while the other Hammers clapped their hands and smiled evilly. My uncle's property was attacked. Leoli immediately snatched the champagne bottle from Guti's hand with lightning speed, shook it vigorously a few times, and launched an indiscriminate and all-round coverage of firepower. There was a joyous exclamation in the Real Madrid dressing room. The Chelsea players packed up and walked by, looking at each other and shrugging. There was nothing they could do. Celebrating is the privilege of the winner. Although it was a meaningless UEFA Champions League group stage match, the magical victory made everyone extremely excited. After returning to the hotel, Lee Tongfan finally used the authority of the head coach to suppress the Hammers celebration, and forced players who have too much energy go back to their rooms to rest. The itinerary has been arranged. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everyone will fly back to Madrid, Spain, to prepare for the upcoming away game against Atletico Madrid. The opponent is Real Madrid's century-old enemy. In a sense, this game is the most important game for Real Madrid in November. As the head coach, Leoli shamelessly enjoys the privilege of living in a single room. After taking a shower, he was about to go to bed when there was a knock on the door. Lee Tongfan looked up at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Damn it, that unscrupulous thing came to disturb the employee's sleep so late. I have to go to work tomorrow. Opening the door, there was a very handsome hotel waiter. Hello, is this Mr. Ricetong? Huh? Leoli nodded. Is it possible that even the hotel waiters are stupid? Is labor really so charming now, with fans all over Europe and beyond? Sorry to disturb your rest. There is a very important guest who wants to see you. Please be sure to come over. The waiter said very sincerely, with a hint of panic on his face. Leoli understands that in a 5-star hotel like this, the rules are strict. It is absolutely unforgivable to knock on the door without greeting the guests. But why did the waiter come resolutely? There are only two explanations. Either this guy didn't want to do it anymore and deliberately waited for him to sue the front desk, or he took the tip from the so-called important guest. Judging from the waiter's expression, it should be the latter. Leoli's principle has always been to make things convenient for others. It's not easy for a small waiter to earn extra money. It would be unethical to sue for such a small amount of time. Besides, Leoli also wants to know the fate of this customer who wants to see him. Who is it? It seems that I don't have any relatives or classmates in England. Lead the way. The waiter sang out a sigh of relief, secretly thanking himself that the mad coach in the media's mouth was easy to talk to, otherwise he would have lost his hard-earned job. God bless the kind-hearted madman Lee to win every battle. The place to go is very close to Leoli's room. It is an ordinary guest room. After turning a few corridors, Leoli looked up and saw the door number 2014. Dang dang. The waiter knocked on the door, turned sideways to signal Leoli to go in, and turned around and left. A middle-aged foreign uncle in a suit and leather shoes stood in the door, holding the handrail, and nodding to signal Leoli to come in. Uncle, are you kidding me? I don't know you. Why are you asking me to come in? At this moment, a clear and magnetic baritone came from inside. Oh, dear Mr. Glutton, I'm glad you can come here. I think we will have a pleasant conversation. It turned out that the person at the door was not the real owner. Lee Tongfan nodded to the foreigner at the door and walked into the room, waiting to see the important guest that the waiter just mentioned. Even if Leoli is a bit thick, he can't help but be a little stunned. How could it be this gentleman? Not only an important guest, but a very important guest. A foreign man who looks very ordinary, with a short yellow beard on his face and a bit thick. not tall, so ordinary that if he is put in a crowd, no one will take a second look at him. But this man in his 40s with a shy smile has become almost known to everyone in the British Isles because of football. Roman Abramovich, the owner of Chelsea, the owner of Stamford Bridge, the richest man in Russia, the capital tycoon ranked 15th in the Forbes World Rankings, oldly complained bitterly. His first reaction was to think about whether he had been seen when he came here just now. The damn Russian played this trick to set him up. It was a pity that he had vowed in front of more than 100 reporters and the crazy uncle a few hours ago that he would not coach Chelsea. If the paparazzi saw this scene, it would be like yellow mud smeared in the crotch of the pants. It would be shit. If it was not shit, Mr. Lump, please sit down. Abramovich has probably been in the UK for a long time. His every move is elegant. It is impossible to tell that this man who looks like the uncle next door is actually a black-hearted businessman who made his fortune by smuggling and selling oil. At this point, it was too late for Roldley to give up, so he had to sit down and see what the uncle next door wanted to do. Someone around him immediately brought a strong coffee, which was the Blue Mountain butter coffee that Roldley liked. It seems that Abramovich really spent a lot of effort for this meeting today. Does the uncle next door really want me to coach Chelsea? Just because he defeated Mourinho twice in a row? Changing the coach is like changing the knife. Although you have money to play as you want, this is too childish, isn't it, Lee? I'm sorry to bother you so late. You Chinese have a phrase called getting straight to the point. Frankly speaking, I admire your coaching style very much. Just can't make the team go further, but you can do it. That's why I'm looking for you. The praise from the uncle next door made Audley smile, but it couldn't move the madman's heart. He already had a foundation in Real Madrid, so there was no need to run to rainy London to start a new one. Of course, more importantly, would the FM 2007 system agree to let him change teams? However, the uncle next door seemed very patient and seduced Laoli. You are a magical coach, but only in the Premier League. In Chelsea, can you get all the rights that a head coach can get, instead of just being an ordinary club employee who arranges tactics and leads team training like in Spain? Obviously. The uncle next door is a skilled negotiator, and he grasped the essence of the problem point indeed. For football coaches, the Premier League is heaven. Only in this league can the head coach truly become the boss, the real power manager of the club, and have the opportunity to buy and sell players and build a team according to his own ideas and blueprints. The tragic knife's typing speed is late again. Or the cheeky football monthly ticket. My hands are cramped. I really tried hard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, A Midnight Date with a Man with a Shy Smile. The uncle next door threw out the bait, took a sip of the vodka in the goblet, and quietly waited for the Tongfan's answer. Although he has settled in the UK, Abramovich prefers to regard himself as a pure Russian in his heart. Like many Russians, he likes to drink vodka. This most popular liquor in the Siberian wilderness can make him remember the days he spent as a poor man before the age of 26. The only difference is that Abramovich likes to pour vodka in a goblet for drinking red wine. This is a quirk formed after coming to England. Pick up the Blue Mountain butter on the table and stir it with a small porcelain spoon. A strong and slightly bitter mist rises. With a familiar taste, Laoli took a long breath, but did not drink it, and gently put it back. The uncle next door changed his face slightly, and waved his hand gently. The middle-aged foreigner who was standing at the door to greet Laoli just now understood, and handed a contract with a faint scent of ink to Laoli. I think this contract can provide you with everything a head coach needs. You can raise your annual salary yourself. The club can provide you with £200 million of transfer funds. Beckham, Ronaldo. As long as you are willing, you can bring the direct players in. Real Madrid. £200 million is enough for you to build the strongest team in Europe. Lee, don't doubt my sincerity. Few club owners will come to negotiate in person for a head coach, since pretending to be cool is a very mentally and physically exhausting thing. Laoli did not pretend to be noble. He took the contract and looked through it carefully. The uncle next door was right. The contract showed enough sincerity. As long as he signed this 3-year contract worth more than 30 million euros, after the winter break, he would become a working emperor in the field of football coaches and a local emperor at Stamford Bridge. Leoli never thought that his name would become so valuable one day. 3 small Chinese characters were incredibly linked to 30 million euros. If it were me 4 months ago, I would have written my name on it without hesitation, without the urging of the Russian uncle in front of me. Even if I had to sell myself with my fingerprints, it would be worth it, but now it is different. The experience in Real Madrid has made the former angry unemployed otaku deeply understand that only a steady stream of income can lead to a long life, and a one-shot explosive business will eventually run out of money. Abramovich could dismiss the crazy uncle who won 6 championships in 3 years without hesitation, just like dismissing a beggar. If a young man like me does not satisfy him that day, my fate will not be much better than Mourinho. Oldley has long since left the childish stage of just wanting to seize the opportunity to earn a penalty. The FM 2007 system has made the ambition of this 22-year-old young man grow day by day. If possible, Oldley will definitely pretend to be like Genghis Khan, pointing his whip at the map of Europe and saying coquettishly, "Sooner or later, I will conquer a large territory here. I am curious, why are you so sure that I can do what Mr. Mourinho can't do?" Perhaps he had expected Lee Tongfan to ask this question, and the uncle next door once again showed the shy smile he used to conquer the British upper class and Chelsea fans. "Lee, you should know why I have the status I have today. As a person who has created people who have experienced miracles, have a keen intuition about another person who is about to create miracles. Calderon is just a short-sighted speculator. Do you think this old lawyer really wants to bring countless trophies and honors to Real Madrid, as he said in his campaign speech? Laporta regards Barcelona as a bargaining chip for his entry into the Catalan political arena, and Calderon is no exception. For those people, they don't want pure football, but I'm different, Lee. Calderon will not understand the value contained in you. As for Mijatovic, the Serbian may be a good player, but he is definitely not a good club manager, whether in terms of ability or..." At this point, the uncle next door suddenly paused. But Leoli knew what the uncle next door meant, whether in terms of ability or quality. Hearing this, Lee Tongfan suddenly felt a flash of lightning passing through his mind. The doubts that had been blocking his heart for a long time gradually cracked a crack and revealed light. It has been heard that some agents will join forces with club officials to swallow black money. Could it be that Uncle Mijatovic is also doing this? If this is the case, the transfer fees of Joel Luca, Modric and Carlos Vela can be explained. Thinking of this, Leoli was furious. Could it be that once he retired, the Serbian striker's love for football was blinded by money? Unforgivable. However, although Leoli was angry, everything was just speculation. If he agreed to the transfer, just because of a few words from the uncle next door, he would be an idiot. It was clearly written in the contract that the Russian uncle hoped that Leoli would transfer to Chelsea after the winter break, and the liquidated damages would be paid by Chelsea. This time was exactly what Leoli could not accept the most. After more than 4 months, he had spent countless character points to straighten out the mess of Real Madrid. Only then did he see the light and everything was thriving. With the reputation of Crazy Lee Woody, the situation he had worked so hard to break out was like a child that Leoli had given birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. How could he abandon it? What's more, Ronaldo, Beckham, Juan Mata, Greed, Ito Yun, these people have entered Leoli's life like old friends. The Chinese people's nostalgia makes Leoli absolutely unable to win this season. Towers to abandon everything and turn to the arms of others like a promiscuous prostitute. The most fatal thing is that all the foundation of Leoli's success lies in the FM 2007 system. Before he has figured out his intentions, he rashly agreed to the Russian uncle. It is estimated that it will not take long for the insidious system to ding dong. Tell Leoli, congratulations, because you violated the contract with Real Madrid. The system will erase you within 3 days. Please take the time to say goodbye to your parents and prepare the coffin. It is true that Abramovich's sincerity is unquestionable. As the big boss of the club, he sneaks in to meet with a young head coach at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. It is definitely more benevolent than the crying star Liu Huangshu who pretends to visit the thatched cottage. But no matter how sincere he is, can't it be regarded as a character point flower? So the Russian uncle is destined to be injured tonight. After thinking clearly about the key to the matter, Li Tongfan resisted the temptation of more than 10 million euros a year and pushed the contract aside. He put on the purest smile in Abramovich's slightly surprised eyes and spoke righteously. Give the answer, since you know that there is an idiom in China that goes straight to the point. You must also know that there is another idiom. A gentleman speaks quickly and whips his horse. I have accepted the contract provided by the Real Madrid board of directors, so I must complete myself in accordance with the requirements of the contract. I will not negotiate a coaching contract with any club before July 2007. I'm flattered by your invitation, but I can only say sorry. Damn it. At the end of Leoli's words, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Why did these words sound like a heartless man rejecting the infatuated girl who wanted to express his love to him? Could it be that Leoli has been watching too many Aunt Kang Yeo's DVDs recently? The Russian uncle's expression changed. First he was surprised, then slightly angry, and then turned into admiration. This face-changing performance was like a Sichuan opera. Leoli was frightened when he saw it. He suddenly realized that looking at Abu, he was now looking like a harmless person. It seems that if this guy, a black-hearted businessman, becomes angry and secretly hires a Siberian killer or something to teach himself a lesson for not knowing how to appreciate others, it will be terrible. There's FM 2007 here. There's the Russian black-hearted tycoon over there. There's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It's a dead end. Who knew that the Russian uncle did not get angry, but fully demonstrated the magnanimity that an international friend should have. The integrity of the Chinese people is amazing. You are a respectable gentleman. To use another Chinese saying, that is, the door of Stamford Bridge is always open for you. After the season, if you want to change a team to coach, I hope you can give priority to the Blues. Only Chelsea is a paradise for development. Old Lee breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Russian uncle not only likes Chinese idioms, but also understands the glorious Chinese tradition of buying and selling. Cannot be done without benevolence and righteousness. He is actually an interesting foreigner. Since he took a step back, he will go down the slope. Liubi, of course that's no problem. Do you want to sign a priority coaching contract? The Russian uncle smiled and shook his finger. No, there is no need to doubt the credibility of the Chinese people. When Crazy Lee left the room, Abramovich took a sip of vodka with some regret and then pulled out a Chinese idiom. You are a beautiful woman. Nay is not for me. The middle-aged foreigner next to him was a little puzzled. Roman, is this Chinese worthy of being so sought after? He is just a young man in his 20s. I think Jose's grades are no worse than him. You don't understand. He is a Chinese, the first Chinese to successfully break into European football. This name alone is worth hundreds of millions of pounds. How could Calderon understand the value of this? That person who only the old lawyer who knows how to speculate is short-sighted. How much money can he get from the transfer fees of a few small players? Signing Crazy Lee is equivalent to digging up a mountain of gold. Continue to pay attention to this young man and try to gain his favor. Understood. On November 23rd, the Real Madrid team returned to Madrid by plane. At the Madrid airport, thousands of fans came to pick them up, and Spanish reporters were not far behind. The storm caused by the Battle of Stamford Bridge and Madman Lee's two mysterious gestures has just begun. Xiodeo vomited blood and coded words at a tragic speed. Please give me your monthly vote. Try to finish 3 chapters today. Monthly ticket. I've been digging a hole lately, so I'm writing a lot about my trip to London. Coming soon. Chapter 124. I really hold grudges. Looking at the crowded scene at Madrid airport, people who didn't know better thought that Real Madrid had won the Champions League and returned home with great honors. In fact, the reason why an insignificant match played after qualifying from the group attracted so much attention from fans and the media is definitely not only because of the shocking reversal that occurred in the last 120 seconds of the game. In the final analysis, it is also because of the Real Madrid's weakness in the Champions League in recent years, as the team that has won the most big years cups in history. Real Madrid, after entering 2000, except for 2000 and 2002, gradually began to play a tragic role in this league, known as the top European club competition. In 2001, they were beaten twice at home and away by Bayern Munich, and stopped in the top 4. In 2003, they were eliminated by Juventus with a total score of 3-4 and stopped in the top 4. In 2004, even Monaco, the younger brother of French Ligue 1, could stand on the head of a century-old giant. They were so powerful that they were eliminated in the top 8. In 2005, they were eliminated by Serie A team Juventus again, and were eliminated in the top 16. Last year, they were eliminated at home by the Premier League Arsenal gun king Thierry Henry with a winning goal at the Bernabeu. According to this pattern of regression, it is estimated that we will not even be able to enter the top 32 in a few years. Even the most die-hard Real Madrid fans have to lament the fact that the team's competitiveness in the Champions League is weakening. In addition, the old rival Barcelona in the domestic league has risen strongly under the leadership of Rijkaard, the most successful team in the 20th century. The wealthy families are gradually declining. Finally, Crazy Lee's 20-game unbeaten streak this season allowed the proud Madridistas to find some solace, and the impressive record of beating the Premier League giant Chelsea home and away in the group stage allowed fans to expand this comfort to the point at this moment maximum. Who dares to say that the form and ability has declined? Who dares to say that Real Madrid, which once dominated the Champions League, is no longer good? Who dares to say that the 9 big year cups in history were just accumulated by luck and money? Open your jealous eyes and see, who did we double kill? Chelsea! Exclamation mark. Mourinho's Chelsea! Exclamation mark. Chelsea has made Rijkaard and his dream second team miserable for several consecutive seasons. If anyone is dissatisfied, can you give an example of a double defeat of Chelsea in a single season? If anyone is dissatisfied, can you give an example of a 20-game winning streak in all competitions? Proud Real Madrid fans and the Spanish media, even in the past few unsatisfactory seasons of Real Madrid, will insist on finding all kinds of examples and evidence to prove the strength of the team they support. And now the madmanly led the team to a double victory over Chelsea, who was feared by everyone in Europe. In the face of such a crazy record, do you still expect them to keep a low profile? Will you keep pretending to be a grandchild with your tail between your legs? Therefore, the Real Madrid fans who finally found a reason to be proud gathered at the Madrid airport beating gongs and drums to welcome their heroes. When Guti, the Golden Wolf who scored 4 goals in 2 games and made great contributions, was the first to step out of the cabin, a huge cheer broke out from the crowd. Then when any Real Madrid player stepped out of the cabin, even for a minute, even the substitute players who did not take the field received applause and screams from the fans. The craziest cheer comes at the end, when Madmanly showed his face for the last time. The decibel level created by the fans reached the top. The frightening moment of the last 120 seconds at Stamford Bridge confirmed the 22-year-old coach's calmness and resourcefulness in the face of danger. In the hearts of the fans, this man has been equated with God. Mr. Rice Tong, I love you, and will wait for you tonight. Go away. Mr. Rice Tong won't like a shemale like you. I love you, Rice Tong. Long live Real Madrid. Long live Crazy Lee. Sign your name for me, in this warm and somewhat inexplicable welcome ceremony. Leoli and the Hammers had to stop to sign autographs and take photos. By the time they finally squeezed through the crowd and fled the airport, it was already around 1 noon. Due to the schedule, Real Madrid's schedule is very tight. They arrived in Madrid at noon and everyone only got 3 hours of rest. At 4 p.m. in the Madrid Sports City, the assistant coach Greed, who is a good teacher, continued to analyze the next step for the Hammers. Match videos and customary tactics of the opponent Atletico Madrid. There will be a short physical recovery training all day the next day. On the 25th, all the commanders of Real Madrid will embark on the journey again, take the bus to the Calderon Stadium, to challenge the century-old rival Atletico Madrid. Due to time constraints, Leoli directly closed the Madrid Sports City training base for closed training, in order to prevent media interference. And during this period, the media storm caused by the battle at Stamford Bridge finally spread. At the center of the storm are two middle fingers. Well, to be more precise, in the last 120 seconds of stoppage time in the Stamford Bridge battle, Real Madrid coach Madman Lee raised two middle fingers. Crazy Lee's middle finger threat theory at the post-game press conference certainly did not satisfy the good guys, but other than that, even the most tossing bricklayer couldn't come up with a more reasonable explanation. Some people through video analysis, we can vaguely conclude that these two gestures may mean to carefully planned tactical arrangements. It seems that Crazy Lee knew what would happen in the game before the game, and specially arranged two tactical routines for the game. But this kind of speculation is too sensational, and if you say it out, you will probably be regarded as crazy by others. The media finally came to the conclusion that Crazy Lee was just unlucky. Both carefully planned tactics worked, especially the flying fairy corner kick scored by Guti at the last moment. It was really good luck. To the extreme, of course. This kind of thing has not happened before in football. In 1999, at Barcelona's home stadium at Camp Nou, the Red Devils and Manchester United scored 2 goals in stoppage time to reverse the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich. The scene was also appalling, although Sir Alex Ferguson did not standing on the sidelines and pretending to be cool like Leoli, but the 2 goals scored at the last moment were also incredible, so much so that after the game the Germans always thought that God was on the side of Manchester United at that moment. Yes, it's God, when reviewing all 16 matches of the 5th round group stage of the Champions League. Germany's Bild deliberately selected a picture of Madman Lee raising his middle finger with the title "At this moment, God chooses to side with the madman." In the article, the author mentioned with emotion, in 1999, God chose the English, and Bayern suffered the most humiliating defeat. And 7 years later, God used the hands of the Spanish to take back the benefits gained by the British. For Bayern, the only regret is that it was not Ferguson and his Manchester United who paid the price. The madman was just a poor scapegoat. It is probably because Uncle Madman is not very likable at ordinary times and does not do well in the British Isles, so even the media in England are making a fuss about flattering Madman Lee. The Daily Mail believes that Madman's record it has been exaggerated. Chelsea is not invincible. The Guardian is unfoundedly worried that the level of the Premier League is gradually deteriorating, and the invasion of foreign capital has aggravated this process. It is hoped that the Football Association can take decisive measures to protect its domestic league. The Times the Daily News lamented that the absence of a coach like Crazy Lee in the Premier League was a great loss, and strongly condemned the clubs for being complacent and unable to recruit talents in an eclectic way. The Sun offered advice for giants such as Manchester United, Liverpool and Chelsea, believing that they should Crazy Lee, who immediately grabbed the expired contract after this season. Cruyff, the godfather of Barcelona, said that Lee has the potential of a genius coach. I'm the kind of person who was born to coach football. Berlusconi, I like young people, and my eyes shine brightly. Maybe Milan's future will depend on young people like this. Moratti, Mancini did a good job at Inter Milan, but I hope he can do better. Crazy Lee, yes, he is a talented coach. If he has love for Inter Milan, why should I say no? Ferguson, I hope that after I retire, Manchester United can find a head coach who can maintain the long-term prosperity and stability of the team. The younger the better. Of course, if he can be as young as Lee, it will be perfect. Of course, not everyone likes Leoli. When interviewed by reporters, UEFA President Pooh Gandhi said the following: Lee is an excellent coach. If he can focus all his energy on the game, instead of often making some sensational moves, or saying some inexplicable words, then he will perform better than he is now. There are many young coaches in the 5 major leagues who are better than Lee, but they will not hype before the game. Flaws, who had said sourly that he was willing to set off fireworks in Barcelona's Municipal Square, no matter what the result of the game, said even more sourly after the game, it's just an ordinary game, and Crazy Lee has been deified. The murder caused by 2 middle fingers continues, but it has nothing to do with Leoli. Madrid Sports City, teacher. Grad's tactical explanation is still going on. The hammers who have been dazzled by watching the video are gloating and listening quietly below. No one will easily interrupt the second leader S talk. Another half hour, The time has passed again, and the second boss will probably have to kneel down on the computer motherboard again when he gets home. Who knew that at this moment, the watch of second master Grad suddenly beeped. Grad raised his wrist to look at it, nodded, then calmly put down his pointer and turned off the video, turned around, grabbed his briefcase, said get out of class is over, turned around and walked out of the hall. The naughty old Lee and the Hammers were dumbfounded. They learned a lot from the experience. They actually knew the timed reminder. Ronaldo chuckled mischievously and suggested, next time, when you're taking a shower after training, can someone steal Grad's watch? A group of Hammers nodded lewdly and finally turned their attention to their respected leader. Leoli pointed at his nose and glared, are you going to let me go? I hold a grudge. I only want to say one thing, can I get a monthly pass? Chapter 125. The tiger has no intention to hurt people, but people want to hurt the tiger. In the 14th round of La Liga, Real Madrid will have the last match of November, the eye-catching Madrid derby, in Spain. The Madrid derby between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, and the Catalan derby between Barcelona and Espanyol, are the highlights after the national derby, and are also the most likely to cause fan riots and conflicts. Therefore, before the game started, the city of Madrid was already shrouded in a tense atmosphere. After the last tactical explanation, Greed submitted a report to Leoli. By observing the last round of Atletico Madrid's 2:3 match against Real Betis, the second in command believed that the opponent was accustomed to switching between the 5-3-2 formation and the 4-2-2 formation in the game, and liked to pass directly to the gap behind the central defender. Leoli was advised to use the tactic of the back line closer to the goalkeeper in the game, or to use defenders with outstanding speed such as Marcelo and Cicinho, so as not to be caught off guard by the opponent. In addition, there are two highlights in Atletico Madrid who need special treatment. The first is the 18-year-old striker Sergio Aguero, who just transferred from Argentina San Lorenzo for €23 million this season. This small striker, who is known as Maradona's successor in Argentina, showed terrifying offensive talent when he first arrived in La Liga. In the 13 rounds of La Liga that have ended, he played 13 times, scored 6 goals, and contributed 5 assists, which is absolutely worthy of the highest transfer fee paid by Atletico Madrid for him in the club's history. The second dangerous man is more famous in Spain, Fernando Torres, the youngest captain in the history of Atletico Madrid. The 22-year-old Spanish golden boy has replaced the Lord of the Rings role in the national team and occupied an absolute main position. This season, he played 13 times for Atletico Madrid, scored 10 goals, and contributed 3 assists, and is the undisputed number 1 of Atletico Madrid. Greed hopes that Leoli has enough understanding of these two people. If he can limit the performance of Aguero and Torres, then the threat that Atletico Madrid brings to Real Madrid will be much smaller. At the same time, due to the fatigue of Real Madrid, the outside world is also divided on the prediction of the victory or defeat of this derby. In the absence of Beckham, Ronaldo, Van Nistelrooy and others, if you have to find a reason for Real Madrid to win, there is only one: Crazy Lee, who has made critics and football gamblers lose their money countless times. Can he beat the derby opponent with a full substitute lineup? It is said that major sports betting companies have refused to open the handicap for Real Madrid's games because Crazy Lee's unsuspenseful winning streak has caused the bookmakers to lose several huge sums of money. On November 25th, the official website of the Real Madrid club announced David Beckham's injury to the outside world. Beckham, who was injured by the angry French old man Makalal in the match against Chelsea, has always been concerned about thousands of fans, especially Uncle McLaren, who said it is great to know the mistakes and improve them, has made many calls to Real Madrid acquaintances to confirm Beckham's injury, heel tendon rupture, rest for 3 months. As soon as the result came out, countless beige were sad and wept. This season, under the training of Crazy Lee, Beckham's performance was unparalleled. Many fans hoped that he could continue this momentum and win the World Footballer of the Year to make up for the regrets in his career, but the 3-month injury made all this look more like a fantasy. As for England coach Uncle McLaren, it is said that he burst into tears when he saw the announcement. At 10 o'clock in the evening on the 25th, the Madrid derby officially started with the whistle of the referee Weston. since they are both in the Madrid region. The number of fans from both sides who went to the Calderon Stadium to watch the game is basically the same. Although the evenly matched battle formation in the stands is more tragic than the 3-day battle at Stamford Bridge, it has little impact on the trend of the game. Crazy Lee sent out the youth team with Higuain, Marcelo, Cicinho, Gago, Juan Mata, De La Red, and others as the main force to sweep the Atletico Madrid with a score of 3-0. The golden boy Fernando Torres, who pushed the ranking role to the bench in the national team, was ineffective under the defense of Joel Luca and Agüero, the successor of Maradona, who was harassed and tortured by the two Brazilian hammers Marcelo and Cicinho, also lost the momentum of the previous game. On the contrary, Madrid's flag shined in the game, performing a hat-trick in the first half to lock the victory for Real Madrid. If it weren't for bad luck, the ranking could even score 2 more goals in the second half. Higuain, Modric and Juan Mata each contributed 1 assist. The derby match that was hyped up before the game lost its meaning in less than 45 minutes, but the Spanish media did not seem surprised. People have become accustomed to the Madman Lee's victory after victory. If Real Madrid draws or loses, it will be incredible, and Marca took the opportunity to defend the King of the Rings role, believing that the national team coach Aragon should not be too superstitious about young people. Only veterans like Raul who have seen big scenes can be the leaders who can turn the tide. Even the Catalan media unexpectedly use the words "an old man in the family is like a treasure" to persuade Aragons to give Raul more opportunities. Madrid and Catalonia have reached a consensus on this point. What the Lord of the Rings has contributed to the national team over the past decade deserves the respect of every Spaniard! 21 consecutive wins. The legend of Madly is unstoppable. Where will the record end? After 14 rounds of La Liga, Real Madrid topped the No. 1 throne with 14 games, 0 draws and 0 losses, and 42 points, 7 points ahead of the No. 2 Barcelona. However, Rijkaard's dream team second is indeed strong. Even with Ronaldinho and Eto'o making a mess in the locker room and Adriano, Note 1, publicly bombarding them, they still achieved a record of 11 wins, 2 draws, 1 loss and 35 points in 14 games, which is really impressive. If it weren't for Madly's Real Madrid's performance this season, Barcelona would probably still be at the top of the standings. Further down, Real Betis, which started low but ended high, relied on the terrifying performance of Brazilian striker Rafael Sobis to catch up and firmly stand in the third place in the standings. Oldly looked at Sobis' super record of 12 goals and 6 assists in 13 games, and felt a little depressed. His uncle's system was really insidious. He actually picked a little boy with unlimited growth to compete with him. Thinking about the first system task he received, challenge of Rafael Sobis, Lee Tongfan began to feel that this task was not as simple as he imagined. The 4th and 5th places in the standings are Valencia and Getafe of German Wooden Schuster. Valencia's ranking in this position is a true performance. After all, the strength of the bats is there, which is not surprising, but Getafe, which relies on a group of grassroots to make trouble in the world, has stabilized again, after experiencing the fluctuations in October, which is really surprising. Real Betis and Getafe, the 2 dark horses in the La Liga this season, have performed amazingly so far. The muddy water of La Liga is getting more and more chaotic, so that even the most flamboyant experts dare not jump out to predict the trend of the season. After looking at the standings, the fans of traditional giants have to lament that the world is changing. After 14 rounds of games, Real Madrid's games in November are all over. The next game will be 7 days later, on December 2nd, at home against the weak Levante. In view of the fact that the Hammers did not even have time to go to bars and pick up girls in the second half of November for the game, Leoli was very sympathetic and gave them a 4-day-long vacation. The Hammers shouted excitedly and squeezed out of the gate of Madrid Sports City like birds and beasts. Assistant coach Greed has become immune to Leoli's move to take a long vacation, and he is not surprised. As long as you can lead the team to victory, it doesn't matter if you have a day off every day except the game day. The team was on holiday, but Leoli was busy during these 4 days because the American uncle Chris Paul from the Bergachi law firm called and said that all matters of the Shining Red Star agency had been settled, and they were just waiting for Leoli, the boss behind the scenes, to inspect it after making an appointment with her. American Lee Tongfan disguised himself and went to the rented office building for a field inspection. Facts proved that Chris Paul's boasting was not without reason. In just over 20 days, the originally empty white office building was decorated in a fresh and elegant style, with all the office facilities, and the recruited employees also began their trial work. Leoli walked around the company wearing his coquettish Tyrannosaurus sunglasses, and felt very wonderful. The sweet and lovely front desk Carolina was the first to pass the secret inspection of the behind-the-scenes boss, and the other 3 young people with agent certificates were also good, but the temporary supervisor seemed a little gloomy and didn't talk much. Since Leoli was visiting incognito, this was probably the only information he could get. From then on, Shining Red Star was officially opened for business. My brother Lee Tongfan is still studying, so all business is temporarily managed by the Borgachi law firm, and Leoli has the decision-making power behind the scenes. Since American Paul has done everything very well before, he has won Leoli's trust, so it's okay for this cooperative relationship to continue. When the agency grows stronger, Borgachi law firm will get all the business orders from Shining Red Star, which can be regarded as both sides gain something from the entanglement. Leoli thought about it himself and estimated that he, the underground boss, would not get the opportunity to become a regular employee before the company gets on the right track. Once the relationship between Crazy Lee and Shining Red Star is exposed, the media will definitely use this matter to attack, especially Flaws, the sinister man, who knows what tricks he will play. The tiger does not hurt people, but people have the intention to hurt the tiger, so we have to guard against it. Note 1. This Adriano is not the former Inter Milan king, but a small figure. Zyodeo exploded again, asking for monthly tickets. Thank you. It has been a big hit since it was launched, right? Please give me a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.